In the quiet depths of the night, as the world drifts toward dreams, a legend awakens. Born of gods and burdened by destiny, Hercules walks a path carved in strength and sorrow. Tonight, his myth becomes your lullaby. Soft ocean waves echo beneath ancient stars, the journey begins. If you love drifting into myths and dreams, let your mind rest here. Subscribe to Dream Lore and fall asleep to the stories whispered by history itself. Each night brings a new legend, waiting to be dreamt. Let's get started. First up we have Under the Eyes of the Gods. The night sky above Mount Olympus stretched endless and deep, a canvas of darkness pierced by thousands of stars that seemed to breathe with their own ancient light. Each constellation told a story. Each flickering point of illumination marked a hero, a monster, a tragedy, or a triumph frozen in the heavens for eternity. The air itself felt thick with something beyond mortal understanding, a weight that pressed gently against the world below, as if the very atmosphere knew it was being watched by powers that had existed since before memory began. On this particular evening, the stillness was profound. The usual storms that gathered around the highest peaks had dissipated, leaving the mountain peaks clean and sharp against the star-scattered darkness. The marble halls and golden temples of the gods stood silent, their columns casting long shadows in the silver moonlight that bathed everything in an ethereal glow. No wind disturbed the olive groves that grew in impossible places along the divine mountain slopes. No sound echoed through the vast courtyards where gods had danced and argued and plotted for countless ages. It was as if all of Olympus itself was holding its breath, waiting for something that had not yet been named. Zeus stood at the edge of his palace, hands clasped behind his back, his powerful frame silhouetted against the night. The king of gods wore no crown this evening, no ceremonial robes or symbols of his authority. He appeared almost mortal in his simplicity, though the power that radiated from him could never be fully concealed. His eyes, dark as storm clouds, looked down upon the world of men spread out far below like a patchwork quilt of fields and forests, cities and seas. Somewhere down there, in that vast tapestry of mortal life, his gaze had found something that held his attention completely. The mortal realm at night was a different place than it appeared under the sun's harsh light. From this divine vantage point, Zeus could see it all. The fishing boats with their small lamps bobbing on dark waters, the torches burning in city streets where merchants still haggled and lovers still met in secret, the campfires of armies on the march, the lonely lights of farmhouses scattered across countryside where families gathered for their evening meals. Each tiny point of light represented lives being lived, stories being written, destinies being shaped by choices both grand and small. The gods had created humanity, but humanity had created something the gods could never fully possess, the knowledge that their time was limited, that each moment was precious because it would not last forever. Zeus had walked among mortals before, of course. He had done so countless times, taking various forms, experiencing their world from within rather than observing it from above. There was something intoxicating about mortality, something the eternal beings of Olympus could never truly understand from their immortal perspective. The way humans loved with such fierce intensity, knowing that death would eventually part them. The way they built and created and strived, racing against time that flowed so differently for them than it did for the gods. The way they could be so fragile yet so resilient, breaking and healing and breaking again. Each scar a story, each triumph hard won against impossible odds. Tonight, his attention was drawn to a particular place, a particular household in the city of Thebes. The city itself was already ancient by mortal standards. Its walls having stood for generations, its people having developed their own rich culture of art and philosophy and warfare. Within those walls lived a woman named Alcmene, and it was she who had captured the king of gods' focus with an intensity that surprised even him. She was not the most beautiful woman in the world. That title belonged to others whose names were spoken in poems and songs. She was not a princess or a sorceress or a warrior. She was simply a mortal woman of noble bearing, married to a good man, living a life of relative peace and comfort. But there was something about her that called to Zeus in ways that transcended mere physical beauty or mortal status. Perhaps it was the strength he sensed in her spirit, a quiet resilience that reminded him of the mountains themselves. enduring through storms and seasons unchanged in their essential nature. Perhaps it was the kindness she showed to those around her, a genuine compassion that was becoming rare even among those who claimed to follow the god's teachings. Perhaps it was simply the way she moved through her life with grace and dignity, neither seeking glory nor shirking from responsibility, content to be exactly who she was without pretense or artifice. Or perhaps, if Zeus was honest with himself in this quiet moment beneath the stars, it was something more selfish than that. Perhaps it was a desire that had driven him to mortal beds before, the need to create something that would bridge the vast gulf between divine and human, to leave a mark upon the mortal world that would endure long after the current age had passed into memory and myth. The gods were eternal, yes, but they were also distant, removed from the passionate struggle of mortal existence. Through their children, born to mortal women, they could touch that world in ways their divine nature otherwise prevented. Behind Zeus, unseen but felt, another presence stirred in the darkness of Olympus. Hera, queen of the gods, stood in the shadows of her own chambers, and she too was looking down at the mortal world, though her gaze was fixed not with desire but with the cold clarity of one who had seen this pattern repeat itself too many times before. Her husband's wandering eye was no secret among the gods, and the consequences of his mortal dalliances had shaped the fates of kingdoms and heroes across the generations. She had learned long ago that preventing these encounters was beyond even her considerable power. Zeus would do as Zeus wished, and no amount of argumentation or anger would change that fundamental truth about the king of God's nature. But that did not mean she had to accept it quietly. That did not mean the mortal women who caught her husband's eye, or the children born of their unions, would escape her notice or her wrath. Hera's resentment was not the hot, explosive anger of a moment. It was something colder and more patient, a slow-burning fury that could wait years or decades for the perfect moment to strike. She did not rage against the sky or throw thunderbolts in fits of jealous fury. Instead, she watched and waited and planned, understanding that the greatest revenges were those that unfolded slowly, that transformed heroes into tragic figures and turned triumphs into sorrows. The stars above seemed to pulse with a rhythm all their own, ancient and eternal, caring nothing for the dramas of gods or mortals that played out beneath their distant light. The fates themselves, those three sisters who spun and measured and cut the threads of every life, worked somewhere beyond even the gods' sight, their fingers moving in patterns that determined destinies before those destinies had even begun. They knew what was coming. They knew that this night, with its profound stillness and watching gods, marked the beginning of a story that would echo through the ages, a tale of strength and sorrow, of monsters defeated and prices paid, of a mortal born with divine blood who would be tested in ways that would break lesser beings. The promise of that future hung in the air like the moment before a storm breaks, when the pressure builds and builds until something must give way. In Thebes below, Alcmen prepared for sleep, unaware that she had been marked by forces beyond her understanding, that her life was about to be changed in ways she could never have imagined. In Olympus above, Zeus made his decision, his jaw set with the determination that had helped him overthrow the Titans and claim dominion over gods and mortals alike. And in the shadows, Hera's lips curved in something that was not quite a smile, already thinking ahead to the consequences that would unfold, already planning the trials that would test this child who had not yet been conceived. The night deepened, the stars wheeled slowly overhead in their eternal dance, and somewhere, in the infinite space between what was and what would be, destiny began to take shape. Invisible threads being woven into a pattern that would define an age. The gods played their games with mortal lives, as they always had and always would. But sometimes, just sometimes, those mortals rose to heights that surprised even their divine parents, proving that there was something in the human spirit that could match even the power of Olympus itself. This would be one of those times. The child who would be born from this night would carry a name that would never be forgotten. Heracles, whom the Romans would later call Hercules, the greatest of all heroes, the bridge between mortal and divine, the man whose labors would become legend and whose suffering would remind the world that strength alone was not enough. that true heroism required something deeper and more difficult than the ability to defeat monsters and complete impossible tasks. But for now, in this suspended moment of possibility, none of that had happened yet. For now, there was only the stillness of Olympus beneath the starlit heavens, Zeus's gaze fixed upon the mortal world below, Hera's quiet resentment stirring in the clouds like a gathering storm, and the promise, unspoken but certain, of a mortal who would be born with divine blood flowing through his veins. The stage was set, the players were taking their positions, and soon, very soon, the story would begin in earnest, unfolding across years and trials and triumphs that would test the very limits of what it meant to be hero, mortal, and something hovering eternally between the two. The olive trees on Olympus's slope swayed gently despite the absence of wind, as if moved by the breath of fate itself. The marble halls gleamed with stored moonlight, their surfaces reflecting the stars above in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, almost meaningful, as if the very architecture of heaven was responding to the momentous events that were about to unfold. The gods in their various chambers and palaces went about their eternal routines, some aware of what was coming, others oblivious, but all of them part of the vast tapestry of divine politics and mortal consequences that had played out since the dawn of creation. In his palace, Zeus turned from his contemplation of the mortal world and walked slowly through halls that had witnessed the birth and death of ages. His footsteps echoed on stone that had never known decay, past tapestries that told stories of creation and war, victory and loss, all the great dramas that had unfolded under his rule. Tomorrow, he would descend to the mortal realm. Tomorrow, he would take the form of Amphitryon, Alcmaeon's husband, and in that guise, he would father a child who would change everything. Tomorrow, the future would begin to take shape, but tonight was for stillness. Tonight was for the calm before the storm. Tonight, the universe itself seemed to pause and take a breath, gathering its strength for what was to come. And high above it all, the stars continued their slow wheeling dance across the darkness, indifferent and eternal, witnesses to all that had been and all that would be. Their light reaching across impossible distances to illuminate the world below with a glow that was cold and pure and utterly without judgment. The legend of Hercules was about to begin, though the man himself did not yet exist. The 12 labors awaited in the uncertain future, challenges that had not yet been conceived, monsters that still slept in their lairs, trials that would push the limits of mortal endurance and divine heritage alike. But before any of that could happen, before the hero could be tested, he first had to be born. And that beginning, like all great beginnings, was marked by this moment of perfect stillness, this pause in the eternal flow of time when possibility hung suspended in the air like morning mist, ready to take shape, ready to become reality, ready to change the world in ways both wonderful and terrible. Under the eyes of the gods, beneath the light of eternal stars, the story was beginning, and nothing, not even the gods themselves, would be able to stop what had been set in motion on this quiet night on Olympus, when Zeus looked down upon the mortal world and saw a future written in divine blood and mortal suffering, a tale of heroism that would echo through the ages, inspiring and cautioning all who heard it, reminding humanity that greatness came always with a price, and that the higher one rose, the farther one had to fall. The birth of a demigod. The night Alcmaeon dreamed of light and shadow was unlike any night she had experienced before. The air in her chamber felt different somehow, charged with an energy she could not name but could feel pressing against her skin like invisible fingers. The oil lamps had been extinguished hours ago, and the room should have been dark, but there was a quality to the darkness that seemed alive, as if the shadows themselves were breathing, watching, waiting for something momentous to unfold. She had fallen asleep beside her husband Amphitryon, or at least the man she believed to be her husband. In the realm of dreams, Alcmaeon found herself standing in a place that was neither her home nor anywhere she recognized. The ground beneath her feet felt solid yet insubstantial, real yet dreamlike in the way that only the landscape of sleep can be. Above her stretched a sky that was simultaneously day and night, light and dark existing together in impossible harmony. The sun blazed with golden fire on one horizon, while the moon hung full and silver on the other. And between them stretched a river of stars that flowed like water across the heavens. In this strange realm between waking and sleeping, Alcmen felt no fear, only a deep sense of wonder that filled her chest and made her breath come slow and steady. She had always been a practical woman, grounded in the realities of mortal life, but there was something in her spirit that understood this moment was beyond the ordinary, that she was standing at the threshold of something that would change not just her life, but the course of history itself. The wind that blew across this dreamscape carried whispers she could almost understand, voices speaking in languages older than civilization, telling stories that had not yet happened but were as certain as the rising sun. A figure approached from the place where light and shadow met, walking with the confidence of someone who belonged in all places and no place, who could move between worlds as easily as mortals walk between rooms in their houses. At first, the figure seemed to be Amphitryon, her beloved husband, and Alcmene's heart warmed at the sight of him. But as he drew closer, she began to notice subtle differences. He walked with a bearing that suggested power beyond mortal measure. His eyes held depths that spoke of ages beyond counting. The air around him seemed to shimmer with barely contained energy, like heat waves rising from sun-baked stone. The figure smiled at her, and in that smile, Alcmene saw compassion and desire mingled with something else, something vast and unknowable that made her feel simultaneously chosen and afraid. He spoke, and his voice was like thunder heard from a great distance. Powerful, but not threatening, carrying the weight of authority that came from ruling over gods and mortals alike. He told her things she would not remember upon waking, prophecies and promises that would settle into her soul like seeds planted in fertile ground, waiting for the proper season to bloom into understanding. When Alcmene woke, the dream faded as all dreams do, slipping through her mental fingers like water, even as she tried to grasp its details. The room was dim with pre-dawn light, that gray hour when night reluctantly surrenders to day. Beside her, Amphitryon slept peacefully, his breathing deep and regular, unaware of the cosmic forces that had moved through his home like wind through wheat. Alcmene placed a hand on her belly, though she could not have said why the gesture felt necessary. Something had changed. She knew it with a certainty that went beyond reason or logic, a knowledge that lived in her bones and blood. The months that followed were unlike any pregnancy Alcmene had experienced before. She had borne children previously, knew the rhythms and trials of carrying life within her body, but this was different in ways both subtle and profound. The child growing inside her seemed to pulse with an energy that was almost tangible, as if his tiny heart beat not just with mortal blood but with something stronger, something that came from realms beyond human understanding. She felt stronger during this pregnancy than she had ever felt, as if the child was sharing his vitality with her, preparing her for the extraordinary nature of what she carried. The household noticed the change in her as well, though none could quite articulate what had shifted. The servants whispered that Lady Alcmene seemed to glow from within, that her presence brought a sense of peace and power to any room she entered. Amphitryon, returned now from his military campaigns, looked at his wife with a mixture of love and awe, sensing that something profound had occurred during his absence but unable to name it. He attributed her radiance to the joy of his homecoming, to the child they would soon welcome into the world, never suspecting that the life growing in her womb was not entirely his own. High above, on Mount Olympus, Hera watched all of this with eyes that missed nothing. The Queen of Gods had her own network of awareness that stretched across the mortal realm like invisible threads, allowing her to observe the consequences of her husband's wandering heart. She had seen this pattern before, watched other mortal women carry children of divine heritage, witnessed the complications and tragedies that inevitably followed when gods mingled too closely with humanity. Each time, she told herself she would let it pass, that her dignity as Queen of the Gods was above such petty vengeance. And each time, the fury that burned in her heart proved stronger than her restraint. But Hera was patient. She did not strike immediately, did not send plagues or disasters to afflict Alcmene during her pregnancy. Such crude methods were beneath her, and besides, they might harm the child, and Hera's fury was not directed at unborn infants, but at what they represented. Her husband's betrayal, his endless appetite for mortal companions, his inability to remain faithful to his divine wife. No, she would wait. She would let the child be born. She would let Alcmain and her household celebrate the arrival of this impossibly strong infant. And then, when they least expected it, when their guard was down and they believed themselves safe, she would strike with the precision and cruelty that only an immortal could sustain. The night of the birth arrived with signs that those who knew how to read such omens found deeply troubling. The sky was cloudless, yet thunder rumbled in the distance like the drums of war. Animals grew restless, dogs howling at nothing visible, birds taking flight in great flocks despite the darkness. The midwives who attended Alcmain exchanged worried glances but said nothing, focusing instead on their practical duties. Pah, helping guide this new life into the world with practiced hands and murmured encouragements. The labor was long but not unusually difficult. Alcmain bore the pain with the same quiet strength she had brought to every challenge in her life, breathing through the contractions, focusing on the task at hand with single-minded determination. The women around her spoke in low, soothing voices, offering water and cool cloths, holding her hands during the worst moment, celebrating each small milestone as the birth progressed through its natural stages. Amphitryon paced in another room, as was customary for men of his time, anxious and eager in equal measure, waiting for word that his child had arrived safely. And then, as dawn began to paint the eastern sky with shades of pink and gold, the child was born. The midwives gasped, not at any deformity or strangeness in the infant's appearance, for he looked entirely normal, perfectly formed, and beautiful in the way all newborns are beautiful. They gasped because of the way he moved, the strength evident even in his first moments of life. Where other infants emerged weak and helpless, dependent entirely on adult care for their survival, this child gripped the midwife's finger with a force that startled her. When he cried, his voice was strong and clear, filling the room with sound that seemed to resonate in the chest rather than just the ears. Alcmain took her son in her arms and looked into his eyes, those infant eyes that could not yet focus properly but which seemed nonetheless to look at her with an awareness beyond his moments of age. She felt a surge of love so powerful it nearly overwhelmed her, that fierce protective instinct that mothers have felt since the dawn of humanity, the certainty that she would do anything, endure anything to keep this child safe. She named him Alcides at first, though the name would change later after the prophecies and trials had begun, after it became clear that this was no ordinary child, but someone marked by destiny for greatness and suffering in equal measure. The household celebrated as all households do when a healthy child is born. There was feasting and gift-giving, visitors coming to offer their congratulations and blessings. The infant was passed from hand to hand, each person marveling at his vigor and beauty, though none yet suspected the divine blood that flowed through his veins. Amphitryon held his son with pride, seeing in the child's strong grip and clear eyes the promise of a great warrior, perhaps a prince or general who would bring honor to their family name. He made offerings to the gods in gratitude, never knowing that one of those gods was the child's true father. For several weeks, life continued in this peaceful manner. The child thrived as few infants did, growing stronger with each passing day, his appetite prodigious, his sleep troubled only occasionally by dreams that made him cry out in a voice too powerful for one so small. Alcmain learned to nurse him while sitting rather than lying down, as he would kick with enough force to knock the breath from her lungs. The servants learned to secure the cradle properly, as the child's movements could rocket dangerously close to tipping, but these were seen as signs of health and vigor, not causes for alarm. A strong child would grow into a strong man, and in an age of constant warfare and danger, strength was valued above almost all other qualities. But on Olympus, Hera's patience was wearing thin. She had watched the birth, observed the celebrations, seen the way the mortals fawned over this child who represented her husband's infidelity made flesh. The time had come to remind Zeus and the mortal world that the Queen of Gods was not to be so casually dismissed, that there were consequences for divine dalliances, that her power, while different from her husband's thunderbolts and storms, was no less formidable or deadly. She sent 2 serpents, creatures of nightmare given physical form, slithering through the darkness toward the home where Alcides slept. They were massive specimens, each as thick around as a man's arm, their scales gleaming like dark jewels in the starlight. Their eyes glowed with a malevolence that was not natural, for these were not ordinary snakes but instruments of divine wrath, filled with venom that could kill a grown man within minutes and driven by a hatred that transcended their reptilian nature. They moved with purpose and intelligence beyond their species, drawn to the infant like iron to a lodestone, seeking to end this threat to Hera's dignity before it could grow into the hero that prophecy promised. The household slept. Even the guards who should have been watching dozed at their posts, overcome by a supernatural drowsiness that Hera had sent before her serpentine assassins. The snakes entered through gaps that should have been too small for their bulk, sliding between cracks in walls, flowing like liquid shadow through the darkened rooms until they reached the chamber where the infant slept. His cradle was simple but sturdy, placed near enough to his parents' bed that Altmain could hear if he cried during the night, far enough that his movements would not disturb their rest. The serpents rose up on either side of the cradle, their heads swaying hypnotically, tongues flicking out to taste the air, sensing the warm blood and divine heritage of their target. They moved slowly, savoring the moment, certain of their victory. What could an infant do, even one with divine blood, against such perfect killers? They coiled their muscular bodies, preparing to strike simultaneously, intending to inject enough venom to kill a dozen men, ensuring that this threat to their mistress's peace would be ended before it could truly begin. But as they struck, something extraordinary happened. The infant's eyes snapped open, and instead of crying out in fear as any normal child would, Alcides reached up with both tiny hands and caught the serpents just behind their heads. His grip was impossibly strong, his infant fingers pressing into the scales with a force that made the creatures writhe and hiss in pain and surprise. They tried to coil around his arms, to squeeze and constrict and suffocate, but the child held firm, his face showing not fear but concentration, as if he was solving a puzzle rather than fighting for his life. The struggle lasted only moments, though to any observer it would have seemed to stretch on forever, a tableau frozen in time, the infant in his cradle, the massive serpents writhing in his grasp, the supernatural strength evident in every line of the child's small body. Alcides squeezed harder, his hands moving almost instinctively, and the serpent's struggles grew weaker. Their hisses turned to gasps, their thrashing became twitches, and finally they went limp, dead from the crushing pressure applied by hands that should have been capable of nothing more than grasping fingers or rattles. It was the sound of the serpents hitting the floor that woke Alcmain. She opened her eyes to see her infant son sitting up in his cradle, something dark and long dangling from each small fist. For a moment, her mind could not process what she was seeing. Then the moonlight shifted and she saw the serpents clearly, saw their size and the venom still dripping from their fangs, saw the way they hung lifeless from her child's hands like trophies of war. Her scream brought Amphitryon running, brought servants with torches, brought confusion and terror and amazement in equal measure. They stood in a circle around the cradle, staring at the impossible scene before them. The infant, calm and content now that the danger had passed, still holding the dead serpents, looking at the adults around him as if wondering what all the fuss was about. The serpents were examined and found to be specimens of extraordinary size and lethality, their venom sacs full, their fangs sharp and deadly. No grown warrior would have wanted to face one of them in combat, let alone two simultaneously, let alone an infant who had lived only a few weeks. The household was in an uproar. Some claimed it was a miracle from the gods, a sign that the child was blessed and protected by divine favor. Others whispered that it was unnatural, that no mortal child could possess such strength, that there was something different about Alcides that went beyond normal human variance. Amphitryon looked at his wife with questions in his eyes, questions she could not fully answer because she herself did not fully understand what had happened that night when Zeus had visited her in disguise. She knew only that her son was special, marked by destiny, and that this was only the beginning of a story that would unfold across years and trials yet to come. In the days that followed, a seer was called to examine the child and interpret the meaning of the serpent attack. The old man came with his sacred objects and his connection to the divine, performing rituals that allowed him to glimpse the patterns of fate that swirled around the infant like invisible currents. What he saw filled him with awe and sorrow in equal measure. He spoke of labors yet to come, of monsters to be defeated and trials to be endured, of a life that would be marked by both glory and suffering. He spoke of divine heritage, confirming what Alcmaeon had suspected but never voiced, that this child was the son of Zeus himself, born to a mortal woman but carrying godhood in his blood. The name was changed then from Alcides to Heracles, meaning glory of Hera, a name chosen in hopes of appeasing the queen of gods, of acknowledging her power and perhaps earning her mercy. It was a futile gesture as events would prove, but it came from a place of desperate hope. A belief that surely even the greatest enmity could be softened by proper respect and recognition. The name would later be Latinized to Hercules, and it would become known across the world, spoken wherever stories were told and heroes were honored. But in that moment, in the aftermath of the serpent attack, Heracles was simply an infant who had survived an assassination attempt through impossible strength. Alcmaeon held him close, feeling his tiny heart beat strong and steady against her chest, wondering what future awaited this child who had already proven himself extraordinary. She looked into his eyes and saw innocence there, the pure, untainted nature of a newborn who knew nothing of gods or labors or the complicated legacy of divine parentage. She vowed in that moment to give him as much peace and normalcy as she could, for as long as she could, knowing even as she made that promise that forces beyond her control were already shaping his destiny. The night deepened around them, the household slowly settling back into uneasy sleep, guards stationed now with strict orders to remain alert. The dead serpents were burned in a fire that produced strange colored flames, as if even in death they retained some of the supernatural nature Hera had imbued them with. The smoke rose into the night sky, carrying with it the scent of burnt scales and venom, a signal to the gods above that their games with mortal lives had consequences, that even their perfect assassins could be defeated by the very targets they were sent to destroy. And so Heracles survived his first trial, passing a test he had not known he was taking, proving even in infancy that he carried within him a strength that went beyond the merely physical. It was a strength of will, of spirit, of something fundamental and unbreakable that would sustain him through all the trials yet to come. The boy who had strangled serpents in his cradle would grow into the man who would face monsters and gods, who would descend into the underworld and return, who would hold up the sky itself and bear burdens that would crush lesser beings. But all of that lay in the future, a story yet to be written. For now, there was only this: a mother holding her child, grateful beyond words that he had survived, afraid of what tomorrow might bring, and proud in a way that went beyond ordinary parental pride. Her son was special, her son was chosen, and whatever challenges awaited him, she would face them at his side for as long as she drew breath, giving him all the love and support that mortal care could provide, even knowing it might not be enough to protect him from the destiny that had been woven into his very being from the moment of his conception, the curse of madness. The years passed as they always do, measured in seasons and harvests, in the growth of children and the aging of parents, in the slow accumulation of days that transform infants into boys and boys into men. Heracles grew, and his growth was remarkable even by the standards of those who knew his divine heritage. He stood taller than his peers by the time he reached adolescence, his shoulders broader, his muscles more defined, his presence commanding attention whenever he entered a room. But it was not merely his physical development that marked him as extraordinary. There was a quality to him that went beyond size or strength, a nobility of spirit that showed itself in unexpected moments of kindness and courage. He trained as all young men of his station trained, learning the arts of war and combat that would serve him throughout his life. With the spear, he had no equal among his age mates. The bow bent easily in his hands, and his arrows flew true to their targets with consistency that impressed even the most experienced archers. He wrestled with older, more seasoned fighters and pinned them to the ground with techniques that seemed to come to him instinctively, as if his body remembered skills his mind had never formally learned. His instructors marveled at his natural aptitude, attributing it to good breeding and dedication, never fully understanding that they were teaching a demigod, a being who stood between mortal and divine with capabilities that transcended normal human potential. But Heracles was more than just a warrior in training. He showed gentleness with animals, patience with younger children, respect for his elders, and a sense of justice that sometimes got him into trouble when he witnessed unfairness or cruelty. He could not stand by when the strong oppressed the weak, when the wealthy took advantage of the poor, when bullies targeted those who could not defend themselves. More than once, he intervened in situations where a more prudent person would have looked away, using his considerable strength to right wrongs and protect the vulnerable. His mother watched these displays of heroism with pride mingled with fear, knowing that such conspicuous goodness would draw attention, and attention could be dangerous for one marked by the gods. He married young, as was the custom of his time, to a woman named Megara, daughter of a king, beautiful and intelligent, and worthy of the extraordinary man she had chosen. Their union was celebrated with feasting and gifts, blessings from the community, and offerings to the gods. Together, they built a home, a sanctuary of domestic peace where Heracles could retreat from the demands of his training and reputation. Children came, as children do, filling their house with laughter and noise and the particular chaos that small humans bring into any orderly space. Heracles proved to be a devoted father, patient with his sons' endless questions, gentle when they climbed on his massive frame as if he were a mountain to be conquered, stern only when necessary to teach them the difference between right and wrong. For a time, perhaps the happiest time of his entire life, Heracles lived as an ordinary man might live. He woke with the sun, worked through the day training or serving in his role as a protector of the city, returned home to his family in the evening, ate dinner, surrounded by the people he loved most, told stories to his children before they slept, and held his wife in the darkness, grateful for the normalcy and peace that had been granted to him. He knew his heritage, understood that he was the son of Zeus, but in these quiet years, that knowledge seemed distant and unimportant. What mattered was the here and now, the daily work of being a good husband and father. A reliable member of his community, a man of honor living a life of purpose and meaning. But high above, on Mount Olympus, Hera had not forgotten. The queen of gods never forgot a slight, never released a grudge, never forgave the mortal women who caught her husband's eye or the children born of those unions. She had waited patiently through Heracles' childhood, watching him grow, observing his happiness with the cold calculation of someone planning the perfect revenge. The serpents in the cradle had been merely an opening move, a test of his nature and a warning of her displeasure. Now, with Heracles established in a life of contentment and domestic bliss, surrounded by love and security, Hera decided the time had come to deliver a blow from which he would never fully recover. The evening began like any other. The sun descended toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that seemed almost too beautiful to be real. Heracles returned from his day's obligations, dusty and tired, but satisfied with his work. His children ran to greet him as they always did, small bodies colliding with his legs, voices calling out in excitement to tell him about their adventures and discoveries. Megara smiled from the doorway, her hand resting on her pregnant belly, carrying their next child, a symbol of their future together. The air smelled of cooking food, that particular scent of home that travelers remember when they are far away, that comfort that speaks to something primal in the human soul about safety and belonging. Heracles lifted his sons into his arms, one on each hip despite their growing size, carrying them inside while they chattered away about nothing and everything, the way children do when they feel completely secure in their parents' love. He set them down gently, ruffled their hair with affection, and moved to embrace his wife, kissing her forehead with the tenderness of a man who understood how fortunate he was. Everything was perfect. Everything was exactly as it should be. The future stretched before them full of promise and potential, a life that would unfold in the blessed, ordinary way that most people hope for but few fully achieve. And then, like a storm appearing from a clear sky, like darkness falling in the middle of day, Hera's curse descended upon him. It came not as a physical presence, but as a whisper in his mind, a voice that was not his own, but which spoke with an authority he could not question or resist. The curse was subtle in its arrival, beginning as a slight pressure behind his eyes, a warmth that spread through his skull like wine through water, mixing and diluting his thoughts, until he could no longer distinguish between what was real and what was imagined. The room around him began to change, reality shifting and warping like heated glass. The warm firelight became the harsh glare of battle. The walls of his home transformed into the stone ramparts of an enemy fortress. His children's laughter warped into the battle cries of warriors coming to kill him. And his wife, his beloved Megara, standing before him with concern in her eyes, asking if he was well, became in his cursed vision an enemy commander, reaching for a weapon, threatening everything he held dear. Heracles tried to speak, tried to explain that something was wrong, that he was seeing things that could not possibly be real, but the words would not come. His throat felt tight, his tongue heavy and useless. The pressure in his head increased, becoming a roaring that drowned out all other sound. He staggered backward, knocking over furniture, his massive frame suddenly clumsy and uncoordinated. His family watched in confusion and growing alarm, not understanding what was happening, seeing only that their strong, capable husband and father was behaving strangely, dangerously. The curse deepened, tightening its grip on Heracles' mind like a fist closing around his consciousness. The visions became more vivid, more convincing, until there was no reality left that he could access or trust. In his eyes, he was no longer in his home but on a battlefield, surrounded by enemies who wanted to destroy him and everything he loved. His warrior's instincts, so carefully honed over years of training, took over. He reached for his weapons, hands moving with practiced efficiency to grasp his sword, his club, anything that could be used to defend himself against the threats he perceived all around him. What happened next would haunt Heracles for the rest of his life, a trauma so profound that it would shape every decision he made, every action he took, every moment of suffering he would willingly endure in the years to come. In his madness, seeing enemies where there was only family, perceiving threats where there was only love, he fought with all the terrible strength that his divine heritage had granted him. His family, confused and frightened, tried to calm him, tried to reach through the madness to the man they knew and loved. But their approaches were interpreted as attacks, their voices as battle cries, their reaching hands as weapons being raised against him. The massacre was brief but absolute. Heracles moved through his home like a force of nature, unstoppable and merciless, destroying everything in his path. His children fell first, their small bodies no match for his God-granted strength, their cries of confusion and pain cutting through the air like knives. Megara, pregnant and desperate, tried to shield the youngest, tried to position her own body between her husband's madness and her children's vulnerability. But there was no stopping him, no reaching the man buried beneath Hera's curse, no mercy available from one who could not see what he was truly doing. When the madness finally lifted, when Hera's curse released its grip and reality reasserted itself, with brutal, devastating clarity, Heracles found himself standing in ruins. His home was destroyed, furniture overturned and broken, walls splashed with blood that gleamed wet in the firelight. And on the floor, arranged in a tableau of horror that would visit his dreams for the rest of his days, lay his family. His sons, his beautiful boys who had climbed on him like he was a mountain, who had laughed at his stories and tried to copy his strength, lay still and broken, their small faces frozen in expressions of fear and confusion. And Megara, his wife, his love, the mother of his children and the carrier of his unborn son or daughter, lay among them, her hand stretched out as if even in death she had been trying to reach him, to bring him back to himself. The sound that came from Heracles in that moment was not quite human. It was a roar of anguish and grief and horror that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house, a cry that carried all the weight of what had been lost, of innocence destroyed and happiness shattered beyond any possibility of repair. He fell to his knees among the bodies, his hands reaching out to touch them, to hold them, to somehow undo what had been done, but they were cold already. Growing colder, the warmth of life fled and irretrievable. His mind struggled to process what he was seeing, to reconcile the evidence before his eyes with any understanding of how this could have happened. The last thing he remembered clearly was arriving home, being greeted by his family, feeling that perfect contentment of a man who had everything he needed in life, and now they were gone, killed by his own hands, destroyed by the very strength that should have protected them. The logical part of his brain, the part that still functioned despite the overwhelming grief, knew that this must have been divine interference, that no man fell into such madness spontaneously, that this had the mark of godly vengeance written across every terrible moment. Hera, he thought. This was Hera's doing. The Queen of Gods had finally delivered her revenge, and she had chosen the cruelest method possible. She had not struck at him directly, had not killed him or cursed him with physical suffering. Instead, she had turned him into the instrument of his own family's destruction, had made him the monster, had ensured that he would live with the knowledge of what he had done for the rest of his days. It was a masterpiece of divine cruelty, a vengeance so perfect and terrible that even other gods would whisper about it in the halls of Olympus, acknowledging the queen's dark brilliance even as they recoiled from the horror of it. Neighbors, drawn by the sounds of violence and that final inhuman cry of grief, began to arrive. They stood in the doorway, torches in hand, and stared at the scene before them with expressions of shock and disbelief. Heracles, the hero, the protector, the man everyone admired and respected, kneeling among the bodies of his slaughtered family, covered in their blood, his face a mask of such profound suffering that looking at him felt like witnessing something too private and terrible for human eyes. Some of them wept, some turned away, unable to bear the sight, some whispered prayers to gods who seemed suddenly distant and uncaring, appealing for understanding or mercy or some explanation for how such a thing could happen in a world they thought they understood. Heracles did not resist when they moved to restrain him. He allowed himself to be pulled away from his family's bodies, his movements mechanical and lifeless, as if the essential part of him, the spark that made him who he was, had fled or died along with his wife and children. They bound his hands, more out of protocol than any real belief that the ropes would hold him if he chose to break free, but he showed no inclination toward violence now. The warrior who had moved through his home with such deadly efficiency was gone, replaced by a broken man who seemed to have aged decades in a single evening, his eyes hollow with grief, his powerful frame slumped with a weight that had nothing to do with physical burden. The days that followed were a blur of grief and ceremony. His family was prepared for burial according to the customs of their people, their bodies washed and wrapped, coins placed on their eyes to pay the ferrymen who would carry them across the river Styx into the underworld. The funeral was attended by many, for Heracles had been well loved and his family's tragedy had shocked the entire community. But there were also whispers, speculation about what had really happened, questions about how a man known for his control and honor could have done such a thing. Some defended him, insisting that divine madness must have been involved, that Heracles would never have harmed his family in his right mind. Others were less charitable, suggesting that the rumors of divine heritage were exaggerations, that perhaps he had always carried this violence within him and it had simply taken time to manifest. Heracles heard none of it. He existed in a state beyond grief, beyond horror, in a place where emotions were so overwhelming they canceled each other out, leaving only a vast numbness punctuated by moments of such acute pain that he thought he might die from it. He wished he would die from it. Death seemed like a mercy compared to living with the knowledge of what he had done, with the memories of his children's faces, with the ghost of his wife's touch, with the understanding that his divine strength, that gift from his father Zeus, had become the instrument of his family's destruction. When the funeral rites were complete and his family had been laid to rest in the earth that would hold them until the world itself ended, Heracles found himself standing alone, faced with a question that had no good answer. What does a man do when he has destroyed everything he loved? How does he continue to exist in a world where his own hands have committed the unforgivable? Some suggested exile, that he leave Thebes and never return, carrying his shame to some distant land where no one knew his name or story. Others, perhaps more kind, suggested that he take his own life, that only in death could he find peace and perhaps reunion with those he had killed. But there was another option, one that came to him not as a voice but as a certainty that settled into his bones like cold water: redemption. If such a thing was even possible, if someone who had done what he had done could ever be cleansed of that guilt, it would require more than exile or death. It would require service, sacrifice, a willingness to suffer in ways that might, just might, begin to balance the cosmic scales that his actions had tipped so violently toward darkness and tragedy. The gods had done this to him, or more specifically, One god had done this to him, but perhaps through the gods, through service to them, he could find some path forward that did not end in despair and suicide. The decision made, Heracles began to prepare for a journey. He would travel to the oracle at Delphi, that sacred place where the will of the gods was made known to mortals through the prophetic voice of the priestess who served Apollo. There he would ask what he must do to atone for his crimes, what service or sacrifice could possibly balance the weight of innocent blood on his hands. He had no illusions that redemption would come easily or quickly. He suspected, with the weary knowledge of one who had already lost everything, that the price would be high, the trials difficult, the suffering prolonged. But he welcomed that suffering. He craved it, in fact, as the only thing that might provide some relief from the torture of living with what he had done. As he gathered his few possessions and prepared to leave the only home he had ever known, Heracles took one last look at the place where his family had died. The blood had been cleaned from the walls and floor, but he could still see it, would always see it whenever he closed his eyes. The furniture had been set upright, but the room would never feel whole again. The silence was absolute, where once there had been laughter and voices and the particular music of a happy home. He stood in that silence for a long moment, committing it to memory, using it as fuel for what was to come. This was what he had lost. This was what could never be recovered or replaced. This was the wound that would drive him forward through whatever trials the gods demanded. And so Heracles left, walking away from his old life toward whatever future awaited him, carrying with him the unbearable weight of guilt and grief and the fragile, desperate hope that perhaps, somehow, through suffering and service, a man who had committed the unforgivable might find, if not forgiveness, then at least a reason to continue drawing breath in a world that had become almost unbearably painful to inhabit. Behind him, the sun set over Thebes, and ahead of him, the road stretched long and uncertain, leading towards Delphi and the oracle's prophecy, toward 12 labors that would test every aspect of his being, toward a future written in divine blood and mortal suffering, toward a legend that would echo through the ages as both inspiration and warning about the terrible cost of being caught between mortal and divine, between human weakness and godly power, between love and the cruel machinations of immortals who played games with human lives and felt no remorse for the casualties of their divine conflicts. The Oracle of Delphi. The road to Delphi wound through mountains that seemed to touch the sky itself, ancient peaks that had witnessed the birth and death of civilizations, that had stood unmoved while empires rose and fell in the valleys below. Heracles walked this road in silence, his footsteps steady but heavy, each mile a meditation on loss and guilt, each bend in the path revealing new vistas of natural beauty that he barely registered. The world continued in its cycles of life and growth. Birds sang in the trees, flowers bloomed along the roadside, streams gurgled over smooth stones worn by centuries of flowing water. But to Heracles, it all seemed distant and muted, as if he were experiencing reality through a thick veil that separated him from the living world. And other travelers on the road gave him a wide berth. There was something in his bearing, in the set of his shoulders and the emptiness of his eyes, that warned them away from casual conversation or companionship. He looked like a man who carried a burden visible only to himself, a weight that pressed down on him with such force that even his legendary strength struggled beneath it. Some recognized him from his reputation, whispered his name to their companions, pointed out the massive frame and the weapons he carried with such casual familiarity. But even those who might have approached seeking his favor or protection sensed that this was not the time, that Heracles was engaged in a journey that went far deeper than merely traveling from one place to another. The nights on the road were the worst. During the day, the physical act of walking, of putting one foot in front of the other, of navigating the terrain and managing the basic necessities of survival, provided at least some distraction from the memories that haunted him. But at night, when he made camp in whatever sheltered spot he could find, when the fire burned low and the darkness pressed in from all sides, there was nothing to keep the ghosts at bay. He saw his children's faces in the flames, heard his wife's voice in the wind, felt phantom touches that were not there, but which his grief-stricken mind conjured with such vivid detail that they might as well have been real. Sleep, when it came at all, brought no rest. His dreams were filled with the events of that terrible evening, replayed over and over with minor variations, but always ending the same way. With blood and silence and the awful moment of clarity when the madness lifted and he saw what his hands had done. Sometimes in the dreams he fought harder against the curse, managed to resist for a few moments longer, created just enough delay that someone could intervene and stop him. But these hope-filled variations made waking even more cruel, as he remembered anew that there had been no resistance, no intervention, no miraculous salvation. There had been only the curse and the massacre and the aftermath that would define the rest of his existence. He passed through small villages where people offered him food and shelter, simple kindnesses extended to a traveler on the road. He accepted their generosity with minimal conversation, eating mechanically, sleeping fitfully in their guest quarters and departing before dawn to continue his journey. Some of the villagers tried to engage him in conversation, curious about where he was headed or what had brought such obvious sorrow to his features. But Heracles deflected these inquiries with practiced brevity, unwilling or unable to speak of what had happened, knowing that words could never adequately convey the magnitude of his loss or the depth of his guilt. The landscape changed as he traveled, from the familiar territories around Thebes to regions he had never visited before. The mountains grew steeper, their peaks often shrouded in clouds that seemed to hang suspended between earth and heaven. The air grew thinner, colder, carrying scents of pine and snow, even in seasons when the valleys below remained warm and green. Eagles circled overhead, their cries echoing off the rock faces, their presence a reminder that this was a place where mortals and gods existed in closer proximity than in the lowlands, where the divine felt more present and accessible, where prayers might be heard more clearly by the immortals who controlled human fate. As he climbed higher into the mountains, Heracles began to encounter other pilgrims, men and women traveling to Delphi seeking guidance from the oracle for their own reasons. Some sought advice on marriages or business ventures, others hoped for prophecies about harvests or military campaigns. Still others came with questions about deceased loved ones or the proper way to honor the gods. They traveled in groups mostly, finding safety and companionship in numbers, sharing stories around evening campfires about why they had undertaken this pilgrimage and what they hoped to learn from Apollo's priestess. Heracles kept his distance from these groups, preferring solitude to the forced cheerfulness of shared travel. But occasionally, when paths converged at narrow points or when camps were established in the limited flat spaces suitable for resting, he would overhear their conversations. He listened to their problems, their concerns about crops and children and disputes with neighbors, and felt a strange disconnect between their worries and his own. They dealt with the ordinary difficulties of mortal existence, the kind of troubles that could be solved with good advice or changed circumstances. His burden was of an entirely different magnitude, a problem that could not be fixed by any conventional means, a wound that might never fully heal no matter how many years passed or how many labors he completed. The final approach to Delphi was marked by a change in the very quality of the air. There was a thickness to it, a sense of presence that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up and his skin prickle with awareness of something beyond normal human perception. The path narrowed, winding between rock formations that seemed almost deliberately arranged, as if giants had placed them to create a processional way leading to the sacred site. Other pilgrims moved more slowly here, their voices dropping to whispers, their postures becoming more respectful as they felt the weight of divine proximity pressing down on them. The sanctuary of Delphi, when it finally came into view, was unlike anything Heracles had imagined despite all the stories he had heard. It was not a single building, but a complex of structures built into the mountainside itself. Temples and treasuries and monuments erected over centuries by different city-states seeking to honor Apollo and curry favor with the god of prophecy. The buildings gleamed in the afternoon sun, their marble columns white against the gray stone of the mountain, their bronze decorations catching the light and throwing it back in dazzling flashes that seemed almost deliberately designed to overwhelm the senses. At the heart of the complex stood the Temple of Apollo, larger and more magnificent than all the other structures, its entrance guarded by massive columns that seemed to support not just a roof, but the very concept of divine order itself. Smoke rose from altars where pilgrims made their offerings, the scent of burning sacrifices mixing with incense to create a smell that was both pleasant and overwhelming. A mixture of the earthly and the divine that seemed appropriate for a place where mortals came to communicate with immortal powers. Heracles joined the line of supplicants waiting for their turn to consult the oracle. The process was carefully controlled by priests who managed the flow of pilgrims, ensuring that proper protocols were followed and appropriate offerings were made before anyone was allowed into the inner sanctum where the Pythia, Apollo's priestess, delivered her prophecies. The wait was long, stretching through the afternoon and into early evening as each pilgrim took their turn, emerged with whatever guidance they had received, and made way for the next in line. During this wait, Heracles had time to observe the other pilgrims and the reactions they displayed upon leaving the oracle's presence. Some emerged with expressions of joy or relief, their questions apparently answered in satisfactory ways. Others looked confused or troubled, as if the oracle's words had been ambiguous or difficult to interpret. A few came out weeping. Whether from happiness or sorrow was impossible to determine. The oracle, it seemed, told each person what they needed to hear, though whether that aligned with what they wanted to hear was another matter entirely. When Heracles' turn finally came, when the priest beckoned him forward and led him through the outer chambers of the temple toward the inner sanctum, he felt a curious calm settle over him. After days of turmoil and sleepless nights, after miles of walking, weighted down by grief and guilt, he had reached the point where his future would be determined. Whatever the oracle told him, whatever price the gods demanded for his crimes, he would accept without question or complaint. He had nothing left to bargain with, no leverage to negotiate better terms. He could only submit to divine will and hope that somewhere, in the suffering that surely awaited him, he might find some measure of peace or purpose. The inner chamber of the temple was dimly lit by oil lamps that cast flickering shadows on walls adorned with offerings from previous supplicants. Weapons and jewelry, artwork and written prayers, all the physical manifestations of human hope and fear accumulated over generations. The air was thick with incense smoke that seemed to have a life of its own, swirling in patterns that had nothing to do with any breeze or draft. At the center of the chamber, positioned over a fissure in the rock from which vapors rose in lazy spirals, sat the Pythia on her sacred tripod. The priestess was an older woman, her face weathered by years of service to Apollo, her eyes distant as if she looked at things beyond the physical world. She sat perfectly still, breathing the vapors that rose from the earth, entering the trance state that allowed her to channel the god's will and speak prophecies that would shape the futures of those who consulted her. Around her, priests stood ready to interpret her words, for the Pythia often spoke in riddles or unclear phrases that required careful analysis to understand fully. Heracles approached and knelt before her, his massive frame folding into a posture of supplication that came naturally despite his legendary strength. He was, in this moment, not a hero or a demigod, but simply a man seeking guidance from powers greater than himself, hoping for some path forward through the darkness that had engulfed his life. The priest prompted him to state his question, to articulate clearly what he sought from the oracle so that Apollo might provide appropriate guidance. His voice, when he spoke, was rough from disuse and emotion. He explained what had happened, sparing no detail of his crimes, accepting full responsibility, even as he acknowledged that divine madness had been the immediate cause. He described the loss of his family, the blood on his hands, the unbearable weight of guilt that made each breath feel like a burden. And then he asked the question that had driven him across mountains and through sleepless nights to this sacred place. What must he do to atone for what he had done? What service or sacrifice could possibly balance scales so heavily weighted toward tragedy and loss? The Pythia's eyes, which had been closed or unfocused during his recitation, suddenly snapped open and fixed on him with an intensity that made him feel as if she were looking not at his physical form, but at his soul itself, reading every thought and feeling, weighing every action of his life in some divine balance. Her mouth opened, and when she spoke, her voice was not entirely her own, but seemed to carry harmonics and undertones that suggested Apollo himself was speaking through her mortal vessel. The words came slowly at first, each syllable carefully articulated as if the message was being translated from some language beyond human understanding into Greek that mortals could comprehend. The priest leaned forward, listening intently, ready to interpret and clarify any obscure phrasing. But what the Pythia said was remarkably clear, lacking the usual ambiguity that made many oracle consultations difficult to understand. She spoke of 12 labors, tasks that would test every aspect of his being, his physical strength, his mental fortitude, his moral character, his willingness to persevere in the face of seemingly impossible challenges. These labors would be assigned by King Eurystheus of Tyrants, a man of lesser character but one chosen by the gods for this purpose. Someone who would take particular pleasure in devising difficult and dangerous tasks for the hero who had once overshadowed him in reputation and accomplishments. Heracles would serve this man for 12 years, completing whatever tasks were assigned without question or complaint, submitting his legendary strength and courage to the will of someone he would normally consider beneath his notice. The oracle continued, her voice gaining strength and certainty as Apollo's message flowed through her. She spoke of monsters that would need to be defeated, of impossible objects that would need to be retrieved, of journeys to places no mortal had gone and returned from alive. She warned that these labors would take him to the edges of the known world and beyond, that he would face challenges that would test not just his body but his soul. That success would require him to become more than he currently was, to evolve beyond the limitations of his grief and guilt into something approaching the heroic ideal that his divine heritage suggested was possible. But she also offered hope, the first glimpse of light in the darkness that had consumed him since that terrible evening in Thebes. She promised that if he completed these 12 labors faithfully, if he submitted to Eurystheus without pride or rebellion, if he faced each challenge with courage and honor, then his crimes would be cleansed. The blood guilt that stained his hands and soul would be washed away. He would not forget what he had done. That wound would remain with him always, but he would be purified of the divine curse, freed from the supernatural taint that made him unfit for society, restored to a state where he could once again function as a hero and protector rather than a murderer haunted by ghosts of his own making. There was more. Prophecies about what would come after the labors, hints about his eventual fate and the legacy he would leave behind. But Heracles barely heard these additional details. His mind was fixed on the immediate future, on the 12 labors and the 12 years of service that would define his existence. It was a harsh sentence, longer and more difficult than he had dared to hope for in his darkest moments when he thought perhaps death was the only answer. But it was also merciful, offering a path forward where none had seemed to exist, providing structure and purpose to a life that had been shattered beyond recognition. When the Pythia finished speaking and fell silent, returning to her trance state as Apollo's presence withdrew from her mortal form, Heracles remained kneeling for a long moment. The priests began to discuss the prophecy among themselves, clarifying certain points and debating the best interpretation of ambiguous phrases. But for Heracles, everything was crystal clear. He knew what he had to do, he knew where he had to go, and most importantly, he knew that there was a possibility, however slim, of redemption for someone who had committed the unforgivable. He rose to his feet, thanked the priests and the oracle with a formality that barely concealed the turbulent emotions churning beneath his calm exterior, and made his way out of the temple. The evening air outside felt clean and cool after the incense-thick atmosphere of the inner chamber. Other pilgrims waited their turns, but he barely saw them. His mind already turning toward tyrants and the king who would assign his labors, toward the future that would be filled with monsters and challenges and suffering that he would welcome as the price of his crimes. As he began the descent from Delphi, the sun setting behind the mountains in a display of colors that painted the sky in shades of gold and purple, Heracles felt something he had not experienced since the curse had destroyed his life: purpose. The grief remained, the guilt was still crushing, the memories still haunted every quiet moment. But now there was a path forward, a way to channel all that suffering into something productive, a mission that would give meaning to his continued existence even when that existence felt unbearable. 12 labors, 12 years, 12 chances to prove that even someone who had fallen as far as he had fallen could rise again, could transform suffering into service, could turn the worst moment of his life into the catalyst for becoming something greater than he had been before. The road ahead would be long and difficult, filled with dangers and challenges that would test him in ways he could not yet imagine. But Heracles had never shied from difficulty, and now he had a reason to face those challenges beyond mere survival or glory. He had redemption to pursue, atonement to seek, a family's memory to honor through deeds that might, just might, balance the cosmic scales that his cursed actions had tipped so violently toward tragedy. The journey to Tiryns would take days, but for the first time since the curse, Heracles walked with something approaching determination rather than just mechanical motion. The oracle had spoken, Apollo had given him a path, and though that path would lead through darkness and danger, through trials that would push him to the absolute limits of his capabilities, it was still a path, still a direction, still hope wrapped in the harsh clothing of divine judgment and demanded service. Behind him, Delphi's sacred buildings glowed in the last light of day, the temple of Apollo standing as a beacon of divine will made manifest in the mortal realm. The smoke from sacrificial fires rose straight into the still evening air, carrying prayers and hopes from hundreds of pilgrims into the heavens where gods watched and judged and occasionally intervened in mortal affairs with consequences both wonderful and terrible. And ahead of him, the road descended through mountains toward the kingdom where his service would begin, toward the king who would test him with impossible tasks, toward a future written not yet in stone but in the potential that still existed within him, despite everything that had happened, despite all that had been lost, despite the weight of guilt that would accompany him through every moment of every labor until the day he finally earned the redemption the oracle had promised was possible for even the most fallen of heroes. The first labor, the Nemean lion. The journey to Nemea began under skies that threatened storm without delivering rain, clouds gathering and dispersing in patterns that seemed almost deliberately taunting, as if the heavens themselves were uncertain about what was to come. Heracles walked the road with a purpose that was both grim and determined, carrying with him the weight of the oracle's prophecy and the knowledge that his first labor awaited in a valley where fear had made its home for too long. King Eurystheus had assigned the task with barely concealed satisfaction, his voice carrying notes of malice and anticipation as he described the beast that terrorized the region of Nemea, the lion whose hide no weapon could penetrate, whose strength was said to rival that of the demigod himself. The countryside through which Heracles traveled grew progressively more desolate as he approached Nemea. Fields that should have been planted lay fallow, their soil untouched by plow or seed. Farmhouses stood empty, their doors hanging open like mouths frozen in silent screams, their windows dark and lifeless. Livestock had been driven away or slaughtered, leaving behind only bones picked clean by scavengers and scattered across pastures where sheep and cattle once grazed peacefully. The few people he encountered on the road were traveling in the opposite direction, fleeing the region with whatever possessions they could carry, their faces drawn with exhaustion and fear. They warned him against continuing. These refugees from Nemea's terror. They told stories of the lion that had appeared seemingly from nowhere, a beast larger than any natural lion, with eyes that glowed like coals in the darkness and a roar that could be heard for miles, echoing off the valley walls like thunder. They spoke of hunters who had tried to kill it, brave men with spears and arrows and swords, all of whom had failed spectacularly. The weapons bounced off the creature's hide as if striking solid stone, leaving not even scratches to mark where blows had landed. The lion would watch these attempts with what seemed like amusement, allowing the hunters to exhaust themselves before moving with impossible speed to end their lives in swift, brutal attacks that left little for families to bury. Heracles listened to these warnings with the quiet attention of someone cataloging information rather than being frightened by it. Fear, in truth, held little power over him anymore. What could a lion do to him that was worse than what he had already done to himself? Death in battle would be almost welcome, a release from the guilt that gnawed at him during every waking moment. But he could not seek death directly, could not simply surrender to the beast and call his suffering ended. The oracle had given him a path, and honor demanded he walk it fully, completing each labor to the best of his abilities, serving his sentence with the same dedication he had once brought to protecting his family. The forest surrounding Nemea was ancient and deep, its trees grown so close together that their branches intertwined overhead, creating a canopy that blocked much of the sunlight and cast the forest floor in perpetual twilight. The air beneath the trees was cool and still, carrying scents of decay and earth, of things growing and dying in the endless cycle that characterized all wild places. Birds that should have filled the branches with song were silent or absent entirely, as if they too had learned to fear the predator that claimed this territory as its hunting grounds. The only sounds were Heracles' own footsteps on the carpet of fallen leaves and the occasional distant crack of a branch, either from wind or from something moving through the underbrush. He moved deeper into the forest, following tracks that were easy enough to read once he knew what to look for. The lion was not subtle in its movements, leaving behind paw prints larger than a man's head, claw marks on tree trunks where it had sharpened its weapons, and scattered remains of previous kills that marked the boundaries of its domain. Heracles examined these signs with the practiced eye of a hunter, learning the creature's patterns and preferences, understanding that while the beast might be supernatural in its invulnerability, it was still fundamentally an animal, subject to instincts and behaviors that could be predicted and exploited. The storm that had been threatening since morning finally broke as afternoon gave way to evening. Rain fell in heavy sheets, soaking through Heracles' clothing within minutes, turning the forest floor into a muddy morass that made each step a struggle. Lightning split the sky in jagged bolts that briefly illuminated the forest in harsh white light, throwing shadows that danced and twisted in ways that played tricks on the eyes. Thunder followed seconds later, rolling across the valley like the drums of war, shaking the ground in the trees and sending small animals scurrying for whatever shelter they could find. It was in the midst of this storm, with rain falling like a curtain and thunder masking all other sound, that Heracles first heard the lion's roar. It came from somewhere ahead and to the left, a sound so powerful and primal that it seemed to bypass the ears entirely and resonate directly in the chest, vibrating in the bones and organs with a frequency that triggered every instinctual fear response humans had developed over countless generations of being prey as often as predators. The roar spoke of dominance and territory, of a creature that recognized no equal and feared nothing, that walked or crawled or flew in the world below the gods. Heracles moved toward the sound rather than away from it, his pace steady and unhurried despite the adrenaline beginning to course through his veins. His hand rested on the club he carried, a massive piece of olive wood that he had shaped himself, heavy enough that few men could have lifted it with both hands, but which he wielded easily in one. He had brought other weapons as well, sword and spear and bow, but suspected from the stories he had heard that these would prove useless against the lion's impenetrable hide. The club, at least, might deliver enough blunt force to have some effect, though even that was uncertain. The forest opened into a clearing just as another bolt of lightning illuminated the scene with perfect theatrical timing. At the far end of the clearing, partially sheltered by an overhanging rock formation, stood the Nemean lion. The stories had not exaggerated its size or presence. It was easily twice as large as any natural lion, its shoulders level with Heracles' chest, its paws the size of shields, its mane flowing around its head and neck like dark fire. The creature's eyes did indeed glow with an inner light that had nothing to do with reflected illumination, a deep amber color that seemed to burn with intelligence and malevolence in equal measure. For a long moment, hero and beast regarded each other across the rain-soaked clearing, two beings of legendary strength sizing each other up, calculating advantages and weaknesses, preparing for a confrontation that both seemed to understand was inevitable. The lion's tail lashed back and forth, a sign of agitation or perhaps anticipation, while its muscles rippled beneath that invulnerable hide with the fluid grace of a perfect predator. Heracles stood motionless, rain streaming down his face, his own body coiled and ready, waiting for the moment when the confrontation would shift from possibility to reality. The lion attacked first, as Heracles had expected it would. The creature launched itself across the clearing with speed that seemed impossible for something so large, covering the distance in three powerful bounds that sent mud and water spraying in the arcs behind it. Heracles had time to bring his club up in a defensive position, to brace his legs and prepare for impact. And then the lion was upon him with all its supernatural weight and momentum. The collision was tremendous, the force of it enough to drive Heracles backward several steps despite his legendary strength and preparation. The lion's claws raked across his shoulders and arms, seeking flesh but finding only the leather armor he wore, which provided minimal protection against an attack of such power. Its jaws snapped at his throat, teeth like daggers aiming for the killing blow that would end the fight before it truly began. But Heracles twisted at the last moment, taking the bite on his shoulder instead of his neck, feeling teeth pierce through armor and skin to grind against the bone beneath. Pain exploded through his body, sharp and immediate and overwhelming in its intensity. But pain was something Heracles had learned to endure, to function through, to use as fuel for continued action rather than allowing it to paralyze or defeat him. He brought the club around in a sweeping arc, aiming for the lion's head with all the strength his divine heritage could muster. The blow connected with a sound like thunder, the impact reverberating through the club and up Heracles' arms, surely enough force to shatter the skull of any natural creature. But the Nemean lion was not natural. The club bounced off the creature's head as if it had struck solid stone, leaving not even a mark on the golden hide. The lion shook its head, more annoyed than injured, and pressed its attack with renewed vigor. It was a whirlwind of claws and teeth, moving with the fluid grace of water and the explosive power of lightning, each movement designed to kill, each attack coming from a slightly different angle to keep its opponent off balance and unable to mount an effective defense. Heracles fought back with everything he had, his club rising and falling in patterns honed by years of training, each blow delivered with enough force to fell a tree or shatter rock. But against the lion's hide, his weapon was useless, each impact absorbed or deflected without causing any visible damage. His other weapons proved equally ineffective. Arrows fired at point-blank range bounced off without penetrating. His sword, swung with all his considerable strength, failed to cut through the supernatural hide, its edge turning as if he had tried to slice through iron rather than flesh. The realization settled over him with the weight of prophecy. No weapon made by mortal hands could harm this creature. The lion's invulnerability was complete, a gift from whatever gods or forces had created it, a challenge that could not be overcome through conventional means. If he was to defeat this beast, if he was to complete his first labor and take the first step on the path toward redemption, he would need to find another way, to use something beyond weapons and armor and the accumulated technology of human warfare. The fight continued. A brutal dance of strength against strength, skill against instinct, demigod against supernatural beast. They grappled and struck, circled and charged, each looking for an opening that might provide advantage. The rain continued to fall, mixing with blood from Heracles' wounds to create pink streams that ran across his skin and dripped onto the muddy ground. The lion showed no signs of fatigue, its movements as fluid and powerful in the 10th minute of combat as they had been in the first, while Heracles could feel his own strength beginning to flag. Not through weakness, but simply through the accumulated damage of fighting a creature whose every attack drew blood while his own blows accomplished nothing. It was during a brief separation, both combatants backing away to catch their breath and reassess their approach. That understanding came to Heracles with sudden clarity. If weapons could not pierce the lion's hide, if nothing made by human hands could harm the beast, then he would have to use the weapons the gods had given him, his own body, his strength that came not from training but from divine heritage, his hands that could strangle serpents in infancy and crush stone to powder. He would have to fight the lion not as a warrior with tools but as another animal, matching strength to strength, using nothing but what he had been born with. He dropped his club, the weapon falling to the mud with a soft thud that seemed almost anticlimactic after the thunder of its previous impacts. The lion's eyes tracked this movement, perhaps sensing that something had changed in the nature of their conflict. Nugged, perhaps understanding on some instinctual level that the fight was about to enter a new and more dangerous phase. Heracles spread his arms wide in a gesture that was part challenge and part invitation, calling the beast to him, preparing to meet its charge, with nothing between them but muscle and bone and the determination of two beings who could not surrender. The lion accepted the challenge, launching itself across the clearing one final time. But this time, instead of trying to dodge or deflect the attack, Heracles met it head-on, wrapping his arms around the creature's massive body, locking his hands together across its back and beginning to squeeze with all the crushing force his divine strength could generate. The lion thrashed and twisted, its claws raking bloody furrows across Heracles' back and sides, its teeth seeking any purchase they could find on his flesh. But Heracles held on, his grip tightening incrementally, his muscles bulging with the effort of containing and crushing a creature that weighed several times what any normal man could even lift. The struggle that followed seemed to exist outside normal time, stretching into an eternity where nothing existed except the primal contest between two beings of legendary strength. Heracles poured everything he had into his grip, feeling his muscles strain and tear, feeling ribs crack and bones grind, aware on some distant level that he was inflicting terrible damage on his own body, even as he sought to defeat the beast that had terrorized Nemea for so long. The lion's struggles grew more frantic, its movements less coordinated, as the inexorable pressure of Heracles' embrace began to take effect despite the creature's supernatural nature. Slowly, so slowly that at first Heracles was not sure he was succeeding, the lion's resistance began to weaken, its thrashing became less violent, its breathing more labored, its attempts to break free more desperate but less effective. The invulnerable hide that had turned aside every weapon could not protect against the simple physics of compression, of vital organs being crushed, of ribs collapsing inward, of life being squeezed out through sheer application of overwhelming force. The lion's roars, which had echoed across the valley like thunder, diminished to gasps, and then to silence as its lungs were compressed beyond their ability to draw breath. And finally, after what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, the Nemean lion went limp in Heracles' arms, its supernatural strength exhausted, its legendary invulnerability meaningless against an opponent who could bring enough pressure to bear that no hide, however tough, could prevent the damage from reaching the vulnerable organs beneath. Heracles held on for several more moments, unwilling to release his grip until he was absolutely certain the threat had passed, until the lion's body had cooled from its fighting warmth to the ambient temperature of death. When he finally let go, both he and the lion collapsed to the muddy ground, two massive forms lying still in the rain that continued to fall as if washing away the evidence of their struggle. Heracles lay there for a long time, his body screaming protest from a dozen wounds and countless strained muscles, his breath coming in ragged gasps that spoke to the enormous effort he had just expended. Above him, the storm began to clear, clouds parting to reveal patches of sky where stars were beginning to appear, distant and cold and utterly indifferent to the drama that had played out in this forgotten valley. Eventually, because the labor was not complete until he brought evidence of his success back to Eurystheus, Heracles forced himself to rise. His body protested every movement, muscles threatening to cramp, wounds reopening with fresh blood. But he pushed through the pain as he had learned to push through all discomfort, focusing on what needed to be done rather than on how much it hurt to do it. The lion's hide, he realized, would serve as both trophy and protection. If weapons could not pierce it, then wearing it would provide defense against future enemies. But first he had to remove it, and that presented its own challenge given that his sword and knives were useless against the invulnerable hide. The solution came from the lion itself. Its own claws, Heracles discovered, could cut through the hide that had turned aside every weapon he possessed. Using the beast's claws as tools, working slowly and carefully despite his exhaustion and injuries, he managed to skin the lion, separating the golden hide from the massive body beneath. The work took hours, the sun setting and rising again before he finished, but when he was done, he had a cloak and hood made from the Nemean lion's hide, a garment that would become his signature in all the stories told about him in later years. He draped the lion's skin over his shoulders, the massive head serving as a hood that framed his face, the paws hanging down across his chest like grim decorations. The hide was heavy but not uncomfortably so, fitting his frame as if it had been made specifically for him, which in a sense it had been. Wearing the skin of his first defeated monster, Heracles began the journey back to Tiryns, to King Eurystheus to present proof that the first labor was complete and to receive assignment of the second. The trip back was slower than the journey out had been, his injuries making every step a challenge, his body needing rest more frequently than his pride wanted to admit. But he made steady progress, and as he traveled, he noticed changes in the land around Nemea. People were beginning to return to their farms and homes, cautiously at first, then with growing confidence as word spread that the lion was dead, that the terror that had driven them away had been ended by the hero sent by the gods. They came out to see him as he passed. These people, reclaiming their lives, and they offered him thanks and blessings, food and shelter, gratitude that he accepted with quiet nods, taking no pleasure in their praise but understanding it as acknowledgement that his labor had meaning beyond mere personal redemption. When he finally stood before Eurystheus again, the lion's skin draped across his shoulders and dried blood still visible on his arms and legs, the king's expression was a complex mixture of awe and fear and resentment. He had hoped, perhaps, that the Nemean lion would kill Heracles, solving the problem of this embarrassingly capable servant who made Eurystheus feel inadequate by comparison. But here the hero stood, victorious and bearing the proof of his success, ready for whatever challenge would come next. The first labor was complete, 11 more awaited, and for the first time since the curse had destroyed his family, Heracles allowed himself to feel something like hope that perhaps, just perhaps, redemption was not merely a distant dream, but an achievable goal. One labor at a time, one step at a time, one day at a time through the long years of service that lay ahead. The second labor, the Lernaean Hydra. The marshlands of Lerna stretched out like a drowned world where land and water existed in uneasy balance, neither fully claiming dominion over the other. The journey to this place took Heracles through terrain that grew progressively more inhospitable with each mile traveled, as if the earth itself was warning him to turn back, to abandon this second labor before it had truly begun. The solid roads and well-maintained paths of civilization gave way first to dirt tracks, then to barely visible trails through reeds and rushes, and finally to nothing at all except the endless expanse of marsh that seemed to extend to the horizon in every direction. Mist rose from the stagnant water in thick curtains that shifted and swirled with movements that had nothing to do with wind or current. The air was heavy with moisture, and the smell of decay, of things rotting slowly in the brackish water, of life and death mixing together in the primordial soup that characterized these wetlands. The sounds were different here too, not the silence of the deep forest or the bustle of human habitation, but a constant background chorus of frogs and insects, birds calling to each other across the reeds, and the occasional splash of something larger moving through water too murky to see into. Heracles moved carefully through this landscape, each step chosen with deliberation, testing the ground before committing his full weight to it. The marsh was treacherous in ways that solid ground never was, offering what looked like firm footing that would suddenly give way beneath a person's weight, sending them plunging into water that could be ankle deep or deep enough to drown in. The lion's hide he wore protected him from the worst of the weather and the scratching reeds, but it also made him more visible against the muted browns and greens of the marshland, a golden figure moving through a world of shadow and water. King Eurystheus had described this second labor with barely concealed satisfaction, his voice carrying notes of malicious hope as he explained what Heracles would face. The Hydra of Lerna was not like the Nemean lion, a single powerful opponent that could be defeated through strength and determination. It was something far more insidious, a creature whose very nature made it nearly impossible to kill, a serpent of enormous size, dwelling in the deep parts of the marsh, with not one head but many, and with the terrible ability to regrow any head that was severed from its body. Warriors who had attempted to slay it found themselves facing an enemy that multiplied with each successful blow, turning their victories into defeats, their courage into despair. The stories about the Hydra were as numerous as they were frightening. Some claimed it had 9 heads, others said 7. Still others insisted the number changed depending on how many had been cut off and regenerated. All agreed that the creature was venomous beyond measure, its breath alone capable of killing anyone who inhaled it, its blood so toxic that even a drop on the skin would cause agonizing death. The marsh where it lived had become a place of death, avoided by travelers and locals alike, a festering wound in the landscape where nothing wholesome could grow or thrive. As Heracles moved deeper into the marsh, following what his instincts told him was the right direction toward the Hydra's lair, he encountered evidence of the creature's presence and power. Skeletons of animals and occasionally humans lay scattered among the reeds, their bones picked clean and gleaming white in the filtered sunlight that managed to penetrate the perpetual mist. Trees that grew in the slightly elevated areas showed signs of damage, their bark stripped away by acidic venom, their branches dead and bare even in seasons when they should have been covered with leaves. The water itself seemed wrong, too dark and thick, as if contaminated by something that corrupted its very nature. The lair, when he finally found it, was both exactly what he expected, and more disturbing than any description could have prepared him for. A dark pool of water, larger and deeper than the surrounding marsh, sat at the base of a rocky outcropping that rose incongruously from the wetland like the last remnant of some ancient geological formation. Caves honeycombed the rock, their entrances dark and forbidding, leading down into depths where even the marsh's perpetual mist could not penetrate. The smell here was overwhelming, a mixture of serpent musk and rot and venom that made Heracles' eyes water and his throat burn even though he was still dozens of yards away from the water's edge. He stood at the edge of this killing ground, studying the terrain and considering his approach. The straightforward method that had worked against the Nemean lion, direct confrontation backed by overwhelming strength, would not suffice here. The Hydra's regenerative ability meant that simply attacking it would likely make the problem worse rather than better, creating more heads to contend with rather than eliminating the threat. He needed a strategy, a way to neutralize the creature's primary advantage, a solution that went beyond mere physical prowess. Heracles was not alone on this labor. With him was Iolaus, his nephew and companion, a young man who had volunteered to assist in whatever way he could. Iolaus was brave but not foolhardy, skilled with weapons but realistic about his limitations when facing monsters that had defeated armies. He stood now beside his uncle, looking at the dark pool and the cave entrances with an expression that mixed determination with very understandable fear. They had discussed strategy during the journey to Lerna, considering various approaches and discarding most of them as impractical or suicidal. But they had settled on one possibility, a plan that was risky but which seemed to offer the best chance of success. The plan was simple in concept if difficult in execution. Heracles would engage the Hydra directly, using his strength and the protection of the lion's hide to survive the initial confrontation. As he severed each head, Iolaus would immediately cauterize the stump with fire, burning the wound closed before the creature's regenerative ability could produce new heads. It required precise timing, coordination between the two men, and a willingness to work in close proximity to a creature whose very breath could kill. But it was the best option they had, the only strategy that seemed to address the Hydra's unique nature while playing to their strengths. They prepared their tools with methodical care. Heracles sharpened his sword to a razor edge, knowing that clean cuts would be easier to cauterize than ragged wounds. Iolaus prepared several torches, wrapping their heads in cloth soaked in oil and pitch, materials that would burn hot enough and long enough to sear flesh and prevent regeneration. They positioned themselves as well as they could given the treacherous footing of the marsh, Iolaus staying back far enough to avoid the worst of the combat but close enough to reach the Hydra quickly once Hades began to fall. Calling the Hydra out of its lair required nothing more than making their presence known. Heracles waded into the dark water, feeling it rise to his knees and then his thighs, the cold seeping through his clothing in a way that the lion's hide could not entirely prevent. He shouted a challenge, his voice echoing across the marsh, bouncing off the rocky outcropping and fading into the mist. For a moment, nothing happened, and he wondered if perhaps the creature was not home, if this entire journey had been wasted. But then the water began to ripple, small disturbances that grew larger, circles spreading outward from the cave's entrances, and he knew that the Hydra was coming. It emerged from the largest cave opening like a nightmare, given physical form, its multiple heads rising one after another from the water's surface, each one swaying on its own long neck, moving independently yet somehow coordinated with the others. The heads were serpentine, scaled and fanged, with eyes that gleamed with intelligence that seemed wrong for a creature that should have been nothing more than an animal. Each head was as thick around as a man's torso, capable of swallowing a person whole or crushing them with jaws that could snap bones like dry twigs. And behind the heads, partially visible as it pulled itself from the cave, was the body. Massive, coiled with muscle, covered in scales that looked harder than the armor worn by the finest warriors. The Hydra regarded Heracles with what might have been curiosity or might have been hunger, its multiple heads tilting at different angles, tongues flicking out to taste the air and identify this intruder into its domain. Then, as if reaching some collective decision, it attacked with frightening speed and coordination, The heads darted forward like striking snakes, coming from multiple directions simultaneously, each aiming for a different part of Heracles' body, trying to overwhelm him through sheer numbers and the impossibility of defending against so many threats at once. Heracles' sword flashed in the dim light, the blade singing as it cut through the air to meet the first attacking head. The edge bit deep into the serpent's neck, cutting through scales and muscle and spine with a clean stroke that sent the head tumbling into the dark water, its body writhing for several seconds with residual neural activity before going still. For one brief moment, Heracles felt a surge of triumph, thinking perhaps the stories of the Hydra's regeneration had been exaggerated. But then he saw the stump where the head had been, saw it rippling and bulging, and watched in horror as not one, but two new heads began to emerge from the wound, growing with impossible speed. Fully formed and functional within seconds of the original head severing. Now, instead of facing the creature's original complement of heads, Heracles found himself contending with one additional opponent. The Hydra, literally multiplying before his eyes. The new heads seemed even more aggressive than the originals, as if angry at their violent birth, snapping and striking with venomous fury. Heracles retreated several steps, his mind racing to recalibrate his strategy now that he had empirical proof of the creature's regenerative ability. He could not simply cut off heads and hope for the best. The plan required precise execution, perfect timing between his strikes and Iolaus' cauterization. He shouted to Iolaus, who had been waiting with torch ready, uncertain when exactly his assistance would be needed. Now the young man sprang into action, lighting his torch from the small fire they had prepared, the oil-soaked cloth catching immediately and burning with fierce heat that pushed back against the marsh's damp cold. Iolaus moved as close to the combat as he dared, watching for the next opportunity, ready to fulfill his part of the plan despite the very real danger of being caught in the crossfire between hero and monster. The coordination required was extraordinary. Heracles had to time his strikes carefully, announcing them in advance so Iolaus could position himself correctly. He had to cut cleanly and quickly, giving the regeneration process no time to begin before the cauterization sealed the wound. And he had to do all of this while defending against the attacks of the remaining heads, each of which fought with desperate fury, as if aware that this strategy represented genuine danger to the creature's survival. The battle that followed was unlike anything Heracles had experienced before. Where the fight with the Nemean lion had been a test of pure strength and endurance, this was something more complex, requiring strategy and teamwork, precision and perfect timing. Each head he severed was immediately followed by Iolaus, rushing in with the torch, pressing the burning brand against the stump before the flesh could begin its supernatural regeneration. The smell of burned flesh mixed with the marsh's existing odors, creating a stench so overpowering that both men fought against the urge to vomit, focusing on their task with single-minded determination. The Hydra writhed and thrashed, its massive body churning the water into foam, its remaining heads attacking with increased desperation as it felt its number diminishing rather than multiplying. The creature's venom dripped from its fangs, sizzling where it hit the water, creating small clouds of poisonous vapor that Heracles and Iolaus had to avoid while still maintaining their attack pattern. At one point, a glob of venom struck the lion's hide covering Heracles' shoulder, and he felt the heat of it even through the supernatural protection, the acid eating away at the hide that had turned aside every weapon, proving that the Hydra's venom was indeed as dangerous as the stories claimed. One by one, the heads fell. One by one, Iolaus sealed the stumps, his arms growing weary from wielding the torch, his face streaked with sweat and soot and marsh water, but his determination never wavering. The Hydra fought until the end, even when reduced to a single head, that last remnant snapping and striking with fury born of desperation, knowing somehow that its immortal existence was coming to an end at the hands of these two mortals who had discovered the key to defeating its regenerative advantage. When Heracles severed the final head and Iolaus cauterized the last stump, the Hydra's massive body shuddered once and then went still, settling into the dark water like a ship sinking slowly beneath the waves. The marsh, which had been filled with the sounds of combat, splashing water, hissing serpents, the roar of flames, suddenly fell silent except for the heavy breathing of the two exhausted men and the gentle lapping of water against the rocky outcropping. Heracles stood knee-deep in the marsh, his sword still gripped in one hand. his body aching from dozens of minor wounds where the Hydra's attacks had found gaps in his protection. Iolaus sat on slightly higher ground, his torch extinguished now, his hands trembling with fatigue and the after effects of adrenaline. They looked at each other across the killing ground. Two men who had faced a legendary monster and emerged victorious through cooperation and strategy rather than individual strength alone. But the labor was not quite complete. Heracles waited to where the Hydra's body lay, examining the creature in death as he had not been able to do while fighting for his life. The scales were indeed harder than any armor, proof against most weapons. The venom that still dripped from the severed heads was clearly toxic beyond measure, and within the body, in the glands that produced that venom, he found a substance that would prove valuable in future labors, a poison so potent that even the smallest amount could kill, a weapon that could be applied to arrows to make them deadly against opponents that might otherwise prove difficult to defeat. Carefully, using cloth to protect his hands from direct contact, Heracles collected samples of the venom, storing them in sealed containers he had brought for this purpose. The venom would later be used to coat his arrows, transforming them into weapons of legendary lethality, each shot guaranteed to kill regardless of where it struck. It was a grim harvest from a grim battle, but Heracles had learned that in the world of divine labors, every advantage was worth collecting, every resource worth preserving for future challenges. They left the marsh as the sun was setting, painting the mist in shades of orange and gold that briefly made the desolate landscape seem almost beautiful. Behind them, the Hydra's body would eventually sink completely into the dark water, becoming part of the marsh's ecosystem, its presence marked only by the stories that would be told about the monster that once terrorized Lerna and the hero who defeated it with strategy and determination and the help of a loyal nephew who refused to let him face such danger alone. The journey back to Tiryns was quiet, both men exhausted beyond words, content to walk in companionable silence. Heracles felt a strange mixture of satisfaction and emptiness as he contemplated the completion of his second labor. The strategy had worked, the monster was defeated, and he was one step closer to the redemption the oracle had promised. But the satisfaction was hollow, meaningless when measured against what he had lost and why he was performing these labors in the first place. The Hydra's death did not bring his family back. The venom he carried would not undo the curse that had made him their killer. Victory after victory, labor after labor, and still the fundamental wound remained unhealed, perhaps unhealable, a constant ache that no amount of heroism could fully address. Yet he continued forward, because that was what the oracle had demanded, because the path to redemption required walking even when every step felt like moving through marsh water, heavy and resistant and exhausting. 2 labors completed, 10 more awaited. And somewhere beyond those trials, if he could endure, if he could persevere, lay the possibility of cleansing, of being able to look at his reflection without seeing a murderer, of finding some measure of peace in a soul that had been torn apart by divine curse and human tragedy. The Hydra was dead. The second labor was complete, and Heracles walked on through the gathering darkness, toward whatever monster or challenge or impossible task awaited him next, carrying his guilt and his determination in equal measure, moving forward because that was the only direction left to him, the only path that led anywhere except deeper into the despair that always waited at the edges of his consciousness, patient and hungry and utterly without mercy. The third labor, the Ceryneian Hind. The forests of Artemis were unlike any woodland Heracles had walked through before, possessing a quality that went beyond mere physical beauty into something that touched the realm of the divine. The trees grew tall and straight, their trunks silver white like moonlight made solid, their leaves rustling with sounds that seemed almost like whispered conversations. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shafts of golden illumination that moved and shifted as clouds passed overhead, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced across the forest floor in ways that seemed deliberate, purposeful, as if the forest itself was alive and aware of those who walked beneath its boughs. This was sacred ground, dedicated to Artemis, goddess of the hunt, protector of wild places and wild creatures. To enter such a forest was to walk in the presence of divinity made manifest in nature, to feel the weight of ancient power that predated human civilization and would endure long after cities had crumbled to dust. Heracles moved through this landscape with a respect and caution he had not shown in previous labors, understanding that the creature he pursued here was not a monster to be destroyed, but a sacred animal under divine protection, that his task required not violence but patience, not strength but restraint. King Eurystheus had assigned this third labor with a different kind of satisfaction than he had shown with the previous two. The Nemean lion and the Lernaean hydra had been monsters, threats that needed eliminating, dangers that Heracles could face with his legendary strength and determination. But the Ceryneian hind was something else entirely, a deer of supernatural beauty and speed, with golden antlers and bronze hooves sacred to Artemis herself. Capturing it alive without harming it, without drawing blood or causing injury, and bringing it back to Tyrants would require a kind of skill that went beyond physical prowess into realms of patience and cunning that Eurystheus clearly doubted Heracles possessed. The hind was famous throughout the region, spoken of in hushed tones by hunters who had glimpsed it in the forest depths. They described a creature of impossible grace, moving through the trees like flowing water, its coat shimmering with colors that seemed to shift depending on how the light struck it. The golden antlers, an anomaly since female deer typically bore no antlers at all, marked it as something beyond natural, a creature touched by divinity or perhaps created by the gods themselves as a living work of art. To see it was considered a blessing, a sign of divine favor. To hunt it was forbidden, a blasphemy that would bring down Artemis's wrath upon any foolish enough to attempt such sacrilege. Yet here was Heracles, commanded by divine mandate to do exactly that, to capture the sacred hind and bring it to a king who wanted it, not for any good reason, but simply to demonstrate his power over the hero compelled to serve him. The irony was not lost on Heracles that in pursuing redemption for crimes committed under divine curse, he was being forced to risk offending another deity, potentially adding new guilt to the burden he already carried. But the oracle's instructions had been clear. He must complete the labors as assigned, must submit to Eurystheus's authority, regardless of how petty or dangerous or sacrilegious the tasks might be. The pursuit began on a morning when mist hung low in the forest, transforming familiar shapes into mysterious silhouettes, muffling sound and making distances difficult to judge. Heracles had spent days preparing for this labor, not by sharpening weapons or gathering supplies, but by observing, by learning to move through the forest as silently as possible, by studying the habits and patterns of deer in general so he might better understand this particular sacred creature. He had discarded his armor and most of his weapons, keeping only a net woven from the strongest fibers he could find, treating the strands with oils that would make them supple and less likely to break under strain. The first glimpse of the hind came as a shock despite all his preparation. It stood in a clearing, drinking from a stream that caught and reflected the early morning light in patterns that seemed to make the water glow from within. The creature was larger than a normal deer, standing nearly as tall at the shoulder as a man's chest, its body perfectly proportioned, with muscles that moved beneath its coat like water flowing beneath ice. The golden antlers rose from its head in elegant curves that caught the light and threw it back in dazzling displays, while its bronze hooves gleamed where they touched the earth, leaving impressions in the soft ground that looked almost like they had been stamped by a metalworker's tools rather than grown naturally. But it was the hind's eyes that struck Heracles most profoundly. They were large and dark and utterly aware, looking at him across the clearing with an intelligence that went far beyond animal instinct. In those eyes, he saw recognition, understanding that he had come to pursue it, perhaps even comprehension of why. The hind held his gaze for a long moment, and in that silent communication, Heracles felt a connection to the creature that made what he had to do feel even more complicated and morally fraught than it already was. Then, the hind turned and ran, and Heracles understood immediately why this labor would be unlike any he had faced before. The creature moved with a speed and grace that seemed to defy the laws of nature, flowing between trees without breaking stride, leaping over obstacles that should have required slowing or careful navigation, covering ground with an efficiency that made it clear this chase would not be measured in hours but in days, weeks, perhaps even months. The hind was not fleeing in panic but running with purpose, leading him on a pursuit that would test not his strength but his endurance, his patience, his willingness to continue when success seemed impossibly distant. And so began a chase that would span a full year, taking Heracles across landscapes and through seasons, testing him in ways no monster ever could. The hind led him through forests where trees grew so close together that following required turning sideways to squeeze between trunks, across rivers that ran swift and cold with snowmelt, over mountains where the air grew thin and each breath felt inadequate. It led him through summer heat that made the lion's hide feel like a burden of fire, through autumn rains that turned the ground to mud and made every step a struggle, through winter snows that froze his fingers and toes despite constant movement. The pattern became familiar, almost meditative in its repetition. Each morning he would wake before dawn, break camp and continue the pursuit, following tracks that were sometimes fresh and sometimes days old, occasionally catching glimpses of the hind in the distance like a golden promise that kept him moving forward. Each evening he would make camp wherever darkness found him, eating whatever food he could gather or catch, tending to feet that had been blistered and calloused and blistered again, sleeping fitfully in preparation for another day of endless walking. There were times when he lost the trail entirely, when days would pass without any sign of the hind, when he wondered if perhaps the creature had finally escaped for good, if this labor was designed to be impossible, a punishment disguised as a task. During these periods of doubt, he would sit beside whatever fire he had managed to coax from damp wood and consider giving up, returning to Tiryns to admit failure, accepting whatever consequences Eurystheus chose to impose. But something always brought him back to the pursuit. A track found in unexpected places, a glimpse of golden antlers in distant trees, or simply the stubborn determination that had sustained him through previous labors and through the grief that never fully left him. The months of pursuit changed him in subtle ways that he only recognized in retrospect. The constant movement and simple living stripped away the complications of civilization, reducing his existence to the most basic elements: walk, eat, sleep, repeat. The solitude gave him time to think, to process the guilt and grief that he usually kept buried beneath activity and distraction. The forest became a kind of temple, the pursuit itself a form of meditation or prayer, a way of engaging with the divine that felt more authentic than any ritual performed in man-made structures. He began to understand the hind not as prey but as a teacher, a guide leading him through landscapes both external and internal. The creature never seemed to tire, never showed signs of distress or exhaustion, simply continued its eternal dance through the wilderness with a grace that spoke to something fundamental about the nature of wild things, about freedom and beauty and the sacred duty to preserve what should not be possessed. Heracles found himself thinking less about capture and more about observation, less about completing the labor and more about honoring the experience of the pursuit itself. The seasons turned, summer giving way to autumn, autumn to winter, winter to spring, and finally spring back to summer again. A full year of pursuit, of footsteps counted in the hundreds of thousands, of landscapes traversed that would have defeated lesser men, of endurance tested in ways that had nothing to do with fighting and everything to do with simply continuing, day after day, mile after mile, without the satisfaction of visible progress or the encouragement of approaching victory. It was in the 13th month, as summer was beginning its transition toward autumn once more, that the opportunity finally presented itself. The hind had led him in a great circle, whether intentionally or simply, following its own mysterious patterns, returning to the same forest where the pursuit had begun more than a year before. Perhaps the creature was tired despite its supernatural endurance. Perhaps Artemis had decided that Heracles had proven himself worthy through persistence and patience. Or perhaps it was simply time for this chapter of the story to conclude so the next could begin. The hind paused to drink from the same stream where Heracles had first seen it, standing in the same clearing where the pursuit had started, as if acknowledging the circular nature of this labor. Heracles approached slowly, moving with a care and respect he had learned during the long months of following, understanding that any sudden movement, any display of aggression or intent to harm, would send the creature fleeing once more. He held the net ready but not threateningly, his posture non-aggressive, his breathing calm and steady despite the pounding of his heart. The hind watched him approach, those intelligent eyes studying him, perhaps measuring the changes a year of pursuit had wrought in this mortal who had proven so persistent in his task. When Heracles was close enough to see his own reflection in the stream beside the creature, close enough to hear its breathing and smell the forest scents that clung to its coat, the hind did something unexpected. It stood still, neither fleeing nor attacking, simply waiting with what seemed like resignation or perhaps acceptance that the time had come. Heracles cast the net with movements practiced during countless idle hours at campsites, sending it spinning through the air to settle over the hind with perfect placement. The creature could have run, could have leaped away before the net fell, but it chose not to, allowing itself to be caught, submitting to capture with a dignity that made Heracles' throat tight with emotions he could not fully name. He moved quickly to secure the net, careful to ensure it was comfortable rather than constricting, that no part of it pressed uncomfortably against the hind's flesh or tangled in a way that might cause injury. As he worked, whispering apologies and promises that he meant no harm, that he would protect the creature from any who might wish to hurt it, a presence made itself known in the clearing. Artemis herself appeared, not in the full glory of her divine form, but in a manifestation that was easier for mortal eyes to bear. A woman in hunting garb, tall and stern, with eyes that held both the wildness of untamed nature and the cool calculation of a predator. She stood between Heracles and the path out of the forest, her bow held loosely but ready, an arrow nocked but not drawn, a clear message that he would go no further without her permission. Heracles knelt immediately, understanding the gravity of the situation, recognizing that he stood in the presence of a goddess who had every right to strike him down for daring to capture her sacred animal. He explained his situation without making excuses, described the labors and the oracle's prophecy, the redemption he sought and the service he owed to Eurystheus. He spoke of the year-long pursuit, of the lessons learned and the respect developed, of his promise that the hind would come to no harm under his protection, that he would return it to these forests as soon as Eurystheus had seen it and acknowledged the labor's completion. Artemis listened without interruption, her expression unreadable, her divine nature making it impossible to guess what she thought of his explanation or his promises. When he finished, silence stretched between them, broken only by the sound of water flowing in the stream and the gentle breathing of the captured hind. Finally, the goddess spoke, her voice carrying the same quality as wind through trees. Natural and powerful and absolutely clear, she told him that she had watched the entire pursuit, had seen how he conducted himself during the long months of chasing her sacred animal. She had noted his patience, his growing respect for the creature and for the wilderness through which he moved. She had observed that he took only what he needed from the forest, that he disturbed the natural order as little as possible, that he showed restraint and consideration, even when frustration might have driven lesser men to anger or recklessness. For these reasons, and because she understood that he was bound by divine mandate that was not of his choosing, she would permit him to take the hind to Tyrant and show it to Eurystheus. But she warned with steel in her voice, should any harm come to the creature, should Eurystheus attempt to keep it, or should anyone injure it in any way, her vengeance would be swift and absolute. The hind was to be shown and returned, nothing more. Heracles was to serve as its protector during the journey there and back, responsible for its well-being with his own life as collateral. If he agreed to these terms and fulfilled them faithfully, then this labor would be counted as complete and his service to Artemis's interests would be noted favorably. If he failed in any particular, the consequences would extend beyond merely the labor's failure into realms of divine punishment that would make his previous suffering seem gentle by comparison. Heracles agreed without hesitation, knowing that he was receiving far more mercy than he had any right to expect, grateful that the goddess recognized the complexity of his situation rather than simply viewing him as another arrogant mortal seeking to possess what should remain wild and free. Artemis faded from the clearing as suddenly as she had appeared, leaving behind only a sense of presence and the weight of responsibility now settling on Heracles' shoulders. The journey to Tiryns took weeks, every step of it careful and measured, with Heracles treating the hind not as a prisoner but as a companion under his protection. He carried it when the terrain grew too difficult, found the sweetest grass and clearest water for it to consume, spoke to it in low, soothing tones during the evenings, maintaining the connection that had developed during the long months of pursuit. The hind, for its part, seemed to understand that he meant no harm, accepting his care with the same dignity it had shown when allowing itself to be captured. When they finally arrived at Eurystheus' palace, the king's reaction was everything Heracles had expected: greed, possessiveness, a desire to keep this beautiful creature as a trophy and symbol of his power. But Heracles stood firm, explaining Artemis's conditions with a clarity that left no room for negotiation, making it clear that any attempt to harm or keep the hind would result in consequences that would affect not just Heracles but everyone in Tiryns. Eurystheus, coward that he was beneath his royal authority, understood the threat implicit in invoking Artemis's name and reluctantly agreed that the hind could be viewed and then released. The return journey to Artemis's forest was somehow more satisfying than the journey to Tiryns had been. As they traveled, Heracles felt the weight of responsibility lifting, knowing that soon he would fulfill his promise to both the goddess and the creature itself. When they finally reached the edge of the sacred forest, he carefully removed the net, stepping back to give the hind space to choose its own path. The creature stood for a moment, looking at him with those intelligent eyes, and Heracles felt in that gaze something like understanding, perhaps even gratitude that he had honored his word and protected it from those who would have done it harm. Then the hind turned and bounded into the forest, golden antlers catching the last rays of sunlight before disappearing into the shadows beneath the trees, free once more to run through the wilderness that was its home and its birthright. Heracles watched until even the sound of its hoofbeats had faded into the general music of the forest, feeling a strange mixture of satisfaction and loss, knowing he had completed the labor but also ending a connection that had defined more than a year of his life. 3 labors completed. 9 more awaited. And as Heracles turned back toward Tiryns to receive his next assignment, he carried with him lessons learned not through violence but through patience, not through strength but through restraint, understanding that true heroism sometimes meant knowing when not to fight, when to pursue without destroying, when to capture without possessing. The sacred hind had taught him these things, and though he would face monsters and challenges in the labors ahead, he would never forget the years spent chasing beauty through sacred forests, learning that some things in this world should never be owned, only honored and protected, and when the time came, released back into the wild where they belonged. The 4th labor, the Erymanthian boar. Winter had claimed the mountains of Erymanthus with an authority that brooked no argument, transforming the landscape into a realm of white and gray and pale blue, a world stripped of color and warmth, reduced to its most essential elements. Snow lay deep across the slopes, accumulating in drifts that reached higher than a man's head in places where the wind had pushed it into valleys and against rock faces. The air itself felt sharp and brittle, each breath visible as mist, each inhalation burning cold in the lungs, each exhalation adding to the cloud of vapor that hung around anyone foolish or brave enough to be traveling in such conditions. Heracles climbed through this frozen landscape with steady determination, his breath forming rhythmic clouds in the frigid air, his footsteps crunching through the snow's crusty surface with sounds that echoed in the profound silence that winter brings to high places. The lion's hide provided some protection against the cold, its thick fur and supernatural durability creating a barrier between his body and the elements. But even this legendary garment could not entirely shield him from temperatures that would have killed an ordinary man within hours. His exposed skin had reddened from the cold, his beard and the hair visible beneath the lion's head. Hood had frosted white, and his fingers and toes had long since passed through pain into the dangerous numbness that preceded frostbite. The Erymanthian boar was his quarry on this labor, a creature of legendary size and ferocity that made its home in these unforgiving mountains. King Eurystheus had assigned this task with his usual mixture of malice and satisfaction, knowing that capturing a wild boar alive was difficult under the best of circumstances, and that attempting it in the depths of winter in terrain that was actively hostile to human survival would multiply those difficulties exponentially. The boar was not a supernatural creature like the Nemean lion or the Lernaean hydra, not a sacred animal like the Ceryneian hind, but simply a beast grown to extraordinary size and temperament, dangerous because of its natural weapons and aggressive nature rather than any divine intervention. Stories about the boar had reached Heracles long before he began his journey into these mountains. It was described as massive, standing as tall at the shoulder as a full-grown horse, with tusks long as a man's forearm that could gore an opponent with the efficiency of the finest spears. Its hide was thick and tough, covered with coarse hair that provided both insulation and protection. Its muscles powerful enough to charge through obstacles that would stop lesser creatures. Its temperament so aggressive that it attacked on sight rather than fleeing, as most wild animals did when confronted by humans. The beast had killed dozens of hunters who had attempted to claim it as a trophy, had destroyed farms and terrorized villages, had become such a persistent threat that eventually people had simply abandoned the region rather than continue risking their lives. The challenge was not merely to defeat the boar, but to capture it alive and bring it back to Tyrins. Eurystheus wanted to see the creature in person, wanted the satisfaction of observing this legendary beast contained and controlled, proof that even the wildest and most dangerous animals could be subdued by the hero he commanded. For Heracles, this meant developing a strategy that could overcome the boar's natural advantages without killing it, a puzzle that required more thought than simply applying overwhelming force until the problem solved itself. As he climbed higher into the mountains, following tracks and signs that indicated the boar's territory, Heracles found himself remembering the lessons learned during the previous labors. The Nemean lion had taught him that sometimes weapons were useless and only personal strength would suffice. The Lernaean Hydra had demonstrated the value of strategy and cooperation, of finding creative solutions to problems that could not be overcome through direct confrontation. The Ceryneian hind had shown him the power of patience and restraint, of pursuing without destroying. Now, facing the Erymanthian boar, he would need to combine elements of all these lessons: the strength to physically overcome a powerful opponent, the strategy to do so without causing lethal harm, and the patience to wait for the right opportunity rather than forcing confrontation prematurely. The plan that had formed during his journey was simple in concept, if difficult in execution. Winter itself would be his ally in this labor. The deep snow that made travel so challenging for him would be equally problematic for the boar, despite its size and strength. If he could drive the creature into the deepest drifts, the snow would hamper its movements, tire it out, create opportunities for capture that would not exist on firm ground, where the boar's speed and agility gave it tremendous advantages. The key was finding the boar, provoking it into chasing him, and then leading it to terrain where the snow was deep enough to serve his purpose. The search took days, each one blending into the next in the timeless way that mountain winters have, where the sun's position provides the only clock, and even that is unreliable behind the clouds that perpetually shrouded the peaks. Heracles moved through a landscape of stunning, terrible beauty, where ice crystals hung suspended in the air like diamonds, where the wind carved the snow into fantastic shapes that resembled frozen waves or abstract sculptures, where the silence was so complete that his own heartbeat became audible, a steady rhythm that marked the passage of time more reliably than any external measure. He found evidence of the boar everywhere once he reached the right elevation and territory. Tracks larger than any natural pig should make, trees stripped of bark where the creature had rubbed against them, ground torn up where it had used its snout to dig for roots and tubers beneath the snow. The destruction was impressive, speaking to both the boar's size and its aggressive relationship with its environment. This was not a creature that moved gently through the world, but one that dominated and altered whatever space it occupied, leaving clear marks of its passage that would remain visible until spring thaw erased them. The confrontation, when it finally came, happened suddenly, despite all Heracles' preparation and awareness. He had been following a particularly fresh set of tracks through a narrow valley when the boar burst from a thicket of snow-laden bushes, charging with the speed and fury of an avalanche made flesh. The creature was even larger than the stories had suggested, its bulk impressive, its tusks gleaming like ivory weapons, its small eyes burning with rage at this intrusion into its territory. The sound it made was somewhere between a roar and a squeal, a high-pitched challenge that echoed off the valley walls and sent snow cascading from nearby slopes. Heracles had only seconds to react, to turn and begin running in the direction he had already scouted, toward the place where he knew the snow lay deepest. The boar crashed through the undergrowth behind him, its momentum carrying it forward with frightening efficiency, closing the distance between them with each passing moment. Heracles pushed himself to run faster, his legs pumping through the snow, his lungs burning with the effort of drawing enough cold air to fuel his muscles, his mind focused entirely on reaching the deep drifts before the boar's tusks found his back. The chase led them higher up the mountain into regions where the snow had accumulated undisturbed by wind or sun, where drifts reached depths that would have stopped any normal pursuit. Heracles felt the snow growing deeper around his legs, felt his movements becoming more labored as he had to lift his feet higher with each step, had to push through resistance that increased with every yard gained. Behind him, he heard the boar's progress slowing as well. The creature's charges becoming less fluid, its momentum broken by the need to plow through snow that rose to its chest and beyond. When Heracles judged that the snow was deep enough, he turned to face his pursuer, planting his feet as firmly as the unstable surface allowed, preparing for the final confrontation. The boar, seeing its prey stop fleeing, gathered itself for one last charge, lowering its head to bring those deadly tusks to bear, its legs churning through the snow in a desperate attempt to build the speed necessary for a killing blow. But the deep snow had stolen its greatest advantage. The momentum that made a charging boar nearly unstoppable on firm ground was reduced to a fraction of its usual force by the need to push through drifts that caught and held at its legs and body. The boar reached Heracles at a speed that was dangerous but manageable, its tusks sweeping up toward his midsection in an attack that would have disemboweled him if it had connected with full force. But Heracles sidestepped at the last moment, letting the creature's momentum carry it past him, then wrapped his arms around its body from behind, locking his hands together across its chest, beginning to squeeze with the same crushing embrace that had defeated the Nemean lion. The boar squealed and thrashed, its legs churning the snow into a maelstrom of white, its head tossing back and forth as it tried to bring its tusks to bear on the arms that held it. But the deep snow that had slowed the boar's charge now prevented it from finding the leverage necessary to break free. Each time it tried to plant its feet and push against Heracles' grip, the snow gave way beneath its hooves, leaving it struggling against both the hero's strength and the unstable surface. Heracles held on with grim determination, ignoring the pain as the boar's thrashing drove its coarse hair into his arms like thousands of tiny needles, ignoring the exhaustion that threatened to loosen his grip, focusing entirely on maintaining his hold until the creature tired itself out. The struggle lasted longer than the fight with the Nemean lion had, perhaps because the boar was not being crushed to death but merely held, perhaps because its natural ferocity kept it fighting long after a more intelligent creature would have recognized the futility of resistance. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours, both hero and beast locked in a contest of endurance, neither willing to surrender, neither able to gain decisive advantage. The snow around them was churned into a chaos of red from the boar's snout bleeding from its exertions, white from the underlying drifts, and brown from the mud and earth kicked up by their struggle. Finally, gradually, the boar's movements began to slow. Its thrashing became less violent, its squeals of rage diminishing to exhausted grunts, its legs no longer churning with the same desperate energy. Exhaustion was claiming it, the combination of the chase, the deep snow, and the prolonged struggle draining even its prodigious reserves of strength and stamina. Heracles felt the change and adjusted his strategy, loosening his crushing embrace slightly, no longer trying to squeeze the breath from the creature's lungs but simply holding it firmly, preventing escape while allowing it to breathe and realize that continued resistance was pointless. When the boar finally went still, standing with legs splayed and head hanging, its breath coming in huge gasps that sent clouds of steam into the frigid air, Heracles carefully released his grip and stepped back, ready to react if the creature attempted one final attack. But the boar seemed to have accepted its defeat, standing in the churned snow, with the defeated posture of a warrior who had given everything and found it insufficient. Its eyes, when they met Heracles, held no fear, only exhaustion, and perhaps a grudging respect for the strength that had overcome its own. The next challenge was securing the boar for transport without causing it injury or giving it opportunity to escape once it had rested and recovered its strength. Heracles had brought rope for this purpose, strong fibers woven and treated to remain flexible even in the cold. And he used it now to create a harness that would allow him to control the boar's movements without causing pain or restricting its breathing. The creature submitted to this binding with surprising docility, as if understanding that resistance at this point would be futile, as if the outcome had been determined and there was no shame in accepting defeat when it had come at the hands of someone clearly stronger. The descent from the mountains was a slow and careful process, each step chosen with deliberation to avoid triggering a fall that could injure the boar or send them both tumbling down slopes that would not stop their momentum until they reached the valley far below. Heracles led the bound creature like a farmer leading livestock, speaking to it in low, calm tones, offering reassurance and even praise for its strength and courage, treating it not as a defeated enemy, but as a worthy opponent who deserved respect despite the outcome of their confrontation. As they descended, the temperature gradually rose, the snow becoming less deep, patches of bare ground beginning to appear where southern slopes caught enough sun to melt the accumulation. The world slowly regained color, brown earth and gray rock replacing the monochrome white of the higher elevations, scrubby bushes and eventually trees marking the return to regions where life could persist through the winter rather than merely enduring it in hibernation or fleeing to warmer climes. The boar's spirit seemed to improve with the changing environment, its head rising from its dejected hanging, its steps becoming steadier and more confident as exhaustion gave way to recovery. The journey to Tiryns took weeks, the boar requiring regular rest and food, Heracles needing to hunt or trade for supplies since his own provisions had been exhausted during the mountain pursuit. They became an unlikely pair, hero and beast, traveling together through countryside that reacted to their passage with mixtures of fear and amazement. Farmers fled at the sight of the massive boar, then emerged from hiding when they saw it was bound and controlled, approaching cautiously to marvel at its size and to hear the story of its capture. Children gathered to stare wide-eyed at the creature that had featured in their parents' warnings about venturing into the mountains, while their elders offered food and shelter to the hero who had removed a threat that had loomed over the region for years. When they finally arrived at Eurystheus' palace, the king's reaction was simultaneously gratifying and frustrating for Heracles. Eurystheus emerged from his throne room with his usual bravado, ready to demonstrate his authority over both hero and beast, but the sight of the boar up close, its size and tusks, and barely contained ferocity evident even in its bound and controlled state, sent him scrambling backward in undisguised fear. The mighty king, who commanded armies and ruled his kingdom with supposedly iron authority, revealed himself to be the coward Heracles had always known him to be, terrified of the very creature he had demanded be brought to him alive. The king insisted that the boar be kept outside the palace walls, that Heracles dispose of it somehow, that it be taken far from Tiryns and released or killed, or simply made to disappear. His fear was so palpable, so embarrassing in its naked display, that even his own courtiers exchanged glances and whispers. But Heracles accepted the king's decree without argument, recognizing that the labor was complete regardless of Eurystheus' cowardice, that the capture and transport of the Erymanthian boar satisfied the requirements that had been set forth. He led the boar back into the mountains from which it had come, traveling for days to return it to terrain where it could survive and thrive, where its size and temperament would make it not a threat to human settlements, but simply an apex predator fulfilling its natural role in the ecosystem. When he finally released it, cutting the ropes that had bound it for so many weeks, the boar stood for a moment, as if uncertain whether the freedom was real. Then it shook itself, testing muscles that had been constrained, and turned to look at Heracles one final time. In that moment, man and beast regarded each other across the small distance that separated them, and something passed between them that was not quite communication, but not quite nothing either. Perhaps it was simply recognition, acknowledgement that they had tested each other and found the contest worthy, that neither had given less than everything in their struggle, that the outcome had been determined not by cruelty or luck, but by the honest application of strength and skill and determination. Then the boar turned and trotted into the forest, quote, disappearing among the trees with surprising quietness for something so large, leaving Heracles standing alone in the mountain wilderness. 4 labors completed, 8 more awaited, and as Heracles began the long walk back to Tiryns to receive his next assignment, he reflected on how different each labor had been from the others, how each had tested different aspects of his nature and abilities. The Nemean lion had required pure strength and innovation. The Lernaean hydra had demanded strategy and cooperation. The Ceryneian hind had taught patience and restraint. And now the Erymanthian boar had shown him that sometimes the gentler victory, the capture without killing, The battle that ended with mutual respect rather than death was the truest demonstration of strength. The winter sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the snow that would remain in these mountains for months, yet before spring's warmth could begin its slow work of melting and renewal. Heracles walked through the cold with the easy stride of someone who had grown accustomed to discomfort, who had learned that the body could endure far more than the mind initially believed possible, who understood that each step forward, no matter how small or difficult, was progress toward the redemption that remained his ultimate goal. The mountains watched him go with the eternal patience of stone and ice, holding their secrets and their dangers, waiting for the next hero or fool brave enough to test themselves against terrain that had stood unchanged since the world was young and would stand unchanged long after all current stories had faded into legend and myth. The fifth labor, the Augean stables. The kingdom of Elis spread across fertile valleys watered by two great rivers, land so rich that crops grew with abundance that seemed almost effortless, where livestock thrived and multiplied, where the earth itself seemed eager to provide for those who worked it. King Augeas ruled this prosperous realm from his palace that overlooked pastures filled with cattle, beyond counting, herds that had grown over decades into numbers so vast that no accurate census had been attempted in years. The wealth that these animals represented was staggering, making Augeas one of the richest monarchs in all of Greece, a man whose fortune was measured not in gold or jewels, but in the living, breathing abundance of his herds. But this prosperity came with a price that Augeas had long chosen to ignore. A problem that had grown year by year until it had become a crisis that threatened the very foundation of his kingdom's agricultural success. The stables where his cattle were kept at night, massive structures that could house thousands of animals beneath their roofs, had not been cleaned in 3 decades. The accumulation of manure and filth had reached proportions that defied easy description, layers upon layers of waste piled so deep that the original floors were buried beneath decades of accumulation, the smell so overwhelming that it could be detected from miles downwind, the contamination so severe that it was beginning to affect the rivers and the very fields that had made Elis prosperous. This was the labor Eurystheus assigned with particular satisfaction. Understanding that it was designed not to test Heracles' strength against monsters or his patience in pursuit of sacred animals, but to humiliate him, to reduce the legendary hero to the status of a common laborer performing work that was beneath even the lowest servants. The task was simple in its degrading clarity. Clean the Augean stables in a single day, removing 3 decades worth of accumulated filth, restoring the structures to cleanliness and utility. It was meant to be impossible, a task that would take an army of men months or even years to complete, assigned to one man with a deadline that made success seem laughable. Heracles approached this labor differently than he had the previous 4, where those had required strength or strategy or patience. This one demanded something else entirely: innovation, the ability to look at a problem from angles that others had not considered, to find solutions that existed outside the normal boundaries of how such work was traditionally accomplished. As he traveled to Elis, he thought not about how to shovel faster or work longer, but about how to change the fundamental nature of the task itself, to transform it from an impossible manual labor into something that could be accomplished through cleverness rather than mere effort. The first sight of the Augean stables confirmed everything he had heard, and worse. The structures were massive, built to house thousands of cattle, with roofs supported by enormous wooden beams and walls constructed of stone that should have lasted for generations. But the accumulation of filth had transformed these once impressive buildings into monuments to neglect and decay. The smell was beyond anything Heracles had encountered before, a physical presence that seemed to coat the mouth and throat, that made breathing an act of will, that spoke to years of waste, decomposing and fermenting and creating new compounds that nature had never intended to exist in such concentration. Inside the stables, the scene was apocalyptic. The manure had piled so deep that it nearly reached the ceiling in some places, creating mountains of filth that cattle had to climb to find space to stand. The wooden beams that supported the roof were rotting from the ammonia-rich environment. Some already beginning to sag under weight they were never designed to bear. The stone floors, which should have been visible and swept clean daily, were buried beneath layers so deep that excavating to reach them would be like digging for archaeological treasures, each layer representing another year of neglect. Augeas greeted Heracles with the smug satisfaction of a man who believed he had found a way to profit from his own negligence. He proposed a deal. If Heracles could clean the stables in a single day, proving the task was possible, then Augeas would give him 1/10 of his vast herds as payment. If Heracles failed, as Augeas clearly expected he would, then the hero would leave, having wasted a day of his labor sentence, returning to Eurystheus with a failure that would extend his service or bring whatever punishment the king chose to devise. It was a bet that Augeas believed he could not lose, either getting his stables cleaned at no real cost to himself, or watching Heracles humiliated while his own position remained unchanged. Heracles accepted the wager without revealing the plan that had been forming during his journey to Elis, the solution that had come to him while observing the two great rivers that flowed through Augeas' kingdom. Water, he had realized, was the answer to this seemingly impossible task. Not buckets of water carried by hand, not even teams of men with hoses, but the rivers themselves, their enormous volume and natural flow redirected to serve his purpose, transforming the stables from cesspools into buildings that could be literally washed clean by the irresistible force of moving water. The preliminary work took most of the morning, but it was work that Heracles could accomplish with the strength and determination that had seen him through previous labors. Using tools borrowed from Augeas' reluctant servants, he began to dig channels in the earth, trenches that would redirect the flow of the rivers from their natural courses toward the stables. The labor was immense, moving earth on a scale that would have required dozens of ordinary men working for weeks, but Heracles attacked it with the focused intensity of someone who understood that every moment counted, that the day was finite, and the task would only be judged complete if finished before sunset. The rivers of Elis were substantial waterways, fed by mountain snow and seasonal rains, carrying volumes of water that could drive mills and irrigate vast stretches of farmland. Redirecting even a fraction of their flow was engineering on a scale rarely attempted, requiring not just brute force but careful calculation of angles and depths, understanding of how water would behave when given new paths to follow, knowledge of erosion and flow rates, and the physics of fluids that Heracles had absorbed through observation and practical experience rather than formal education. By midday, the channels were complete, 2 trenches leading from the rivers toward the stables, carved through earth and rock with a precision that spoke to both strength and skill. Heracles had positioned them carefully, ensuring that when the water was released, it would flow into the stables at strategic points, that the current would be strong enough to scour away the accumulated filth, but not so violent that it would damage the building's structural elements. He had created overflow channels as well, paths by which the water could exit after completing its cleansing work, carrying the dissolved and suspended filth downstream to be dispersed and diluted by the river's natural volumes. The moment of release, when Heracles removed the temporary dams he had built to hold the rivers back while constructing the channels, was both dramatic and oddly beautiful. The water rushed forward with a sound like distant thunder, white foam marking the leading edge of the surge, the force of it creating currents that swirled and eddied as they encountered the stables' entrances. The rivers, which had flowed in their accustomed path since before human memory, now found new routes, pouring into man-made structures with the enthusiasm of water released from long confinement. Inside the stables, the effect was transformative. The water hit the accumulated filth with the force of divine judgment, breaking apart decades of compacted waste, dissolving the layers that had hardened into something resembling rock, carrying away the contamination in great brown waves that flowed out through the exit channels Heracles had prepared. The smell, which had been a constant oppressive presence, began to change as the water diluted and removed the source of the odor, fresh river scents of algae and stone gradually replacing the reek of decades-old manure. Heracles stood outside the stables, watching the water do its work, making minor adjustments to his channels to optimize flow, occasionally using his strength to clear blockages where particularly stubborn accumulations resisted the water's cleansing force, but mostly he simply observed, allowing the rivers to accomplish in hours what would have taken armies of men months to achieve through manual labor. It was a different kind of victory than his previous labors had provided, a triumph of engineering and innovation rather than combat or endurance, proof that strength alone was not always the answer to life's challenges. The transformation was remarkable to witness. As the day progressed and the water continued its relentless work, the stables slowly revealed their original form. Stone floors emerged from beneath their burial of filth, worn smooth by decades of use but fundamentally sound, ready to serve their intended purpose once properly cleaned. The wooden support beams, freed from the corrosive environment that had been slowly destroying them, showed themselves to be stronger than the rot-damaged ends had suggested. Salvageable with proper treatment and maintenance. The walls, constructed of stone chosen to last generations, proved that they could indeed endure when given the respect of regular care rather than systematic neglect. By late afternoon, the worst of the accumulated filth had been washed away, carried downstream by rivers that ran brown with suspended waste but which would gradually clear as the distance from the stables increased and natural processes of dilution and decomposition took effect. Hercules made final adjustments to his channels, ensuring that the water would continue to flow through the stables for several more hours, completing the cleaning process, removing the last residues, and leaving behind buildings that were not just superficially clean but genuinely restored to functionality. As sunset approached, Heracles reversed his morning's work, building new dams to redirect the rivers back to their natural courses, filling in the channels he had dug to prevent the diversion from becoming permanent. The rivers, having served their unexpected purpose, returned to their accustomed paths with what seemed like relief, their flows gradually returning to normal levels and clarity as the last of the contamination was carried away and dispersed. By the time the sun touched the western horizon, the rivers looked as they had that morning, and only the immaculately clean stables bore witness to the extraordinary engineering feat that had been accomplished. Augeas, who had watched the day's events with a growing disbelief and dismay, now faced a dilemma of his own making. The stables were undeniably clean, the task completed within the single day that had been specified, the terms of the wager satisfied beyond any reasonable dispute. But paying 1/10 of his herds to Heracles would represent a fortune, a reduction in his wealth that the king found deeply painful to contemplate. He began to argue that using the rivers had been cheating, that the task should have been accomplished through manual labor, that Heracles had not truly earned the agreed upon payment. But Heracles had anticipated this response, had witnesses to the wager's terms, and most importantly, had the moral authority that came from having accomplished something that Augeas himself had been too lazy or negligent to address for 3 decades. The argument that followed was heated but ultimately pointless, because regardless of whether Augeas paid the agreed upon portion of his herds, the labor itself was complete. The task Eurystheus had assigned was finished, and that was what truly mattered in the context of Heracles' service toward redemption. In the end, through intervention by Augeas' own son Phyleus, who had the integrity his father lacked and who had witnessed the wager's terms, a compromise was reached that satisfied honor if not greed. But for Heracles, the payment was secondary to the knowledge that he had completed the labor, had found a solution to what had seemed an impossible task, had proven that intelligence and innovation could accomplish what brute force alone could never achieve. The lesson of the Augean stables was different from the lessons of previous labors, but no less valuable, that sometimes the greatest victories came not from fighting harder, but from thinking differently, from seeing problems from new angles, from using the resources available in ways that others had not imagined. As Heracles left Elis, traveling back toward Tiryns to report the labor's completion and receive his next assignment, he felt a satisfaction that went beyond merely checking another task off the list. The stables behind him were cleaned for the first time in 3 decades, restored to their original purpose, no longer a source of contamination and shame, but functional buildings that could serve Augeas' kingdom as they had been designed to do. The rivers flowed in their natural courses, unmarked by their temporary diversion, except in the memories of those who had witnessed what had been accomplished. The kingdom itself seemed somehow lighter, as if removing that vast accumulation of filth had lifted a burden not just from the physical structures, but from the land and people as well. Farmers would find their fields more productive now that the source of contamination had been addressed. The rivers would run clearer and healthier, supporting the fish and plants that depended on them. And the cattle, when they returned to stables that no longer reeked with decades of waste, would be healthier and more productive, justifying the wealth they represented through their actual utility rather than merely their numbers. 5 labors completed, 7 more awaited, and as Heracles walked the roads back towards his servitude, He carried with him the knowledge that redemption was being earned not just through displays of strength or patience or restraint, but through the application of every skill and capability he possessed. Each labor tested different aspects of his nature, revealing not just what he could do, but who he was becoming through the process of doing it. The man who had cleaned the Augean stables through innovation and engineering was not quite the same person who had strangled the Nemean lion through pure strength, just as that warrior had not been quite the same as the grief-stricken father who had begun this journey seeking any path toward redemption. The transformation was gradual, measured in small increments rather than dramatic revelations, but it was real nonetheless. With each labor, Heracles learned something new about himself, about the world, about the nature of challenges and how they could be overcome. The labors were punishments, yes, assigned by a petty king on behalf of offended gods, designed to be difficult and dangerous and occasionally humiliating. But they were also teachers, providing lessons that could not be learned any other way, shaping him through trial and effort into something more than he had been, something closer to the heroic ideal that his divine heritage suggested, but which had to be earned through mortal suffering and achievement rather than simply granted by accident of birth. The sunset painted the sky in shades of orange and purple as Heracles walked, his shadow stretching long behind him, the day's labor completed and the next one waiting somewhere in the uncertain future. The rivers of Elis flowed clean and clear, washing away the evidence of neglect, carrying with them the dissolved remnants of problems that had seemed insurmountable until someone had cared enough to actually address them, rather than simply accepting their existence as inevitable. It was a small victory in the grand scheme of divine and mortal politics, a footnote in the epic story that was unfolding labor by labor. But it mattered nonetheless to the kingdom that had been cleansed, to the hero who had found a new way to prove his worth, and to the cosmic balance that measured guilt and redemption in scales that only the gods fully understood, but which Heracles was learning to read through experience and suffering and the slow, steady work of becoming someone worthy of the redemption he sought. The sixth labor, the Stymphalian birds. The lake called Stymphalia lay cradled between mountains like a jewel set in stone, its waters dark and still beneath skies that seemed perpetually caught between dawn and dusk, neither fully light nor completely dark, but existing in that liminal space where reality felt thin and permeable. The journey to this place had taken Heracles through landscapes that grew progressively more isolated and strange, as if the lake existed slightly apart from the normal world, a pocket of reality where different rules applied and the natural order had been subtly altered by forces that predated human understanding. The air around the lake felt different from the moment Heracles emerged from the mountain pass and caught his first glimpse of the water. There was a thickness to it, a quality that made breathing feel like drawing liquid into the lungs rather than air, and with each inhalation came a smell of decay and metal, of things dying and rusting, of nature corrupted by unnatural presences. The silence was oppressive, broken only occasionally by sounds that seemed wrong somehow, echoes that came from directions that made no geometric sense, whispers that might have been wind through reeds or might have been something else entirely. The birds were the reason for this corruption, though at first glance they were not immediately visible. They roosted in the dense marsh vegetation that surrounded the lake, thousands upon thousands of them, creating such a concentration of living creatures that the reeds themselves bent under their collective weight. From a distance, they might have been mistaken for normal birds, perhaps some species of heron or crane adapted to lake living. But as Heracles drew closer, moving carefully along the shore, studying his quarry before attempting any confrontation, the true nature of these creatures became horrifyingly apparent. The Stymphalian birds were larger than any natural waterfowl, standing nearly as tall as a man when they stretched to their full height, with wingspans that could easily match the reach of Heracles' outstretched arms. Their feathers, which should have been soft plumage designed for insulation and flight, were instead hard and metallic, each one sharp-edged like a knife blade, catching what little light filtered through the perpetual gloom and throwing it back in cold glimmers that spoke to materials that had no place growing from living flesh. Their beaks were not the blunt tools of birds that ate fish or plants, but long, pointed weapons more akin to spears or daggers, capable of piercing armor and flesh with equal ease. But it was not merely their appearance that made them monstrous. The birds were aggressive beyond any natural creature's territoriality, attacking anything that moved in their domain with a fury that seemed almost personal. They hunted in coordinated flocks, using tactics that spoke to intelligence greater than mere animal instinct, surrounding prey and striking from multiple angles, using their metallic feathers as projectiles that they could launch from their wings with startling accuracy. The marsh around the lake was littered with bones of animals and occasional humans who had ventured too close. Picked clean by beaks that could strip flesh from bone in moments, left to serve as warnings that went unheeded because few survived to carry tales of what they had encountered. King Eurystheus had assigned this labor with the expectation that Heracles would attempt to fight the birds directly, perhaps wading into the marsh and trying to defeat them through strength and combat skill as he had defeated previous monsters. It would be a futile approach, the king clearly believed, because the sheer numbers of the birds would overwhelm even the greatest hero. Their metallic feathers would pierce even the protection of the Nemean lion's hide. Their coordinated attacks would find gaps in any defense, and eventually, inevitably, they would bring down even someone with divine blood flowing through his veins. But Heracles had learned caution through his previous labors, had developed an appreciation for strategy and innovation that went beyond simply confronting every challenge with direct violence. As he studied the birds from a safe distance, watching their patterns and behaviors, he recognized that this was not a labor that could be won through combat alone. The birds were too numerous, too well adapted to their environment, too capable of turning their own bodies into weapons that would make close combat suicidal. He needed a different approach, one that would exploit their weaknesses rather than testing his strength against their advantages. The solution came from an unexpected source. As Heracles sat by his camp on the third evening of observation, contemplating the problem and considering various strategies, a presence made itself known nearby. Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, appeared not in full divine glory but in a more subtle manifestation. A woman in traveling clothes who sat across the fire from him and spoke with a voice that carried harmonics suggesting she was something more than merely mortal. She had been watching his progress through the labors, she explained, noting, with approval, how he had learned to think as well as fight, to innovate rather than simply applying brute force to every problem. She offered him a gift, tools that would make this particular labor possible where it might otherwise prove fatal. From the folds of her cloak, she produced a pair of bronze castanets, musical instruments that created sharp, penetrating sounds when clashed together. These were no ordinary castanets, she explained, but divine instruments forged by Hephaestus himself, imbued with properties that would affect creatures sensitive to particular frequencies and volumes. The Stymphalian birds, for all their ferocity and physical adaptations, had one significant weakness. Their hearing was extraordinarily acute, adapted to detect the smallest sounds of prey moving through marshland, and this sensitivity made them vulnerable to sounds that were too loud, too sharp, too overwhelming for their nervous systems to process. The plan that formed from this gift was elegant in its simplicity. Heracles would use the castanets to create noise so loud and discordant that the birds would be driven from their roosting places in the marsh, forced to take flight to escape the overwhelming sensory assault. Once airborne and in panicked flight, they would be vulnerable to his arrows, transformed from a dangerous swarm on familiar ground into fleeing targets silhouetted against the sky. The hydra venom he had collected during his second labor would ensure that each arrow strike was lethal, that he need not rely on accuracy alone but could trust that even grazing hits would kill, reducing the number of birds he needed to strike directly. The execution of this plan began at dawn, when the lake's surface lay perfectly still and the birds were settled in their roosts after a night of hunting. Heracles positioned himself on a rocky outcropping that overlooked the marsh, a place where he could see clearly but which offered some protection from the aerial attacks that would surely come once the birds realized what was happening. He had prepared his bow carefully, stringing it with fresh cord, testing its pull and balance, coating his arrows with the hydra venom in careful amounts that would not compromise the weapon's flight characteristics but would guarantee lethality for any hit that broke skin. When everything was ready, when his position was secure and his weapons prepared and his nerves steadied by the certainty that his strategy was sound, Heracles raised the bronze castanets and brought them together with all the force his divine strength could generate. The sound that resulted was unlike anything that should have occurred in nature, a metallic crash so loud and sharp that it seemed to tear the air itself, echoing off the mountains and across the water with a persistence that spoke to the instrument's supernatural origin. The noise was painful even to Heracles' ears, making his teeth ache and his eyes water. A physical assault translated through sound waves into sensations that bypass normal auditory processing to strike directly at the nervous system. The effect on the birds was immediate and dramatic. They erupted from the marsh in thousands, their metallic wings catching the dawn light and transforming them into a storm of glittering fragments, a maelstrom of feathers and beaks and talons that filled the sky with a density that briefly blocked the sun. Their cries of alarm and rage added to the cacophony, high-pitched shrieks that spoke to panic and fury in equal measure. The sound of creatures whose territory had been violated in ways they could not understand and could not tolerate. Heracles continued to clash the castanets, maintaining the overwhelming noise that kept the birds in flight, preventing them from returning to the marsh or organizing their usual coordinated attacks. With his free hand, he reached for his bow, knocking an arrow with movement so practiced they required no conscious thought, drawing and releasing in smooth motions that sent shaft after shaft arcing into the mass of fleeing birds. The venom did its work with terrifying efficiency, each arrow that found its mark causing the struck bird to falter in mid-flight, to tumble from the sky with wings that could no longer maintain their rhythm, to crash into the lake or marsh or rocky shore with impacts that spoke to lives, ending in confused anguish. The battle that followed was nothing like his previous confrontations with monsters. There was no glory in this killing, no test of strength or courage, no dramatic moment where skill and determination triumphed over impossible odds. It was simply execution, systematic and methodical, reducing the bird population through a combination of clever strategy and effective tools, transforming a labor that could have been suicidal into something more akin to a harvest. Grim but necessary work rather than heroic combat. The birds that survived the initial assault tried various tactics to counter this unexpected threat. Some attempted to dive bomb Heracles' position using their speed and metallic beaks as weapons, but the rocky outcropping provided cover and the castanets' noise disrupted their coordination enough that their attacks were unorganized and ineffective. Others tried to launch their feathers as projectiles, filling the air with metallic shrapnel that sang and whistled as it flew. But most fell short of Heracles' position, and those few that reached him were turned aside by the Nemean, lion's hide, or struck stone rather than flesh. Gradually, inexorably, the birds' numbers diminished. Some fell to Heracles' arrows, their bodies joining the growing collection of metallic corpses that littered the area around the lake. Others, recognizing that their usual advantages had been neutralized and their numbers were decreasing rapidly, chose flight over continued confrontation, rising higher into the sky and winging away toward distant territories where they might survive and eventually breed to restore their numbers. Heracles let these escapees go, understanding that the labor was not to exterminate every single bird, but to drive them from the lake. To end the threat they posed to travelers and to restore some measure of natural balance to a region they had dominated through violence and corruption. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the marsh had fallen silent. No metallic wings disturbed the air. No sharp cries echoed across the water. The birds that remained alive had fled to distant lands, while those that had fallen lay scattered across the landscape, their metallic feathers gradually dulling as whatever supernatural force animated them leaked away with their lives. The lake itself seemed to breathe easier, as if releasing tension that had been building for years, its waters beginning to stir with currents that suggested natural processes resuming after long interruption. Heracles descended from his rocky perch and walked through the marsh, collecting samples of the metallic feathers as proof of the labor's completion and as potentially useful materials for future challenges. The feathers were extraordinarily sharp, harder than bronze and lighter than they had any right to be, products of some divine or magical process that created materials with properties normal metallurgy could never achieve. They would make effective weapons or tools, he realized, another resource to add to his growing collection of trophies and aids gathered from each completed labor. As he worked, collecting feathers and surveying the aftermath of the battle, Athena appeared once more, her presence marked by a subtle shift in the quality of light rather than any dramatic manifestation. She expressed satisfaction with how he had approached the labor, how he had used the gift she provided not as a substitute for effort, but as a tool that made his own skills more effective, how he had shown wisdom in recognizing when direct confrontation would be foolish and when strategy should take precedence over strength. She spoke also of the labors ahead, offering cryptic hints about challenges yet to come, suggesting that the remaining tasks would test him in ways that would make the first 6 seem almost straightforward by comparison. But she expressed confidence that he would continue to learn and adapt, that each labor was transforming him from the grief-stricken man who had begun this service into something closer to the hero he was meant to become. The transformation was not complete, she cautioned, and might never be complete in the sense of reaching some final perfect state. But progress was being made, one labor at a time, one lesson at a time, one step forward on a path that led toward redemption, if not toward forgetting. When she departed, fading back into whatever divine realm she inhabited when not walking among mortals, Heracles stood alone by the lake that was already beginning to show signs of recovery. The water's dark color was starting to clear as whatever contamination the birds had introduced began to dissipate. Reeds that had been bent and broken under the birds' collective weight were slowly straightening, reaching again toward sunlight that seemed brighter now than it had when he first arrived. Small fish were visible near the surface, creatures that had hidden in the depths during the birds' reign, but which now emerged to reclaim their place in the ecosystem. The journey back to Tiryns took longer than necessary because Heracles found himself reluctant to rush, willing to take time to process what he had learned during this labor. The lesson of the Stymphalian birds was different from the lessons of previous challenges, speaking to the value of accepting help when it was offered, of using tools and knowledge provided by those wiser than himself, of recognizing that strength alone would never be sufficient to overcome every challenge life presented. Pride might have demanded that he refuse Athena's gift, that he find some way to complete the labor using only his own resources and abilities. But wisdom, which he was slowly developing through these trials, suggested that accepting assistance was not weakness but intelligence, that knowing when to use tools and when to rely on personal strength was itself a valuable skill. 6 labors completed, 6 more awaited. The number remaining equaled the number finished, marking a midpoint in his service, a milestone that suggested he had traveled half the distance toward redemption. But Heracles knew better than to think the journey was half complete in any meaningful sense. The labors that remained would likely be the most difficult, the most dangerous, the most challenging to his skills and character. Eurystheus would save the worst for last, saving tasks that might genuinely kill him for when he could not claim inexperience or uncertainty, when failure would be purely failure rather than the expected result of attempting the impossible. But as Heracles walked the roads back toward his servitude, carrying bronze castanets that had proven their worth and bundles of metallic feathers that might serve future purposes, he felt something that might have been cautious optimism. The man who had cleaned the Augean stables through innovation, who had pursued the Ceryneian hind through patience, who had defeated the Lernaean hydra through strategy, who had strangled the Nemean lion through pure determination, was learning to be more than just strong. He was learning to think, to adapt, to recognize that different challenges required different approaches, that the true mark of a hero was not singular excellence in one area, but competence across many, flexibility that allowed appropriate responses to whatever circumstances arose. The sunset painted the sky in familiar colors as Heracles approached Tiryns, his 6th labor complete. His understanding of himself and his purpose deepened by experiences that would have broken lesser men. The lake behind him was healing, restored to natural balance by the removal of an unnatural threat. The birds that survived would find new territories, perhaps learning caution from their encounter with a hero who fought not with strength alone, but with wisdom borrowed from gods who valued intelligence as much as they valued courage. And Heracles himself, changed by each labor in ways both subtle and profound, walked forward toward whatever challenge awaited him next, carrying with him the accumulated lessons and resources of his service, becoming through trial and effort and suffering the hero that prophecy and divine heritage suggested he could be, if only he survived long enough to complete the transformation that had begun with tragedy, and which just might end with something approaching peace. The 7th labor, the Cretan bull, the island of Crete rose from the wine-dark sea like a jewel carved from stone and earth, its mountains catching the morning sun and transforming it into golden light that spilled down, slopes covered with olive groves and vineyards. The journey across the water had been calm, the sea gentle beneath Heracles' borrowed vessel, as if Poseidon himself approved of this particular labor or was at least indifferent to its execution. The salt air filled Heracles' lungs with scents of brine and seaweed, of fish and distant storms, of the eternal presence of water that covered most of the world and which humanity could traverse but never truly tame. Crete itself was a land of contradictions, possessing both the sophistication of advanced civilization and the wild beauty of untamed nature existing in close proximity. The cities were impressive, with architecture that spoke to wealth and artistic sensibility, with palaces that rivaled any on the mainland, with harbors full of ships that carried trade goods to distant lands. But venture beyond the cities, into the interior where the mountains rose steep and forbidding, and the island revealed itself to be as wild as any frontier, populated by creatures and peoples who lived according to older rules, who remembered times before the cities, who maintained traditions that urban dwellers considered primitive or superstitious. King Minos ruled this island kingdom with authority that was both political and semi-divine, claiming descent from Zeus himself and maintaining power through a combination of military strength, economic prosperity, and careful management of the various religious cults that held sway among his subjects. He greeted Heracles with the courtesy due to another son of Zeus, recognizing in the hero a kind of distant kinship, but his eyes held wariness as well, understanding that anyone powerful enough to complete the labors that had been assigned must be treated with respect regardless of their current subordinate status. The Cretan bull was Minos' problem, a creature that had once been a gift but had become a curse through the king's own foolish pride. The story, which Minos related with obvious discomfort, involved Poseidon and a promise broken, divine expectations not met, and the god of the sea's characteristic vindictive response to perceived insults. Poseidon had sent a magnificent white bull from the depths as a sign of favor, expecting that Minos would sacrifice it in the god's honor, acknowledging the source of his kingdom's prosperity and naval dominance. But Minos, captivated by the bull's beauty and perfect form, had substituted a lesser animal for the sacrifice, keeping the white bull for his own herds, believing that the god either would not notice or would not care about such a minor deception. Poseidon had noticed, Poseidon had cared, and in punishment for this hubris, the god had driven the bull mad, transforming it from a docile and magnificent creature into a rampaging beast that terrorized the island, destroying property and killing anyone foolish enough to cross its path. The bull had grown larger and stronger under the influence of divine wrath, developing supernatural stamina and aggression that went beyond any natural animal's capabilities. It was, in essence, a living curse, a punishment that affected not just Minos, but all of Crete, a reminder that the god's gifts came with expectations and that those expectations ignored could have terrible consequences. Heracles' task was to capture this bull alive and bring it back to the mainland, to Eurystheus, adding another exotic creature to the king's collection of trophies that spoke more to the hero's capabilities than to any genuine need for dangerous animals in Tiryns. The labor was straightforward in its requirements if potentially difficult in execution, given the bull's size, strength, and divinely enhanced aggression. But after 6 previous labors, Heracles had developed both confidence and a repertoire of techniques that could be adapted to different circumstances. Understanding that while each challenge was unique, there were underlying principles that applied across many situations. The hunt for the bull began in the mountainous interior, where the creature had retreated after its latest rampage through agricultural lands, seeking territory where it could rest and graze away from the humans it had come to view as enemies or prey. Heracles traveled alone, as had become his custom during these labors, finding that solitude focused his thoughts and allowed for more flexible decision-making than working with companions who might have their own ideas about strategy or approach. He carried minimal equipment, his bow and the precious venom-tipped arrows, though he had no intention of killing the bull, his club, which remained useful despite having failed against the Nemean lion's hide, rope and leather thongs for binding once the capture was accomplished, and the ever-present lion's hide that had become as much a part of him as his own skin. The landscape through which he traveled was beautiful in ways that reminded him of mainland Greece, but with distinctive characteristics that marked it as uniquely Cretan. The olive groves were more extensive, their trees older and more gnarled, their fruit prized for the quality of oil it produced. The vineyards climbed hillsides in terraced rows that spoke to generations of careful cultivation, the grapes hanging heavy with the promise of wine that was exported across the known world. Wild herbs grew in profusion, filling the air with scents of thyme and oregano, rosemary and lavender, creating an aromatic landscape that made each breath a subtle pleasure despite the serious nature of his mission. The signs of the bull's passage were easy enough to follow, once Heracles reached the areas where it had been most active. Trees showed damage where the creature had rubbed against them or gored them in fits of rage, the bark stripped away and the wood beneath scarred deeply by horn strikes that had been delivered with tremendous force. The ground was torn up in places where the bull had pawed and charged, creating furrows that looked like they had been made by a plow rather than an animal's hooves, and occasionally there were more disturbing signs. The remains of other animals that had been unfortunate enough to encounter the bull, their bodies broken and scattered, evidence of the creature's supernatural aggression and strength. The confrontation, when it came, happened in a high mountain meadow where the bull had been grazing, its white coat brilliant against the green grass and the blue sky beyond. The creature was magnificent despite its madness, perfectly proportioned with muscles that flowed beneath its hide like water under ice, its horns long and sharp and positioned at angles that would make them devastatingly effective weapons. It raised its head as Heracles approached, nostrils flaring as it caught his scent. Eyes that should have been placid and bovine, instead burning with the rage that Poseidon's curse had instilled. There was a moment, brief but significant, when hero and beast regarded each other across the meadow, each taking the measure of the other, calculating advantages and assessing threats. Then the bull lowered its head and charged, hooves tearing up the meadow as it accelerated with speed that seemed impossible for something so large, covering the distance between them with frightening rapidity. Heracles stood his ground, waiting until the last possible moment before the horns would have caught him in the chest, then stepped aside with movements that years of combat training had made instinctive, letting the bull's momentum carry it past him while he turned to track its movement. The bull skidded to a stop, its hooves throwing up chunks of earth as it fought against its own momentum, then wheeled around with surprising agility for something of its bulk, preparing for another charge. Heracles moved to position himself between the bull and the meadow's edge, understanding that his best chance of capture would come if he could keep the confrontation in open ground where he could see attacks coming and where the bull could not use terrain to its advantage. The dance that followed was almost ritualistic in its repetitions. The bull charging, Heracles evading, each party learning the other's patterns and capabilities, searching for openings that might provide advantage. As the confrontation continued, Heracles began to notice details that suggested a strategy. The bull's charges, while powerful and fast, followed relatively predictable paths. The creature too enraged to employ the kind of cunning that a natural bull might have shown. Its turns, while quick, required time and space to execute, creating brief moments when it was vulnerable because its momentum prevented rapid directional changes. And most importantly, the divine madness that made it so aggressive also seemed to rob it of the caution that would have made it a more difficult opponent, driving it to attack repeatedly despite the obvious fact that Heracles was not being harmed by these assaults. The plan that formed was risky but seemed more likely to succeed than attempting to fight the bull to exhaustion, which could take hours and which might end with Heracles being gored through a momentary lapse in concentration. He needed to use the bull's own strength and momentum against it, to redirect its energy rather than opposing it directly, to capture it in a moment of vulnerability created by its own aggressive nature. The technique would require perfect timing and precision that left no margin for error. But Heracles had learned during his previous labors that sometimes the most dangerous approaches were the most effective. That playing it safe often meant prolonging the confrontation and increasing the overall risk. When the bull charged again, Heracles did not simply evade but moved with deliberate purpose, positioning himself so that his evasion would cause the bull to pass close to a large boulder that jutted from the meadow's surface. As the creature thundered past, Heracles reached out and grabbed one of its horns, using the bull's momentum to swing himself onto its back, his legs clamping around its barrel chest, his free hand reaching for the other horn. The bull exploded in furious bucking and twisting, trying to throw this unwelcome rider, its roars of rage echoing across the mountains and sending birds fleeing from nearby trees. But Heracles held on with strength, born of divine heritage and years of training. His thighs gripping with pressure that would have crushed a normal man's ribs, his hands locked on the horns with determination that refused to acknowledge the possibility of failure. The bull twisted and spun, reared and plunged, used every technique that eons of bovine evolution had developed for dealing with threats, but could not dislodge the weight on its back or break the iron grip on its horns. Gradually, incrementally, Heracles began to force the bull's head down and to the side, using leverage and position to overcome raw strength, bending the creature's neck despite its struggles, bringing its nose toward the ground in a position that made effective resistance impossible. The submission, when it came, was not dramatic or sudden, but a gradual recognition on the bull's part that continued resistance was futile, that the being on its back possessed strength that equaled or exceeded its own, that the battle was lost even though no blood had been shed and no serious injury inflicted. The bull's struggles diminished from violent thrashing to exhausted trembling, its roars fading to exhausted breathing that came in great gusts that stirred the grass around its muzzle. Heracles maintained his grip and position, not releasing until he was certain the creature had truly submitted rather than simply pausing to gather strength for renewed resistance. When he finally slid from the bull's back, Stotuno keeping careful watch for any sign that the fight would resume, the creature simply stood with head lowered and sides heaving, defeated not through injury but through the overwhelming application of superior strength and skill. Heracles quickly secured it with the rope he had brought, creating a harness that would allow him to lead the bull without giving it opportunities to escape or attack, binding its legs loosely enough that it could walk but not run, establishing physical control that matched the psychological dominance he had asserted during their confrontation. The journey back to Minos' palace took the rest of the day, the bull walking docilely beside Heracles as if the divine madness had been exorcised out of it through their struggle, as if Poseidon's curse had been satisfied by the creature's defeat at the hands of someone who could match its supernatural enhancements with his own divine heritage. Minos received them with obvious relief, mixed with concern about what to do with the bull now that it had been captured, understanding that keeping it would likely draw Poseidon's continued ire, while releasing it would simply allow the problem to resume. Heracles resolved this dilemma by explaining that the labor required him to bring the bull to Eurystheus on the mainland, that Crete would be rid of the creature and the problem would become Tyrann's to manage. Minos agreed with alacrity, perhaps too eager to be entirely dignified, but understandable given the years of destruction the bull had caused to his kingdom. Arrangements were made for transport, a specially built vessel that could accommodate both hero and beast for the voyage back across the sea to the mainland. The sea journey was remarkable for its calmness, as if Poseidon himself approved of the bull being taken from Crete, as if the god's anger had been directed more at Minos' hubris than at the bull itself. And now that the creature was being removed from the king's possession, divine temper could cool. Heracles stood at the vessel's rail for much of the journey, watching the waves and contemplating the nature of this labor compared to those that had come before. The Cretan bull had not been evil like the Lernaean hydra, or dangerous from its own nature like the Nemean lion, but simply a magnificent creature driven mad by divine curse, punished for its owner's hubris rather than any fault of its own. There was a lesson in that, he reflected, about the collateral damage that divine conflicts inflicted on innocents, about how the gods' petty grievances with each other, or with mortals, often resulted in suffering for those who had committed no offense beyond existing in the wrong place at the wrong time. His own family had been such collateral, destroyed by Hera's anger at Zeus rather than through any fault of their own, casualties in a divine marriage's ongoing cold war that used mortal lives as ammunition and felt no remorse for the devastation inflicted. When they arrived at Tiryns and Heracles presented the bull to Eurystheus, the king's reaction was predictable. Initial satisfaction at having another trophy to display, followed quickly by fear when he actually saw the creature up close and understood that its power remained formidable despite its current docility. Eurystheus ordered the bull released into the countryside around the city, washing his hands of responsibility for it, creating a new problem for the surrounding region, but one that was no longer his concern since the labor had been completed and acknowledged. The bull, freed from its bindings and released into familiar Mediterranean landscape, trotted away toward the hills, its white coat brilliant in the afternoon sun, looking for all the world like a normal, if exceptionally magnificent, animal rather than a creature that had terrorized an entire island. Heracles watched it go with mixed feelings, hoping that distance from Crete and from Minos would allow the divine madness to fade, that the bull might live out whatever remained of its life in relative peace rather than as a pawn in divine conflicts that it could neither understand nor control. 7 labors completed, 5 remained, more than half finished, past the midpoint, approaching the conclusion of his service, though that conclusion still felt distant and uncertain despite the progress he had made. Each labor taught him something new about strength and strategy, about patience and innovation, about the complicated nature of challenges that were rarely as simple as they first appeared. The Cretan bull had reminded him that monsters were not always monsters by choice, that sometimes the truly dangerous creatures were simply victims of circumstances beyond their control, driven to violence by forces they could not resist. As Heracles walked away from Tiryns, heading toward whatever location Eurystheus would next assign, he carried with him the accumulated weight of 7 completed labors, 7 lessons learned, 7 steps taken on the path toward redemption that the oracle had promised was possible if he could endure and persevere through whatever trials the gods and fate chose to place before him. The sun set over the Mediterranean landscape, painting the sky in warm tones that made the world seem, for a moment, gentle and forgiving. A place where redemption was not just possible, but perhaps even inevitable for those who were willing to work for it. One labor at a time, one day at a time, moving forward, because forward was the only direction that led anywhere except deeper into the past that could not be changed no matter how much one wished it could. The 8th labors, the mares of Diomedes. The journey to Thrace took Heracles through lands that grew progressively colder and darker as he traveled north, leaving behind the warm Mediterranean climate for regions where winter came early and stayed late, where the people were harder and more warlike, where civilization felt like a thin veneer over barbarism that waited just beneath the surface. The landscape itself reflected this harsher character, with mountains that rose sharp and forbidding against gray skies, forests of pine and fir that grew dense and dark, rivers that ran swift and cold with water that seemed to carry the chill of distant northern ice even in summer months. Thrace was a land of warriors, a place where strength and martial prowess were valued above almost all other qualities, where king ruled through force of arms rather than divine mandate or inherited right, where life was measured in battles won and enemies defeated rather than years of peaceful prosperity. King Diomedes was among the most fearsome of these warrior kings, a man whose reputation for cruelty extended far beyond his own territories, whose name was spoken with a mixture of fear and disgust, even by those who had never met him personally, but who had heard the stories of his particular methods of demonstrating power and instilling terror in potential enemies. The mares that Heracles had been sent to retrieve were central to Diomedes' fearsome reputation. Animals that should have been beautiful and noble, but which had been corrupted by their owner's twisted nature into something monstrous. They were not supernatural creatures in the sense that the Nemean lion or Lernaean hydra had been, bearing no divine curses or magical enhancements, but they had been made into monsters through systematic cruelty and perverse training, transformed from horses into something that retained equine form but possessed appetites and behaviors that no natural horse would ever develop. Diomedes fed his mares on human flesh. This was not rumor or exaggeration, but verified fact, acknowledged by the king himself as part of his reputation, a detail he was proud of rather than ashamed. Prisoners of war, criminals, unlucky travelers, anyone who fell into his hands and whom he deemed expendable were thrown alive to the mares to be torn apart and devoured. The horses had been raised from foals on this diet, trained to crave meat rather than grass, to attack humans rather than flee from them, their natural instincts systematically perverted until they had become as dangerous as any predator, perhaps more so because their appearance still suggested the noble creatures they should have been. The stables where these mares were kept stood at the edge of Diomedes' palace complex, separated from the main buildings by distance that suggested even the king recognized the danger his creations represented. The structures were built more like prisons than stables, with walls of stone rather than wood, with iron bars rather than simple gates, with chains and restraints that would have been appropriate for holding wild beasts rather than horses. The smell that emanated from these stables was wrong, carrying notes of blood and decay that spoke to the unnatural diet the mares consumed, mixing with the normal odors of horse and hay to create something that made the stomach turn and the mind recoil. Heracles approached this labor with a grim determination that went beyond merely completing another task on his path to redemption. The mares themselves were victims as much as the people they had been trained to kill, creatures that had been made monstrous through no fault of their own, but through the deliberate cruelty of a man who took pleasure in perverting nature and creating suffering. Diomedes himself was a true monster in this situation, a human who had chosen to embrace cruelty as a philosophy, who used his power not to protect or improve the lives of those under his rule, but to demonstrate his dominance through fear and pain. The plan that formed as Heracles observed the stables and the routines of Diomedes' guards was both simple and deeply satisfying in its poetic justice. He would not simply steal the mares and leave, running away in the night like a common thief. Instead, he would confront Diomedes directly, would make the king face the consequences of his cruelty in the most immediate and personal way possible. The mares would be freed from their prison stables, but before they were taken away to be dealt with humanely, they would be given one final meal, one last opportunity to satisfy the hunger their owner had instilled in them, and that meal would be Diomedes himself. The attack came at dusk, when the guards were changing shifts and attention was divided, when the transition between day and night created shadows and confusion that could be exploited. Heracles moved with the silent efficiency of someone who had learned stealth alongside strength, approaching the stables without alerting the sentries, using the lion's hide to blend with the gathering darkness, becoming just another shadow among many. The locks on the stable doors were substantial but designed to keep the mares in rather than intruders out, and they yielded to his strength with barely a sound, iron mechanisms breaking under pressure they had never been designed to withstand. The mares inside were magnificent despite their corruption, powerful animals with coats that gleamed even in the dim light, with muscles that spoke to selective breeding and careful training, with eyes that should have been gentle but which instead burned with predatory hunger. They regarded Heracles warily, uncertain whether he was threat or prey, their nostrils flaring as they caught his scent and tried to categorize him into their limited understanding of the world their owner had created for them. He spoke to them in low, calm tones, not expecting understanding, but hoping that something of their original, equine nature might respond to gentle treatment after so long experiencing only cruelty and violence. Leading them out of the stables required all his skill and caution, his hands ready to control or defend as circumstances demanded, his voice maintaining the steady reassurance that sometimes gentles even the wildest creatures. The mares followed with surprising docility, perhaps confused by treatment that differed so completely from what they had learned to expect, perhaps simply curious about this new situation and willing to see where it led. Heracles guided them toward the palace, toward the main building, where Diomedes held court and entertained himself with displays of power and demonstrations of his warriors' prowess. The king's guards attempted to intervene when they saw the mares being led through the palace grounds, understanding that something was wrong even if they could not immediately comprehend what was happening. But Heracles moved through them like wind through wheat, not killing but disabling, using minimal force to create maximum confusion, ensuring that none could effectively organize resistance or raise alarm in time to prevent what he had planned. The guards fell or fled, and Heracles continued his march toward Diomedes' hall, the mares following behind him like a judgment made flesh, like karma arriving to collect debts that had been accumulating for years. Diomedes was dining when Heracles entered his hall, surrounded by his warriors and various hangers-on who lived off his patronage and participated in his cruelties, either actively or through silent complicity. The king looked up from his meal as the doors opened to admit the massive figure in the lion's hide, followed by horses that should not have been loose, should not have been anywhere near the palace's interior spaces. His expression cycled through confusion, recognition, and finally understanding as he saw in Heracles' eyes the judgment that was about to be rendered. The king attempted to rally his warriors, to organize defense against this intrusion, but Heracles moved too quickly, covering the distance between entrance and head table in bounds that ate up the space, reaching Diomedes before effective resistance could form. He seized the king by his royal robes, lifting him as easily as a child might lift a doll, and carried him struggling and shouting threats and commands that no one moved, to obey toward the place where the mares waited with the patience of predators who know their meal is coming. What happened next was brutal and efficient and terribly appropriate. Heracles threw Diomedes to the mares, presenting them with the one who had created their unnatural hunger, offering them the flesh of the man who had fed them so many others. The horses fell upon their owner with the same savage efficiency they had shown countless previous victims, their teeth designed by nature to tear grass adapting with horrifying effectiveness to tearing flesh, their hooves, which should have been instruments of flight, becoming weapons that struck and trampled, their strength, which should have been used to carry or pull, now employed to kill and consume. The king's screams were brief but carried clearly through the hall, a sound that would haunt the memories of everyone present, a final testimony to the pain and fear he had inflicted on so many others now being visited upon him with perfect justice. The warriors who had served him made no move to intervene, understanding perhaps that this was not merely murder but execution, that Heracles was acting as an agent of cosmic balance, ensuring that a man who had perverted nature to serve his cruelty would himself experience the consequences of that perversion before he died. When the mares had finished and stood amid the remains of their former owner, their muzzles red with his blood, their eyes showing confusion as if wondering why they had been given their usual meal in such an unusual location, Heracles approached them again with the same calm voice and gentle manner he had used when freeing them from their stables. And something remarkable happened. Faced with kindness where they expected violence, treated with respect where they had known only cruelty, the mares seemed to calm, to recognize on some instinctual level that this man meant them no harm, that perhaps their lives were about to change in ways they could not understand, but which might be better than what they had known. Leading them out of the palace and away from Thrace required several days of travel, during which Heracles worked patiently to begin undoing the damage Diomedes had inflicted. He fed them proper horse food, grass and grain and hay, offering meat only when they showed signs of the trained hunger their owner had instilled, gradually reducing the amount until they began to accept plant matter as adequate nourishment. He spoke to them constantly, maintaining the calm reassurance that horses respond to, rebuilding trust that had been systematically destroyed, showing them through consistent, gentle treatment that not all humans were threats or sources of pain. The transformation was not complete by the time they reached Eurystheus, could not be complete in such a short time after years of deliberate corruption, but progress had been made. The mares still showed signs of their unnatural training, still occasionally displayed aggressive behaviors that no normal horse would exhibit, but they also showed moments of genuine equine nature breaking through the conditioning. Times when they responded to kindness with affection, when they seemed to remember what they had been before Diomedes had made them into monsters. Eurystheus' reaction to the mares was complex, a mixture of fear at their reputation, satisfaction at having another completed labor to count, and uncertainty about what to do with creatures that were simultaneously valuable and dangerous. Heracles made clear his conditions. The mares were not to be used for breeding, not to be maintained on their unnatural diet, not to be given to anyone who might continue the cruelty Diomedes had practiced. They were to be treated as any horses would be treated, with the understanding that their past might occasionally manifest in problematic behaviors, but that patience and proper care could gradually restore them to something approaching their natural state. The king agreed, perhaps because he genuinely understood the importance of these conditions, perhaps simply because he recognized that Heracles' tone allowed for no disagreement. The mares were installed in palace stables far more luxurious than the prison Diomedes had kept them in, with grooms who had been instructed on their particular needs and histories, with the best food and most careful attention that Eurystheus' resources could provide. Whether they would fully recover, whether the damage could be entirely undone, remained uncertain, but they had been given a chance, removed from the situation that had created their monstrousness, offered the the possibility of redemption that paralleled in small ways Heracles' own journey. 8 labors completed, 4 remained. The numbers were encouraging, suggesting that the end of his service was approaching, that redemption was no longer a distant dream, but an achievable goal that grew closer with each completed task. But Heracles had learned not to assume anything about the remaining labors, understanding that Eurystheus would save the most difficult and dangerous tasks for last, that the final 4 challenges might be more demanding than all the previous 8 combined. As he walked away from Tiryns, heading toward whatever destination his next labor would require, Heracles reflected on what he had learned from the encounter with Diomedes and his corrupted mares. The lesson was about cruelty and its consequences, about how those who inflict suffering for its own sake eventually face judgment, about how even creatures made monstrous through deliberate abuse might be redeemed through patient care and consistent kindness. It was also about recognizing that true monsters were often human rather than bestial, that the capacity for deliberate, systematic cruelty was uniquely human, that animals might be dangerous but were rarely evil in the ways that people could choose to be. The northern lands gradually gave way to more familiar Mediterranean landscapes as Heracles traveled south, the harsh terrain of Thrace softening into the gentler geography of Greece. The sun seemed warmer here, the sky clearer, the air itself less heavy with the weight of old violence and unresolved conflicts. He carried with him the memory of Diomedes' face in those final moments, not with satisfaction at the man's death, but with grim acknowledgement that justice, while necessary, was rarely pleasant to witness when it came in such visceral forms. The mares of Diomedes would live out their days in relative comfort, slowly forgetting the taste of human flesh, gradually remembering how to be horses rather than monsters, their recovery a small light in the larger story of Heracles' journey toward his own redemption, and their former owner, fed to the creatures he had corrupted as poetic justice for the many innocents he had fed to them, had experienced in his final moments the fear and pain he had inflicted so casually on others, learning too late that cruelty creates debts that eventually must be paid, that karma exists not as divine intervention, but as the natural consequence of actions chosen and paths followed, that every deed echoes forward through time until it returns to its source, transformed but recognizable, bearing the weight of all it has become in its journey through the world. The 9th labor, the girdle of Hippolyta. The land of the Amazons lay at the edge of the known world, a realm where women ruled and warriors trained from childhood to achieve martial excellence that rivaled or exceeded that of any male soldier. The journey to reach this distant kingdom took Heracles across seas that grew progressively wilder, through waters where ships were as likely to be lost as to arrive safely, past islands that appeared on no reliable maps and which seemed to shift position depending on who was navigating and when. It was as if the Amazon's territory existed partially outside normal geography, protected by its remoteness and by the fierce reputation of its inhabitants, who welcomed no visitors and treated intruders with swift and uncompromising violence. The task Eurystheus had assigned was deceptively simple in its statement: retrieve the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, and bring it back to Tiryns. The girdle itself was said to be a gift from Ares, god of war, a symbol of the queen's authority and a physical manifestation of the martial prowess that defined Amazon culture. It was not merely decorative jewelry, but a sacred object, imbued with divine power, representing everything the Amazons valued about strength and leadership and the warrior's path. Taking it would mean challenging not just a queen, but an entire culture's understanding of honor and sovereignty. Heracles approached this labor with more trepidation than he had felt since the beginning of his service. The previous labors had pitted him against monsters or corrupt kings, against creatures that could be fought, or villains who deserved their fates, but the Amazons were neither monsters nor villains, simply a people who had chosen a different way of organizing their society, who had built a culture around principles that differed from mainland Greece, but which were no less valid or honorable for that difference. Taking their queen's sacred girdle would be theft rather than heroism, an act of aggression against people who had done nothing to deserve such treatment. But the oracle's instructions had been clear: he must complete the labors as assigned, regardless of how unjust or morally complicated they might be. His redemption depended on service, not on his personal judgment about which tasks were worthy and which were not. So he sailed toward the Amazon's realm with determination mixed with reluctance, hoping that perhaps some solution could be found that would satisfy the labor's requirements without requiring violence against people who had committed no crime beyond possessing something his king desired. The Amazon city, when his ship finally reached its harbor, was unlike anything Heracles had seen before. The architecture was both familiar and strange, drawing on Greek styles but adapting them in ways that reflected the culture's unique character. The buildings were functional rather than ostentatious, designed for utility and defense rather than display. The streets were wide and clean, organized with military precision. Every structure positioned with thought to tactical advantage and strategic sightlines. And everywhere he looked, there were women working as merchants and craftspeople, women training in combat formations, women serving as guards and administrators, women living lives that would have been impossible in the patriarchal societies Heracles knew. The Amazons who met his ship were warriors through and through, their bodies marked with scars earned in training and battle, their movements economical and purposeful, their eyes constantly assessing threats and opportunities with the instincts of people who had been taught from birth to view the world through a martial lens. They were not hostile exactly, but neither were they welcoming, treating Heracles and his small crew with the wary respect one might show to potentially dangerous animals. Dangerous but containable if proper precautions were observed. Queen Hippolyta herself came to greet these foreign visitors, a gesture that spoke to confidence rather than fear, a queen secure enough in her power that she could meet strangers personally rather than sending subordinates to assess threats. She was tall and powerfully built, her armor practical rather than decorative, her bearing that of someone who had earned leadership through capability rather than merely inherited it through bloodline. The girdle that Heracles had been sent to retrieve was visible around her waist, gleaming in the sunlight, clearly more than merely ornamental, its presence suggesting weight and power that went beyond physical mass. The conversation that followed was conducted in the open before the gathered Amazons, with nothing hidden or whispered. Heracles explained his situation with an honesty that surprised even himself, describing the curse that had destroyed his family, the oracle's pronouncement, the labors he had completed and those that remained. He spoke of the redemption he sought, the service he owed, and finally, with obvious reluctance, the task that had brought him to their shores, to retrieve the queen's girdle and bring it back to Eurystheus as proof of the labor's completion. The silence that followed his explanation stretched long and uncomfortable, the gathered Amazons exchanging glances that communicated volumes without words. The queen herself studying Heracles with eyes that seemed to look past his physical form to assess something deeper and more essential. Finally, Hippolyta spoke, her voice carrying the authority of unchallenged leadership, but also a quality of understanding that suggested she had grasped the complexity of his situation, the moral weight he carried, the genuine reluctance he felt about this particular task. She told him a story, speaking not just to Heracles but to her gathered people, recounting her own past and the path that had led her to queenship. She spoke of mistakes made and prices paid, of violence committed and regrets accumulated, of learning through suffering that strength alone was never sufficient for true leadership, that power without wisdom created destruction rather than prosperity. Her story paralleled his own in ways that made clear she understood exactly what he was experiencing, that his journey toward redemption resonated with her own history of transformation from pure warrior to something more complex and complete. When she finished her story, Hippolyta made an offer that stunned everyone present, Heracles included. She would give him the girdle freely, recognizing his quest as genuine and his reluctance as honorable, understanding that sometimes redemption required actions that seemed wrong on their surface but which served larger purposes. The girdle, she explained, was important as a symbol but not as an object. Its power derived from what it represented rather than from any intrinsic magical properties. A new symbol could be created, a different object could serve the same function, but Heracles' chance at redemption was irreplaceable, and she would not stand in the way of someone seeking to atone for crimes committed under divine curse. The gesture was so unexpected, so generous in its recognition of shared humanity despite vast cultural differences, that Heracles found himself unable to speak for a moment, his throat tight with emotions he could not fully name. Here was kindness where he had expected conflict, understanding where he had feared judgment, compassion from strangers who owed him nothing and whom he had approached as potential enemies. It was a gift more valuable than the girdle itself, a lesson about grace and generosity that cut through the accumulated cynicism and pain of his previous labors, like light through darkness. But even as Hippolyta removed the girdle and prepared to present it to Heracles, forces moved to prevent this peaceful resolution. Hera, who had watched his progress through the labors with growing frustration, who had intended each task to be agonizingly difficult, if not impossible, could not allow this ninth labor to be completed through simple diplomacy and mutual respect. She appeared among the Amazons in disguise, taking the form of one of their warriors, spreading whispers and rumors that Heracles intended treachery, that his peaceful words concealed violent intentions, that he planned to abduct their queen and enslave her as he had taken and dominated so many monsters in his previous labors. The effect was immediate and devastating. The Amazons, whose entire culture was built around martial prowess and the defense of their autonomy, who had fought for generations to maintain their independence against attempts to subjugate or conquer them, responded to these rumors with the fury of people who believed their most sacred values were under attack. They saw Heracles not as a supplicant seeking help, but as a threat. Not as someone on a quest for redemption, but as another in a long line of men who believed they could take from women whatever they desired through strength and violence. The battle that erupted was everything Heracles had hoped to avoid. A violent confrontation with people who deserved none of the violence being inflicted upon them, who were defending themselves against a threat they genuinely believed was real, even though it existed only in Hera's malicious fabrication. The Amazons attacked with coordinated efficiency born of years of training, their movements flowing like water, their tactics sophisticated and effective, their courage absolute. They fought not for conquest or glory, but for defense of their queen and their way of life, which made them more dangerous than any monster Heracles had faced, because their motivation was pure and their cause just even if based on false information. Heracles defended himself without attempting to kill, using the flat of his blade rather than its edge, employing his strength to disable rather than destroy, trying desperately to avoid inflicting serious harm on warriors who were acting from genuine conviction rather than malice. But in the chaos of battle, in the confusion of dozens of skilled fighters attacking simultaneously from multiple directions, mistakes were inevitable. Amazons fell wounded despite his best efforts to show restraint. Blood was shed that he had hoped to avoid, and worst of all, in the press of combat, with bodies moving and weapons flashing and clarity impossible, Hippolyta herself fell, struck by a blow that Heracles had not intended, that had been meant for someone else, that had found her through the cruel mathematics of combat where even the most skilled fighters could not control every variable or prevent every accident. The queen's fall shocked the Amazons into momentary stillness, creating a pause in the combat as they rushed to their fallen leader, as they tried to assess her injuries and protect her from further harm. In that moment of suspension, Heracles understood what had happened, saw the trap that Hera had laid, recognized that he had been maneuvered into becoming exactly what the Amazons had feared, a threat to their queen, a bringer of violence and suffering to people who had offered him kindness. The girdle lay on the ground where Hippolyta had dropped it when she fell, a symbol of authority scattered in the dust and blood of unnecessary conflict. He picked it up, not with triumph, but with sorrow, understanding that this labor would be counted as complete but feeling no satisfaction in its completion. The Amazons, focused on their wounded queen, did not prevent his departure, perhaps too concerned with Hippolyta's condition to care about pursuing vengeance immediately, perhaps simply recognizing that further combat would serve no purpose now that the damage had been done. Heracles retreated to his ship, the girdle clutched in hands that felt heavy with guilt and regret, another weight added to the burden he carried, another price paid on the path toward redemption that seemed to create new debts even as it paid off old ones. The voyage back across the sea felt longer than the journey out had been, every mile measured in thoughts about what had almost been, about the peaceful resolution that had been within reach before Hera's interference had transformed it into violence and tragedy. Heracles stood at the ship's rail, watching the horizon, thinking about Hippolyta's story and her generosity, about how quickly understanding could be destroyed by lies, about how trust between strangers was fragile and precious and easily shattered by those who preferred conflict to peace. He did not know if the Amazon queen had survived her injuries. had no way to send word or seek forgiveness, could only hope that she lived and that her people understood eventually that his violence had been defensive rather than aggressive, reactive rather than planned. The girdle he carried felt like it weighed more than any physical object should, its presence a constant reminder of good intentions corrupted, of peaceful solutions stolen away by divine interference, of the way even redemption quests could be twisted into sources of new suffering and guilt. When he presented the girdle to Eurystheus, the king accepted it with satisfaction, counting the ninth labor as complete without asking about the circumstances of its completion, without caring about the violence that had marked what should have been a diplomatic exchange. For Eurystheus, the object was what mattered. Physical proof that another task had been accomplished, another step taken toward the end of Heracles' service. But for Heracles himself, the girdle represented something darker and more complicated. A reminder that good intentions were not always sufficient, that forces beyond his control could transform even his most careful plans into disasters. That redemption was a path marked as much by failures and regrets as by successes and triumphs. 9 labors completed, 3 remained. The end was approaching, visible on the horizon like land after a long sea voyage, but Heracles took no comfort in the proximity of completion. Each labor had cost something, had taught lessons that were valuable but painful, had added complexity to his understanding of heroism and redemption that made both concepts seem less straightforward than they had appeared when he had first consulted the oracle at Delphi. The Amazon's kindness and Hera's cruelty, Hippolyta's generosity and the violence it had led to despite everyone's best intentions, all of it swirled in his thoughts like wine mixed with water, inseparable and bitter. The sun set over familiar Greek landscape as Heracles walked away from tyrants toward whatever destination his 10th labor would require. The girdle delivered and the task officially complete, but his conscience marked with new scars that would join the collection already accumulated. He had learned during the encounter with the Amazons that even the most carefully planned actions could be subverted by divine interference, that Hera's vendetta against him extended to corrupting every labor into something darker than it needed to be, that his quest for redemption was simultaneously personal journey and cosmic entertainment for gods who played with mortal lives and felt no remorse for the suffering their games created. But he continued forward, because forward was the only direction that led anywhere except deeper into despair, because 3 labors remained and completing them was the only path toward the cleansing the oracle had promised, because stopping now would mean that all the previous suffering had been meaningless, all the lessons wasted, all the prices paid for nothing. The girdle of Hippolyta hung in Eurystheus' palace as a trophy, proof of a labor completed, a symbol of authority taken from its rightful owner through violence that should never have occurred. And somewhere in the distant land of the Amazons, women tended their wounded queen and told stories about the hero who had come seeking peace but brought war, adding another chapter to the long history of conflicts between their culture and the masculine world that constantly sought to diminish or dominate them, understanding that sometimes the greatest dangers came not from those who meant harm but from those whose good intentions were twisted by forces beyond anyone's control. The 10th labor. The cattle of Geryon. The journey to the edge of the world was longer than any Heracles had undertaken before, measured not just in physical distance but in the psychological weight of traveling toward places that existed more in legend than in verifiable geography. The island of Erythea lay somewhere beyond the Pillars of Heracles, those great rocks that marked where the Mediterranean Sea ended and the vast ocean began, where the known world gave way to mysteries that sailors whispered about in ports but which few had witnessed and returned to describe. It was said that Oceanus himself, the great river that encircled the earth, flowed in those regions, that the sun descended into those waters each evening to rest before rising again in the east, that the boundaries between mortal realm and divine territory grew thin and permeable. The voyage itself tested Heracles in ways different from combat or direct challenge, asking him to endure the monotony of endless days on water that stretched to every horizon, to maintain purpose and direction when landmarks disappeared and navigation became as much guesswork as science, to persist through weather that ranged from glassy calms that trapped ships in airless stillness to storms that threatened to tear vessels apart and send their crews to the bottom of seas too deep for any hope of recovery. The small crew he had assembled grew weary, began to question whether their destination actually existed or whether they were chasing myths into oblivion, whether they would ever see their homes again, or whether this voyage was simply a slow form of suicide. But Heracles pressed forward with determination that bordered on stubbornness, consulting what few maps existed of these regions, following rumors and legends that suggested Erythea lay in a particular direction, trusting to the favor of whatever gods might still be watching his progress with interest or amusement. And gradually, incrementally, signs appeared that suggested they were approaching something. Changes in watercolor that spoke to different depths or currents, birds flying in formations that indicated land somewhere beyond the visible horizon, floating debris that suggested vegetation and therefore shore somewhere ahead. The island, when it finally emerged from morning mist like a dream becoming solid, was both beautiful and forbidding, its beaches white as bone beneath cliffs that rose steep and dramatic from the water's edge. Vegetation grew lush where water and soil met, creating bands of green between the pale shore and the darker rock above, suggesting that the island was fertile despite its remoteness, capable of supporting life despite its isolation from mainland civilization. Smoke rose from what might have been a settlement or might have been something else, some presence that had made this distant place its home and which maintained fires against the endless presence of surrounding ocean. Geryon, the creature whose cattle Heracles had been sent to retrieve, was among the strangest opponents he had faced during his labors. Not a beast like the Nemean lion or the Erymanthian boar, not a monster like the Lernaean hydra or the Stymphalian birds, but something that defied easy categorization, something that existed in the uncertain space between human and inhuman, between natural and supernatural. The stories described him as having 3 bodies joined at the waist, 3 torsos rising from a single pair of legs, each body complete with its own arms and head and apparently independent consciousness, creating something that was simultaneously one being and 3, unity and multiplicity made flesh. The cattle themselves were legendary for their beauty. Herds of magnificent animals with coats that gleamed like burnished copper in the sunlight, well fed and carefully maintained, representing wealth beyond measure for anyone who possessed them. They were guarded not just by Geryon, but by a massive herdsman named Narration and a 2-headed dog called Orthrus, brother to the more famous Cerberus who guarded the gates of the underworld. Taking these cattle would require overcoming multiple layers of defense, defeating guardians who had protected the herd for years, traversing the island to find the animals, and then somehow transporting them back across vast ocean distances to the mainland. Heracles approached this labor with the accumulated experience of 9 previous tasks, understanding that direct confrontation was sometimes necessary, but that strategy and planning often made the difference between success and failure. He spent days observing from concealment, watching the patterns of Geryon and his servants, noting when the cattle were moved to different pastures, understanding the routines and rhythms of this isolated community. The island was not large, but was complex in its geography, with valleys and highlands, streams and forests, caves and clearings, all of which would need to be navigated while dealing with opponents who knew the terrain intimately and who had every advantage of position and familiarity. The first confrontation came with Orthrus, the 2-headed dog whose vigilance was legendary, whose senses were acute enough to detect intruders long before they could approach the cattle. The creature was massive, each head as large as a man's torso, its teeth capable of crushing bone, its loyalty to its master absolute. It attacked with the ferocity of something defending its home and purpose, both heads working in coordination, creating angles of assault that were difficult to counter simultaneously. But Heracles had faced supernatural animals before, had learned techniques for dealing with creatures whose physical advantages were offset by predictable attack patterns and limited tactical flexibility. The fight was brutal, but relatively brief, Heracles using his club to deliver blows that would have shattered normal canine skulls, leveraging his strength against the dog's momentum to create impacts that even Orthrus's supernatural durability could not entirely withstand. When the creature finally fell, its bodies twitching in the last spasms of life fleeing, Heracles felt no triumph, only grim acknowledgement that another guardian had been defeated, that the path toward his objective was cleared at the cost of a life that had been doing nothing wrong except fulfilling its purpose. Eurytion the herdsman came next, alerted by the sounds of combat, arriving to find his faithful dog dead and a stranger standing amid the cattle that were his responsibility to protect. He was a giant of a man, though still mortal in nature. His strength developed through years of physical labor rather than granted by divine heritage. The fight that followed was hard-won, a contest between two powerful beings where the outcome was never certain, where both combatants gave everything they had and received wounds that would have killed ordinary men. But eventually, Heracles' divine strength made the difference, his endurance outlasting Eurytion's mortal limitations, his blows landing with force that accumulated damage until the herdsman could no longer stand, could no longer defend the cattle he had devoted his life to protecting. Now, only Geryon remained, the master of this island realm, the owner of the magnificent herd, the three-bodied guardian whose very existence challenged conventional understanding of what was possible or natural. He emerged from his dwelling, not with rage, but with a strange calm, perhaps having known this confrontation was inevitable, perhaps having seen in dreams or prophecies that someone would eventually come for his cattle, that his isolation was temporary and that the world beyond his island would eventually intrude upon his peaceful existence. The battle with Geryon was unlike anything Heracles had experienced before, fighting an opponent who was simultaneously 1 and 3, whose bodies could move independently, but whose mind seemed coordinated in ways that created attack patterns impossible for a single individual to generate. Each of Geryon's 3 bodies wielded weapons, creating a storm of spears and swords that came from multiple directions simultaneously, forcing Heracles to defend against angles that would have been impossible for any single combatant to maintain. The fight ranged across the island, through pastures where cattle fled in panic, along cliff edges where one misstep would mean a fatal fall, to rocks and surf below, into forests where trees provided cover, but also obstacles that complicated movement and created opportunities for ambush. Heracles adapted his strategy as the battle progressed, recognizing that he could not simply overpower Geryon through strength alone, that the three-body nature of his opponent created advantages that direct confrontation would not overcome. Instead, he focused on creating separation, on driving wedges between Geryon's bodies, on forcing them into positions where they interfered with each other rather than supporting each other's attacks. He used the terrain to his advantage, leading Geryon into spaces where the 3 bodies could not maneuver freely, where their coordination became a liability rather than an asset. The arrows tipped with hydra venom proved decisive, as they had in previous labors, their supernatural toxicity ensuring that even grazing hits would eventually take effect, that accumulated minor wounds would become major problems as the poison spread through Geryon's systems. One by one, despite their owners' desperate attempts to protect them, Geryon's 3 bodies fell, the poison doing its inexorable work, transforming a seemingly impossible opponent into someone whose defeat was merely a matter of time and patience. The creature's death, when it finally came, seemed almost peaceful, a release from the pain and struggle, a return to whatever mysterious state had existed before 3 bodies had been joined into one impossible being. With the guardians defeated, the cattle became Heracles' responsibility, and it was here that the true difficulty of the labor became apparent. Capturing the animals had required combat and strategy, but transporting them back across vast ocean distances to mainland Greece would require logistics and endurance on scales that combat skills could not address. The cattle numbered in the hundreds, too many to fit on any normal vessel, too valuable to risk losing to storms or pirates or the countless other hazards that made sea travel dangerous even under the best circumstances. The solution came through innovation born of necessity, the same kind of creative problem solving that had allowed him to clean the Augean stables through redirecting rivers. Heracles spent weeks constructing a massive raft, a floating platform large enough to accommodate the cattle, stable enough to withstand ocean swells, equipped with basic shelters that would protect the animals from weather and provide them access to food and water during the long voyage. The work was exhausting, requiring him to fell trees and lash them together with techniques borrowed from shipwrights, to create a vessel that was more floating island than traditional boat, crude but functional, designed for capacity rather than speed or elegance. The journey back was measured in months rather than weeks, a slow progression across waters that seemed endless, through calms that left the raft barely moving, and storms that threatened to scatter the cattle and send them into the sea. Heracles became intimately familiar with every animal in the herd, learning their individual temperaments and needs, tending to the sick and injured, breaking up fights that erupted from the stress of confinement, maintaining vigilance against the countless threats that could destroy his cargo and make all the previous effort meaningless. The isolation was profound, days passing with no sight of land or other vessels, nothing but water and sky and the cattle whose well-being had become his sole purpose. The solitude gave him time to think, to process the 9 labors he had completed and to contemplate the 3 that remained after this one was finished. The weight of accumulated experiences pressed on him during quiet moments. Memories of monsters defeated and innocents harmed, of successes purchased through prices that sometimes seemed too high, of redemption sought through methods that created new reasons for guilt even as they addressed old ones. The cattle, oblivious to these philosophical concerns, simply lived their bovine lives, eating and sleeping and existing in the eternal present that animals inhabit, free from the burden of memory and anticipation that made human consciousness both precious and painful. When land finally appeared on the horizon, when the raft carrying its unusual cargo approached familiar shores after months at sea, Heracles felt something that might have been relief or might have been simply exhaustion. The drained emptiness that follows immense effort that has been sustained beyond normal limits. The cattle were thinner than when the journey had begun, stressed by travel and confinement, but alive and essentially healthy, proof that the labor had been completed successfully, despite all the obstacles and challenges that had threatened failure at every stage. Eurystheus received the cattle with greedy satisfaction, seeing only their value as breeding stock and status symbols, understanding nothing of what they had cost to obtain or what they represented beyond mere wealth. The king ordered them distributed among his herds, absorbed into his kingdom's agricultural economy, their exotic origin and dramatic acquisition becoming just another story to be told when entertaining guests, their reality reduced to numbers in inventories and assets in calculations of royal wealth. 10 labors completed, 2 remained. The numbers were encouraging but also deceptive, suggesting progress while concealing the reality that the final labors would likely be the most difficult. That Eurystheus would save the worst for last, that the path to redemption's conclusion would be marked by challenges that made all previous tasks seem almost gentle by comparison. But Heracles had learned endurance through his months at sea, had developed patience through tending cattle across endless water, had discovered reserves of determination that went deeper than he had known existed. As he walked away from Tiryns, heading toward to whatever location his 11th labor would require, Heracles carried with him the lessons of the cattle of Geryon, understanding that sometimes the greatest challenges were not the dramatic confrontations but the long, slow work of simply continuing, of maintaining purpose and direction when goals seemed impossibly distant, of caring for responsibilities that could not defend themselves and which depended entirely on his strength and dedication. The journey to the edge of the world and back had changed him in subtle ways, had taught him that heroism was not just about defeating monsters, but about persevering through difficulties that had no glamour or glory, about doing what needed to be done simply because it needed doing, regardless of how long it took or how much it cost. The sunset painted the Mediterranean sky in colors that reminded him of Erythea, of that distant island where Geryon's cattle had grazed in peace before ambition and divine mandate had disturbed their isolation. The creature who had guarded them lay dead, his herdsmen and dogs scattered across the island's landscape, the price of treasure measured. Not just in effort, but in lives ended and purposes destroyed. The cattle themselves continued their existence in new pastures, unaware of the epic journey they had undertaken, innocent of the blood that had been shed to move them from one place to another, simply being what they were while humans imposed meanings and values on their existence that had nothing to do with their bovine reality. 2 labors remained, waiting somewhere in the uncertain future, challenges that would test whatever remained to be tested after 10 trials that had pushed him to limits he had not known existed. But Heracles walked forward with determination that had been tempered through experience, with the understanding that had been earned through suffering, with hope that redemption was not just a distant dream, but an approaching reality, visible now on the horizon like land after a long voyage, close enough to believe in even if the final distance still needed to be traversed step by step, day by day, labor by labor, until the journey that had begun in tragedy could finally end in whatever peace or resolution the gods would permit for someone who carried his particular burden of guilt and divine heritage. The 11th labor, the apples of the Hesperides. The search for the Garden of the Hesperides began not with a clear destination, but with a question that had no obvious answer. Where did one find a place that existed at the edge of the world, perhaps beyond it, in territories that were more mythological than geographical? The garden was said to grow golden apples that granted immortality or wisdom, or simply represented divine perfection made fruit tended by nymphs called the Hesperides, who sang as they worked, guarded by a serpent that never slept, hidden away in a location that gods protected jealously from mortal intrusion. Finding it would require more than strength or courage, more than endurance or strategy, but something closer to divine guidance or cosmic favor. Heracles began his search by consulting those who might possess knowledge beyond normal mortal understanding, traveling to distant temples and sacred groves, speaking with oracles and seers who claimed connection to divine wisdom. The answers he received were cryptic and contradictory, each prophet offering different directions, each vision suggesting alternate routes, as if the garden's location shifted depending on who was looking for it or why. Some said it lay to the far west where the sun descended into ocean waters each evening. Others insisted it was found in the distant north where the world grew cold and strange. Still others claimed it existed south beyond the burning sands of Africa or east beyond the rising sun itself. The journey became a quest within a quest, each potential lead followed to its conclusion, each disappointment leading to new questions and new searches. Heracles traveled farther than he had gone even to reach Erythea, crossing landscapes that were barely known to Greek geography, encountering peoples whose languages he did not speak and whose customs seemed alien to everything he had learned in his Mediterranean upbringing. The months stretched into a year, then longer, time losing its normal meaning as the search consumed him, as finding the garden became not just a labor to complete, but an obsession that drove him forward, through hardships that would have defeated anyone with less determination or divine heritage. In the distant north, among mountains that scraped the sky itself, he encountered Prometheus, the titan who had stolen fire from the gods and given it to humanity, who had been punished with eternal torment, chained to a rock where an eagle came daily to devour his regenerating liver. The titan hung there still, his suffering a testament to the price of defying Zeus, his wisdom accumulated through centuries of agony available to those brave enough to approach and respectful enough to listen. Heracles freed Prometheus from his chains, not as part of any labor, but simply because leaving the Titan in endless suffering seemed wrong, because compassion sometimes transcended the boundaries of divine punishment and mortal caution. Prometheus, grateful for this unexpected mercy, offered guidance that all the oracles and seers had failed to provide. He explained that the Garden of the Hesperides could not be found through normal travel, that reaching it required more than crossing physical distance. But he knew someone who could help, someone whose knowledge extended to the furthest reaches of the cosmos, who quite literally held up the boundaries between earth and heaven. Atlas, the titan condemned to bear the weight of the sky on his shoulders for his role in the war against Zeus, knew the location of the garden, for it grew in the lands he watched over, near enough to his eternal station that he could see it but too far to reach while bound to his cosmic duty. The journey to find Atlas took Heracles to the westernmost edge of the known world, to places where the sun's descent into evening waters could be witnessed directly, where the boundary between sea and sky grew thin and permeable, where the very air seemed to shimmer with the weight of divine presence. The Titan stood there as Prometheus had said, a figure of such immense size that he dwarfed even Heracles' considerable height, his muscles eternally straining against the weight of the heavens, his face showing the accumulated weariness of eons spent in unchanging service to Zeus's punishment. Atlas regarded Heracles with eyes that had witnessed the birth of civilizations and would witness their deaths, that had seen the passage of time measured in geological rather than human scales, that held wisdom and sorrow in equal measure. He listened as Heracles explained his quest, his need for the golden apples from the Hesperides garden, the redemption he sought through completing labors that tested him in ways both physical and moral. The Titan understood, perhaps better than most, what it meant to seek absolution for past actions, to serve sentences imposed by divine judgment, to persist through suffering because the alternative was to surrender to despair. A bargain was struck, one of those agreements that seemed simple in its statement, but which carried implications that rippled outward through multiple levels of meaning. Atlas would retrieve the apples himself, using his freedom from the weight of the sky to travel the short distance to the garden, to pluck the golden fruit that the Hesperides would not deny to one they knew and respected, to return with the prize that Heracles needed to complete his 11th labor. But in exchange, Heracles would have to take Atlas's place, would have to bear the weight of the heavens for however long it took the Titan to complete his errand, would have to experience directly what the punishment felt like, what it cost to hold up the sky moment after moment without rest or relief. Heracles agreed, perhaps not fully understanding what he was accepting, perhaps simply trusting that any burden, however immense, could be endured for the limited time necessary to complete this labor. Atlas positioned him carefully, explaining exactly how to hold his arms, where to brace his legs, how to distribute the weight across his entire frame rather than letting it concentrate in particular points that would fail under the strain. Then, with a movement that suggested both infinite slowness and sudden release, the Titan transferred the sky from his own shoulders to Heracles, stepping back as the hero took his place in bearing the literal weight of the cosmos. The sensation was beyond anything Heracles had imagined possible. A pressure that seemed to come from every direction simultaneously. A weight that had nothing to do with mere physical mass, but which instead represented cosmic forces that mere mortal strength should never have to bear. The sky pressed down with the accumulated mass of clouds and stars, wind and weather, space itself compressing against his shoulders and back with force that made his divine heritage scream in protest. His legs, which had carried him across continents, trembled under the strain. His arms, which had strangled lions and held serpents, felt like they might splinter under the relentless downward pressure. His spine, which had never bent under any burden, compressed and creaked with sounds that suggested structural damage occurring at fundamental levels. Time lost all meaning under that weight, moments stretching into eternities, each breath a mountain to climb, each heartbeat a labor unto itself. Heracles understood with sudden, visceral clarity what Atlas had endured for eons, what punishment truly meant when inflicted by gods who possessed infinite patience and who measured sentences in cosmic rather than human time. There was no relief from the weight, no moment when it lessened or allowed rest, just the endless, crushing presence of the sky pressing down with indifferent, inexorable force that cared nothing for the suffering of whoever bore it. Atlas returned after what might have been hours or days or weeks. Heracles had lost all ability to measure time's passage, carrying with him 3 golden apples that glowed with their own internal light, fruit that seemed to be made of solidified sunshine wrapped in gold leaf, perfect in their form and weight, clearly products of divine cultivation rather than any natural tree. The Titan looked at Heracles bearing the sky, saw the strain evident in every line of the hero's body, the trembling muscles and compressed spine, the face twisted with effort that went beyond anything that should be asked of even divine-blooded mortals. For a moment, Atlas hesitated, and in that hesitation, Heracles glimpsed a terrible possibility, that the Titan, freed after eons from his burden, might simply walk away, might leave Heracles to bear the sky forever, might take advantage of this opportunity to escape his punishment, regardless of the cost to the one who had trustingly taken his place. The thought was cold and clear despite the overwhelming pressure, despite the agony that made thinking difficult and focusing nearly impossible. This was the test within the test, the real challenge of this labor, not finding the garden or retrieving the apples, but surviving this moment when his fate depended entirely on Atlas's choice, when trust had to be extended to someone who had every reason to betray it. But Atlas, for whatever reason, whether honor or compassion or simply recognition that abandoning Heracles would bring Zeus's wrath down upon him in forms that would make his current punishment seem gentle, stepped forward to reclaim his burden. There was, however, a moment of consideration in his actions, a hesitation that suggested he was thinking about how to accomplish the transfer without creating opportunity for Heracles to refuse to return the weight, without opening space for the hero to employ some trick that would leave Atlas once again bearing the sky he had suffered under for so long. Heracles, even through his agony, recognized this hesitation for what it was, understood that Atlas needed reassurance that the transfer would happen cleanly, that once the Titan took back the sky, Heracles would not somehow trap him into bearing it again. Speaking was difficult with the weight crushing his chest, but he managed to gasp out a request, asking Atlas to adjust the position of the lion's hide padding on his shoulders to make his burden slightly more comfortable for just a few moments more while he maintained his hold on the heavens. Atlas, seeing no harm in this small request, seeing only an opportunity to make the final moments of Heracles' burden slightly less agonizing, stepped forward to help adjust the padding. And in doing so, in that moment when his attention was focused on the small physical task, he moved close enough that Heracles could begin transferring the weight back, could shift the sky from his own shoulders to the Titan's, could step away with a speed born of desperate need to escape the crushing pressure that had become his entire world. The relief was so profound, it was almost painful in itself. A rushing sensation as blood flow resumed to compressed tissues, as spine expanded from its compressed state, as muscles that had been locked in place for so long began to remember how to function normally. Heracles staggered several steps away, putting distance between himself and the burden he had borne, while Atlas stood once again in his accustomed position. The sky settling onto shoulders that had carried it for eons and would carry it for eons more. His expression showing resignation and perhaps a trace of admiration for the cleverness that had allowed Heracles to escape the trap that might otherwise have held him forever. The Titan handed over the golden apples with a nod that conveyed multiple meanings: respect for Heracles' endurance in bearing the sky even briefly, acknowledgement of the trick that had returned the burden to its proper bearer, perhaps even gratitude that someone had shared, however temporarily, the cosmic punishment that he bore in solitude. The apples gleamed in Heracles' hands, warm to the touch, their golden surface reflecting light in ways that suggested they were made of something more than mere fruit and skin, vessels containing divine essence that mortals were never meant to possess. The journey back to Tiryns felt shorter than it should have, as if time and distance had been compressed by the experience of bearing the sky, as if normal travel seemed trivial after holding up the literal heavens. Heracles walked with new understanding of what punishment truly meant when inflicted by immortals, with profound sympathy for Atlas enduring what no being should have to endure, with recognition that his own labors, difficult as they had been, were finite, where the Titan's was eternal, measured in defined tasks where Atlas's was measured in endless time without hope of release. Eurystheus accepted the golden apples with greed that seemed petty and small after everything Heracles had endured to obtain them. The king seeing only valuable objects rather than understanding the cosmic forces involved in their retrieval. The divine boundaries crossed, the trust extended and honored between hero and Titan at the edge of the world. The apples were added to the king's treasury, more trophies to display, more proof of his power over the hero he commanded. Objects whose true significance he could not comprehend and whose presence in his palace diminished rather than enhanced their meaning. 11 labors completed. 1 remained. The end was finally, tangibly close, near enough that Heracles could almost touch it, could almost believe that redemption was not just possible, but imminent, that the suffering and struggle and accumulated guilt might actually lead somewhere other than more suffering. But he had learned caution through his previous trials, had developed understanding that the final challenge would likely be the most difficult, that Eurystheus would save the worst for last, that the path to redemption's conclusion would be marked by a test that would require everything he had learned and everything he had become through the long years of his service. As he walked away from Tiryns toward whatever destination his 12th and final labor would require, Heracles carried with him the memory of bearing the sky, of understanding directly what cosmic punishment felt like, of experiencing weight that went beyond mere physical burden into realms where strength alone was insufficient, and where endurance became the only possible response to situations that could not be changed or escaped. The sky above him looked different now, felt different. Its presence no longer merely atmospheric phenomenon, but something he had intimate knowledge of, something whose weight he would remember in his muscles and bones for however long he lived, a memory that could never be entirely forgotten or set aside. 1 labor remained, waiting somewhere in the uncertain future, the final challenge that would determine whether all his previous efforts had meaning or whether redemption would remain forever just beyond reach, promised but never delivered, visible but never attainable. But Heracles walked forward with hope that had been earned through experience, with determination that had been tempered through trials, with understanding that whatever came next, he had the strength to face it, the wisdom to approach it correctly, and the endurance to persist until it was complete, until his service was finished and the oracle's promise could finally be fulfilled, until the guilt that had driven him through 12 labors across multiple years could be cleansed, and he could begin to live whatever life remained to him with something approaching peace, or at least with the knowledge that he had done everything possible to atone for crimes committed under divine curse in a moment of madness that had destroyed everything he loved and defined everything he had become since. The 12th labor, Cerberus and the underworld. The final labor was unlike all the others in ways that went beyond mere difficulty or danger, for Eurystheus had commanded Heracles to descend into the realm of the dead and return with Cerberus, the three-headed hound that guarded the gates of Hades, the creature that ensured the dead remained in their proper place, and the living did not intrude upon territories reserved for those whose lives had ended. It was a task that required not just entering the underworld, but emerging from it again, violating the fundamental boundary between life and death, surviving in a realm where breath had no meaning and where time flowed, according to rules that had nothing to do with the mortal world's understanding of past, present, and future. The entrance to the underworld lay in a cave near Taenarum, a place where the boundary between worlds grew thin, where shadows moved with purpose and sounds echoed from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. The air around the cave mouth felt different from normal atmosphere, carrying with it the chill of places that never knew sunlight. The smell of earth so deep that it had never been disturbed by plow or root, the weight of accumulated deaths pressing up from below like cold water seeking to overflow its container. Standing at that threshold, preparing to descend into realms that no living person should enter, Heracles felt something he had rarely experienced during his labors, genuine fear that went beyond concern about physical danger into existential dread about what he might encounter in a place where all mortal certainties dissolved. But he had come too far to turn back now, had completed 11 labors that had tested him in every conceivable way, had endured suffering and struggle and accumulated guilt, all in pursuit of the redemption that this final task might finally provide. The descent began with careful steps into darkness that seemed to have substance, that pressed against his skin like water, that made breathing feel like drawing liquid into his lungs rather than air. The path led downward through passages that twisted and turned, that sometimes opened into vast caverns and sometimes narrowed to spaces barely wide enough to squeeze through, always descending, always moving deeper into the earth toward the realm of shades and shadows. The river Styx appeared gradually, its presence announced first by sound, the gentle lapping of water against unseen shores, then by smell, a mineral scent mixed with something else that had no name in the living world, and finally, by sight as the passage opened into a vast cavern through which the river flowed, black as obsidian, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting nothing, even when Heracles held his torch near its surface. A boat waited at the shore, and in that boat sat Charon, the ferryman who had transported countless souls across these waters, who would continue his work until the world itself ended, and there were no more dead to carry to their final rest. The ferryman regarded Heracles with eyes that had seen every form of death, every manner of human ending, every soul stripped of its mortal pretensions and reduced to the essential truth of what it had been during life. Charon recognized immediately that Heracles was not dead, that this living man had no business in his boat, that allowing such passage would violate rules that had governed the underworld since its creation. But Heracles explained his mission, invoking divine sanction and the oracle's prophecy, making clear that this was not mere mortal curiosity, but a labor sanctioned by higher powers. Part of a quest for redemption that the gods themselves had endorsed even if they had not made easy. The ferryman accepted him as a passenger with obvious reluctance, perhaps recognizing that denying passage would simply lead to conflict that Charon had no desire to engage in, perhaps acknowledging that occasionally the rules that governed death had to bend to accommodate larger cosmic purposes. The journey across the Styx was silent except for the sound of Charon's pole pushing through water that seemed deeper than any ocean, that carried within its depths the accumulated weight of every death, every ending, every soul that had passed from light into shadow since the beginning of human consciousness. The far shore emerged from darkness gradually, a beach of gray sand that had never known tide or storm, that stretched away into a darkness that held shapes suggesting landscape, but which never resolved into clear geography no matter how long one looked. The realm of Hades spread out from that shore, a kingdom that existed outside normal space, that contained multitudes without ever feeling crowded, that held the dead in conditions that reflected their lives and the judgments that had been rendered upon their souls by the three judges who determined each shade's ultimate destination. Heracles walked through this realm with the careful respect of someone who understood he was an intruder, that his living presence violated the natural order, that the dead around him had every right to resent his intrusion into their domain. The shades drifted past him like smoke, insubstantial and cold, their forms suggesting the people they had been but lacking the solidity and definition that characterized living flesh. Some seemed to recognize him, spirits of those he had known in life, faces from his past who had died and descended to this place where all mortal journeys eventually ended. They did not speak or approach, but simply watched, perhaps curious about what had brought him here, perhaps simply observing with the detachment that characterized those who had already crossed the final boundary and who no longer felt the urgencies that drove the living. He encountered heroes he had heard stories about, great warriors and kings whose fame had spread across the mortal world but who had still ended here like everyone else, their achievements providing no exemption from death's democracy. He saw ordinary people as well, farmers and craftsmen, merchants and servants, all reduced to the same shadowy state, all equal in death regardless of how their lives had been marked by success or failure, virtue or vice, fame or obscurity. The sight was both humbling and oddly comforting, a reminder that whatever he accomplished or failed to accomplish, he too would eventually join them here, would become another shade in an endless multitude, would lose the weight of consciousness and memory that made mortal existence both precious and painful. The palace of Hades stood at the center of this realm, a structure built from darkness itself, its walls appearing solid, but somehow transparent, its architecture defying normal understanding of how buildings should be constructed or how space should be organized. Heracles approached with appropriate deference, understanding that he was about to meet gods who ruled a kingdom as old as death itself, who possessed power over the final destination of every soul, who could grant or deny his request based on nothing more than their own judgment of whether his mission served purposes they approved of or aligned with the cosmic order they maintained. Hades and Persephone received him on thrones carved from obsidian, the god of the dead appearing simultaneously ancient and ageless, his eyes holding the accumulated knowledge of every death, his presence radiating authority that needed no demonstration or proof. Persephone sat beside him, the goddess who spent half her time in the underworld and half in the world above, who understood both life and death in ways that allowed her to bridge the two realms, whose presence brought a softness to the underworld's harsh absoluteness, a reminder that even in death, cycles continued and seasons turned and nothing was entirely permanent except change itself. Heracles stated his purpose clearly, explaining the 12 labors and the final task that had brought him to their realm, requesting permission to take Cerberus to the surface world temporarily as proof of completion, promising to return the guardian unharmed once Eurystheus had seen him and acknowledged the labor's fulfillment. The request was extraordinary, asking to remove the very creature whose purpose was to maintain the boundary between life and death, temporarily undoing one of the fundamental structures that kept the cosmos functioning in its proper order. Hades considered the request in silence that stretched long enough that Heracles began to wonder if the god would simply deny it without explanation, as was his right as absolute ruler of this realm. But finally, the god of the dead spoke, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with the foundations of reality itself, with the bedrock truths that underlay all existence. He would permit Heracles to attempt taking Cerberus, but with conditions. The hero must overcome the guardian without weapons, using only his own strength, must cause the creature no lasting harm, must return him safely once the labor was acknowledged complete. If Heracles agreed to these terms and succeeded in the attempt, then the final labor would be counted as fulfilled, and his service to Eurystheus would be ended, Heracles agreed. Setting aside his club and sword, his bow and the precious venom-tipped arrows, all the tools and weapons he had accumulated during his labors, standing before the gods armed with nothing but his divine strength and the experience accumulated through 11 previous trials. Hades gave him directions to where Cerberus could be found, guarding the gates through which souls entered but from which none were permitted to leave, maintaining eternal vigilance that ensured the dead remained in their proper place and the structure of reality remained intact. The guardian of the underworld was larger than any natural dog, standing tall enough that his 3 heads reached above Heracles' height, each head independent but somehow coordinated with the others, creating a creature that could watch in all directions simultaneously, that could attack from multiple angles, that embodied the vigilance necessary to guard a boundary as important as the one between life and death. His coat was black as the deepest darkness. His eyes glowed with red light that suggested fires burning in depths no mortal had ever seen, and from his mouth dripped saliva that hissed where it hit the ground, suggesting venom or acid, or something equally dangerous to any who might attempt to pass the guardian without permission. Cerberus regarded Heracles with intelligence that went beyond mere animal awareness, recognizing immediately that this living intruder represented something unusual, something that required attention and evaluation before determining appropriate response. The 3 heads moved independently, each studying the hero from a different angle, each assessing threat level and calculating advantages, each ready to attack or defend as circumstances required. But there was no immediate aggression, no blind rush to destroy this violation of the underworld's normal order, just careful observation and waiting to see what Heracles would do. The confrontation that followed was more wrestling match than combat, more test of wills than battle to the death. Heracles approached slowly, speaking in low, calm tones, acknowledging Cerberus's purpose and power, explaining his own mission and the necessity of temporarily removing the guardian from his post. The 3 heads listened with what might have been comprehension, or might have been merely patience before inevitable attack, their eyes never leaving Heracles, their bodies coiled and ready for explosive movement if required. When Heracles moved close enough to touch, when he reached out toward Cerberus with hands that had strangled lions and held up the sky itself, the guardian attacked with coordinated efficiency that was both beautiful and terrifying to witness. All 3 heads struck simultaneously from different angles, jaws seeking to crush bone, teeth designed to grip and tear, strength born of divine creation and endless years of fulfilling sacred purpose. But Heracles had faced supernatural creatures before, had learned techniques for dealing with multiple simultaneous attacks, had developed the kind of spatial awareness that allowed him to track threats coming from directions that would overwhelm ordinary fighters. He caught the first head behind its jaws, his fingers pressing into pressure points that caused pain without permanent damage, his grip firm enough to control without crushing. The second head he evaded with a twist that put his body out of its attack arc while maintaining his hold on the first. The third head he blocked with his shoulder, accepting the bite that tore through the lion's hide and into his flesh, but using the moment of contact to secure another grip, to begin applying the same crushing embrace that had worked against the Nemean lion and the Erymanthian boar. The struggle continued for what might have been moments or might have been hours, time losing meaning in the underworld where mortality's clock did not apply. Heracles held on with determination that refused to acknowledge the possibility of failure, his muscles straining against the guardian's supernatural strength, his divine blood pushing him beyond normal human limits, his accumulated experience telling him exactly how much pressure to apply, where to position his body for maximum leverage, when to shift grip or adjust position to maintain advantage in a contest where both combatants possessed strength that went far beyond normal natural capabilities. Gradually, incrementally, Cerberus's struggles began to weaken, not from injury but from simple exhaustion, from the realization that continued resistance would lead to no different outcome, from acknowledgement that Heracles possessed sufficient strength to overcome even the guardian of the underworld when that strength was applied with skill and determination and absolute refusal to surrender. The 3 heads ceased their snapping and biting, their thrashing subsided to trembling, and finally, in a moment of submission that echoed across the underworld like a bell announcing unprecedented change, Cerberus went still in Heracles' embrace, defeated but unharmed, dominated but not destroyed. Heracles maintained his grip for several more moments, ensuring that the submission was genuine rather than merely tactical pause, then carefully released the guardian and stepped back, ready to react if the struggle resumed. But Cerberus simply stood there, 3 heads hanging low, sides heaving with the exertion of their battle, looking at Heracles with what might have been respect or might have been simple recognition that this mortal possessed power that warranted acknowledgement even from a creature whose purpose was eternal vigilance against the living. Leading Cerberus from the underworld required carefully retracing his path, traveling back through the realm of the dead where shades watched this impossible sight of their guardian being removed from his post. Crossing the Styx where Charon regarded them with expression that suggested he was witnessing something he had never expected to see in all his eons of service, climbing up through the passages that led from death's domain back to the world of light and air and living things. The ascent was difficult in ways that had nothing to do with physical challenge, the underworld seemingly reluctant to release them, gravity and air pressure, and the very structure of the passages conspiring to make each step harder than it should have been. But eventually, after climbing that felt eternal, the cave mouth appeared ahead, showing gray light that seemed blindingly bright after the underworld's absolute darkness, opening onto the mortal world where sun and wind and the sound of living things created a symphony of sensations that Heracles had never fully appreciated before experiencing the underworld's absence of all such comforts. He emerged into afternoon light with Cerberus at his side, the 3-headed guardian of the dead now standing on living earth for the first time in his eternal existence, looking around at a world he had only known through the souls that passed into his keeping, but which he had never directly experienced. The journey to Tiryns was strange and dreamlike, traveling through familiar lands with a companion that represented everything the living world feared and denied, walking roads where people fled at their approach or stared in frozen terror. Bringing Death's guardian into the realm of life and finding that the two could coexist if only temporarily, if only for the completion of this final labor. Cerberus seemed almost curious about the mortal world, his 3 heads turning to observe things that were commonplace to the living but novel to one who had only known the underworld's unchanging gray expanse. Eurystheus, when Heracles appeared before his palace with Cerberus at his side, reacted with terror so absolute that it transcended normal fear into something closer to existential dread. The king fled, hiding in a bronze jar that had been prepared for just such emergencies, shouting from within that sealed container that the labor was complete, that Heracles was released from his service, that he should return the underworld's guardian immediately and never approach Tiryns again. The king's cowardice would have been amusing if Heracles had possessed any energy left for amusement, but after 12 labors spanning years of service, after facing monsters and gods and the very boundaries of reality, he felt only exhaustion mixed with relief that the ordeal was finally finished. He led Cerberus back to the underworld, retracing the journey down through the cave, across the Styx, through the realm of the dead to where the guardian's post waited empty, where the boundary between life and death had been maintained by his absence, only through the temporary grace of the gods who ruled over final things. Returning Cerberus to his proper place felt like restoring balance to the cosmos, like re-establishing order that his labor had briefly disrupted, like acknowledging that some boundaries existed for good reasons and that even redemption quests should not permanently violate the structures that kept reality functioning in its proper patterns. Hades received them with what might have been approval, acknowledging that Heracles had fulfilled every condition of his agreement, that Cerberus was unharmed, and that the hero had demonstrated both the strength to overcome the guardian and the honor to return him as promised. The god of the dead pronounced the labor complete, releasing Heracles to return to the surface world, granting him passage back to life with the acknowledgement that he had accomplished something unprecedented, that he had entered the realm of death and emerged again living, that he had touched the absolute boundary of mortal existence and survived the experience with knowledge that would mark him forever. The ascent back to the living world felt lighter than it had any right to feel, as if the successful completion of this final labor had lifted weight that had been accumulating since the first, as if the oracle's promise of redemption was finally being fulfilled in ways that went beyond mere completion of assigned tasks, Heracles emerged from the cave into evening light that painted the world in gold and purple, into air that felt clean and fresh after the underworld's eternal stillness, into life that suddenly seemed precious in ways it had not before he had walked among the dead and understood directly what existence's absence truly meant. 12 labors completed. His service ended. The oracle's requirements fulfilled. Heracles stood at the cave mouth, looking out over the mortal world that he had protected and terrorized in equal measure, that he had crossed and recrossed in pursuit of redemption, that he would now rejoin as someone fundamentally changed by the years of service and suffering and achievement. The guilt that had driven him still remained, would always remain, but it no longer defined him completely. No longer was the only truth about who he was or what he had become. He was Heracles, son of Zeus, hero of 12 labors, someone who had descended into death and returned, who had borne the sky itself, who had learned through trial and suffering that redemption was not a destination but a journey, not something granted but something earned through persistent effort even when success seemed impossible and the price seemed too high to bear. The return, redemption, and rest. The years of labor had changed the landscape of Heracles' life in ways both visible and invisible, transforming him from the grief-stricken man who had consulted the oracle at Delphi into someone who carried his past differently, not as an unbearable burden that threatened to crush him, but as weight that had been distributed across broader shoulders, integrated into a self that was larger and more complex than the one that had begun this journey. The physical scars were numerous, catalogued across his body in patterns that told stories to those who knew how to read them. The marks where hydrovenom had burned through the lion's hide, the compression fractures from bearing the sky, the bite marks from Cerberus, the countless smaller injuries accumulated across 12 labors that had tested every aspect of his being. But the deeper changes were internal, written in his soul rather than his flesh, transformations that could not be seen directly, but which manifested in how he moved through the world, how he responded to challenges, how he understood himself and his place in the complex web of divine politics and mortal suffering that characterized existence. The man who had strangled the Nemean lion through pure strength had learned patience from pursuing the Cyrenaean hind. The warrior who had faced the Lernaean hydra had discovered the value of strategy and cooperation. The hero who had cleaned the Augean stables had proven that innovation could accomplish what brute force never could. Each labor had been a teacher, each challenge a lesson, each success and failure a step on a path toward becoming something more than he had been. The question of whether he had truly earned redemption remained complicated, without clear answers that satisfied all the voices in his head or all the perspectives from which such questions could be examined. The oracle had promised cleansing if he completed the 12 labors, and he had done so, fulfilling every requirement that had been set forth, surviving challenges that should have killed him, persevering through suffering that would have broken lesser men. By the oracle's measure, by the divine judgment that had set these tasks, he had earned the redemption that had been promised, had paid the price that had been demanded, had transformed guilt into service, and emerged on the other side, changed but not destroyed. Yet the memories remained. In quiet moments, when external distractions failed to occupy his mind, he still saw his children's faces, still heard his wife's voice, still felt the phantom weight of what he had done during the curse's grip. No amount of heroic labor could undo those deaths, could bring back what had been lost, could erase the fundamental truth that his hands had destroyed his family, even if his mind had been enslaved by Hera's malice at the moment of their destruction. Redemption, he had learned, did not mean forgetting or being forgiven in ways that erased culpability, but rather finding ways to live with what could not be changed, to continue existing despite carrying permanent scars, to accept that some wounds never fully healed but could be integrated into a self that was larger than its injuries. The world received news of his completed labors with reactions that ranged from celebration to suspicion, from worship to fear, from admiration to resentment. Stories spread across Greece and beyond. Tales of the hero who had accomplished the impossible, who had defeated monsters and retrieved treasures from the edges of reality, who had descended into the underworld and returned alive. Bards sang songs about his exploits, adding embellishments and interpretations that sometimes bore little resemblance to what had actually happened, but which captured emotional truths even when they strayed from factual accuracy. Children played games where they pretended to be Heracles battling lions or hydras, acting out versions of his labors that simplified complex moral situations into straightforward tales of good triumphing over evil. But others whispered darker interpretations, questioning his motives or his methods, suggesting that the labors had been completed through trickery rather than genuine heroism, that divine blood gave him advantages that made his achievements less impressive than they appeared, that someone who had killed his own family under curse deserved no redemption, regardless of how many monsters he subsequently defeated. These critics were not entirely wrong in their assessments, even if their judgments were harsh. Heracles had employed cunning alongside strength, had accepted divine assistance when it was offered, had survived situations that would have killed any normal man specifically because he was not normal, because his heritage gave him capabilities that existed outside human limits. The question of what to do with the rest of his life, now that the labors were complete and his service to Eurystheus was ended, presented its own challenges. He was still relatively young despite the years consumed by his quest, still possessed strength and skills that could be employed in countless ways, still carried the drive to accomplish and achieve that had sustained him through his trials. But the old motivations no longer held the same power they once had. He had no desire to return to the kind of domestic contentment he had known before the curse. Understanding that such peace was no longer available to him, that the life he had lost could not be recovered or recreated with different actors playing the same roles. Hera's silence was perhaps the most unsettling aspect of his post-labor existence. The goddess had tormented him throughout his service, had twisted what should have been straightforward tasks into moral complications, had interfered at every opportunity to make his suffering more profound and his successes less satisfying. But now, with the labors complete and the oracle's promise fulfilled, she seemed to have withdrawn, her attention directed elsewhere, or perhaps simply satisfied that she had extracted sufficient vengeance for her husband's infidelity. The absence of her active malice was a relief, but also created uncertainty about whether this represented genuine acceptance or merely a pause before renewed persecution took different forms. Zeus, his father, had watched the laborers from Olympian distance, occasionally intervening in subtle ways but never providing the kind of direct assistance that would have made the task easier, or that might have suggested favoritism that would anger other gods. The king of gods maintained the complicated relationship with his mortal son that characterized all his dealings with offspring born from his countless affairs, acknowledging Heracles' existence and divine heritage while refusing to shield him from consequences or smooth his path through the world. There was a cold logic to this approach, an understanding that divine blood without mortal suffering created entitled demigods rather than true heroes, that only through trial and pain could someone born with advantages learn the humility and compassion that characterized genuine greatness. The other gods watched with various levels of interest and approval, some seeing in Heracles' success a validation of their own belief in the potential for mortals to achieve greatness despite their limitations, others viewing his labors as proof that divine blood was necessary for true heroism, that purely mortal heroes could never accomplish what one with Zeus's heritage had managed. Athena, who had provided the bronze castanets for the Stymphalian birds, expressed satisfaction that he had learned to value wisdom alongside strength, that his victories had come through intelligence as much as physical prowess. Artemis acknowledged his restraint with the Ceryneian hind, appreciating that he had honored his promises and treated her sacred animal with the respect it deserved. Heracles found himself drawn to sacred places, to temples and groves where the boundary between mortal and divine seemed thin, where prayers felt like they might actually be heard rather than merely spoken into an indifferent void. He made offerings to the gods who had assisted him, thanking them for guidance and protection, acknowledging that his success had required more than personal capability, that the labors had been completed through a combination of his efforts and divine favor that could not be entirely separated or attributed to one source or the other. He visited the oracle at Delphi again, seeking not prophecy but simply acknowledgement that the path she had set him upon was now complete, that the redemption she had promised was now his to claim. The priestess who had spoken Apollo's words years before received him with warmth that suggested she had followed his progress, had known through divine awareness or simple human interest that he had persevered through all 12 labors, that he had earned the cleansing she had promised was possible if he could endure what the gods demanded. She told him that his guilt was not erased but was balanced, that the cosmic scales which had been tipped by his cursed actions were now restored to equilibrium through his service, that he was free to live whatever remained of his life without the weight of divine punishment pressing down on him at every moment. But she also warned him that freedom from divine punishment was not the same as freedom from mortal consequences, that the stories of what he had done during the curse would follow him regardless of how many labors he completed, that redemption in the eyes of gods did not necessarily translate to forgiveness from humans who remembered only that he had killed his family regardless of the circumstances that had driven that terrible action. The path forward would not be easy, she explained, but it was his to walk as he chose, without the specific divine mandate that had structured his recent years, with autonomy that came at the price of uncertainty about how to use it. As spring approached, bringing with it the promise of renewal and growth that characterized the season, Heracles found himself drawn to the mountains, to high places where air was thin and cold, where the world spread out below in patterns that suggested both order and chaos, meaning and randomness, existing side by side in ways that defied simple interpretation. He climbed alone, carrying minimal provisions, seeking solitude rather than fleeing it, wanting time to think without the distractions of civilization or the expectations of those who knew his story and who had opinions about what he should do next. The mountain where he finally stopped was called Weita, a peak that rose above the surrounding landscape with authority that suggested it had always been there and would always remain regardless of what human dramas played out in the valleys below. He built a pyre there, gathering wood with the same methodical care he had brought to his labors, stacking it in patterns that would burn efficiently, creating a structure that was both practical and symbolic, a monument to transformation and endings and the necessary deaths that preceded new beginnings. The decision to ascend the pyre, to end his mortal life through fire and accept whatever came next, was not made lightly or in despair, but from a place of completion, of understanding that his mortal story had reached its natural conclusion, that what came after the 12 labors was not more adventures or continued heroism, but transcendence into something else entirely. The cursed blood that had destroyed his family, the divine heritage that had allowed him to survive the labors, the accumulated suffering and achievement of his years, all of it would be consumed in flames that would separate mortal from divine, that would burn away what was temporary and reveal what was eternal. He lay down on the pyre as the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, his body relaxed despite what was coming, his mind at peace in ways it had not been since before the curse had destroyed everything he loved. The fire, when it began, was not painful in the ways he had expected, but transforming, burning not with the heat that destroyed flesh, but with something closer to divine light that separated components and revealed essences, that lifted what needed to ascend and released what needed to return to earth and water and air. The flames rose higher, visible for miles around the mountain, a pillar of light that drew the attention of mortals and gods alike, that marked something significant happening in ways that transcended normal human experience. Those who watched from distant valleys spoke later of feeling the earth shift, of sensing that something fundamental had changed, that the hero whose labors had defined an age was undergoing a transformation that moved him from one category of existence to another, from mortal who would eventually die to something that would endure beyond normal time and mortality's constraint. Zeus watched from Olympus, his face showing the complex emotions of a father witnessing a son's apotheosis, pride and sorrow, and recognition, mixing in ways that even the king of gods could not entirely control. He sent lightning to strike the pyre, not to destroy, but to accelerate, to complete the transformation that Heracles had initiated, to welcome his mortal son into immortality, to grant divine status that would allow them to exist in the same realm, to correct the imbalance that had placed divine blood in a mortal body and see what form would emerge when that contradiction was finally resolved. Hera's silence throughout this transformation spoke volumes, suggesting that perhaps even her legendary grudge had limits, that even the Queen of Gods could recognize when vengeance had been satisfied and continued persecution would serve no purpose, that the hero who had completed 12 impossible labors had earned the right to transcend the curse she had inflicted, to escape the mortal consequences of actions committed under her malice, to achieve a form of victory that she could acknowledge even if she could not celebrate. The pyre burned through the night, flames visible across vast distances, transforming the hero who had walked between mortal and divine into something that belonged fully to neither realm but which could move between them, that would be remembered in stories and honored in temples, that would inspire and caution in equal measure, teaching lessons about strength and suffering, redemption and the prices it demanded, heroism and the complications that characterize any life lived at the intersection of divine politics and mortal existence. When dawn broke over Mount Oeta, the pyre had burned to ashes that would blow away on mountain winds, carrying particles of what had been Hercules across landscapes he had traversed during his labors, scattering him symbolically across the world he had protected and terrorized, marking his presence in ways both physical and metaphysical. But the essential self, the divine component that had animated mortal flesh, had ascended to Olympus, had joined the pantheon not as a supplicant or servant but as an equal, had earned through suffering and service a place among the immortals who would exist as long as stars wheeled overhead and stories were told around fires in the darkness. The constellation formed in the northern sky shortly after, stars arranging themselves in patterns that suggested a figure bearing a club and wearing a lion's skin, eternal memorial to the hero who had completed 12 labors and achieved redemption through persistence that refused to acknowledge defeat, through strength that went deeper than muscle and bone, through willingness to pay whatever prices were demanded and continue moving forward, even when every step felt like walking through fire that burned away everything except the essential truth of who he was and what he had become. Epilogue: The Strength of the Soul. The stars above continue their eternal dance across the darkness, their light reaching across impossible distances to illuminate the world below with a glow that is cold and pure and utterly without judgment. Among those countless points of illumination, certain patterns emerge to those who know how to read them. Constellations that tell stories older than any written language, that preserve memories of heroes and monsters, triumphs and tragedies, all the great dramas that have played out on Earth and which the heavens have witnessed with patient, indifferent observation. The constellation of Hercules stands prominent in the northern sky, visible throughout much of the year to those who live beneath Mediterranean skies. A figure eternally frozen in the moment of his greatest strength, club raised and lion skin draped across his shoulders, stars marking the outline of a hero who walked between mortal and divine, and who eventually transcended the limitations of both. Children learn to find this constellation from their parents, using it as a guide for navigation and as a reminder of stories that have been told for so long that their origins have faded into the realm of myth and legend, where truth and fiction blend together so completely that separating them becomes impossible and perhaps unnecessary. The story of Heracles and his 12 labors has been told and retold across generations, each retelling adding new details or interpretations, each version reflecting the concerns and values of the culture doing the telling, each narrative shaping the legend even as the legend shapes the narrative. Some versions emphasize his strength, portraying him as the ultimate warrior whose physical prowess allowed him to overcome challenges that would have destroyed anyone else. Other tellings focus on his suffering, exploring the psychological weight of guilt and redemption, examining how someone could continue functioning after destroying what he loved most and being forced to earn his way back to something approaching peace through years of dangerous service. Still, other interpretations recognize the complexity that characterized his journey, acknowledging that he was neither purely heroic nor simply a suffering victim, but something more complicated and human, someone who possessed both strength and weakness, who achieved greatness through persistence rather than innate perfection, who learned and grew through his trials rather than simply enduring them. This version of the story, perhaps truer than simpler narratives, even if less satisfying in its moral ambiguity, suggests that heroism is not a state one achieves but a practice one maintains, not an inherent quality, but a choice made repeatedly in situations where other options exist and where taking the easier path would be understandable, if not admirable. The lessons that emerge from Heracles' story are multiple and sometimes contradictory, resisting easy summary or simple moral instruction. On one level, the tale teaches that strength alone is insufficient for true heroism, that the greatest challenges require wisdom and innovation and patience alongside physical capability, that adapting to circumstances is more valuable than simply applying overwhelming force to every problem. The Augean stables could not be cleaned through hard work alone. The Ceryneian hind could not be captured through violence. The Stymphalian birds could not be defeated without strategic use of tools that exploited their weaknesses rather than confronting their strengths directly. On another level, the story explores themes of redemption and whether such transformation is truly possible for someone who has committed terrible acts, even under circumstances that were beyond their control. Heracles killed his family while cursed by a goddess, his actions not reflecting his true nature but rather representing divine malice expressed through mortal hands. Yet the story insists that even actions committed under external compulsion create real consequences that demand real atonement. That being a victim of divine politics does not exempt one from responsibility for what one's hands have done. That redemption must be earned through concrete actions rather than merely claimed through appeals to extenuating circumstances. The 12 labors themselves, examined closely, reveal patterns that speak to the different aspects of human experience that must be mastered or at least confronted on any journey toward self-improvement or spiritual growth. Physical challenges like the Nemean lion and Erymanthian boar represent the need to overcome external obstacles through personal capability, to develop and deploy strength in service of worthwhile goals. Psychological challenges like the year-long pursuit of the Ceryneian hind or the months transporting cattle across endless ocean represent the importance of patience and persistence, the ability to continue working toward distant goals even when progress seems invisible and success remains uncertain. Moral challenges like the encounter with the Amazons or the decision about what to do with the corrupted mares of Diomedes force examination of ethics and values, demanding choices between competing goods or lesser evils, requiring the kind of judgment that goes beyond simple strength or cleverness into realms where no answer is entirely satisfactory and where acting requires accepting that whatever choice is made will involve costs as well as benefits. These situations cannot be solved through physical prowess or strategic brilliance alone, but require wisdom that comes from understanding the complexity of circumstances and the limitations of any individual's ability to control outcomes. The deepest lessons, however, emerge from considering the story as a whole rather than examining individual labors in isolation. Heracles' journey demonstrates that transformation is possible but not easy, that becoming better requires sustained effort over long periods, that setbacks and failures are inevitable parts of any genuine growth process, that redemption is not a single dramatic moment, but a long series of choices and actions that gradually reshape who one is and how one moves through the world. The hero who ascended the pyre on Mount Oita was fundamentally different from the grief-stricken man who had consulted the oracle at Delphi, but that transformation occurred incrementally, one labor at a time, one lesson at a time, through accumulated experiences that built upon each other until the final result was someone who had earned, through suffering and service, the transcendence that divine heritage alone could never have provided. The story also acknowledges, perhaps more honestly than many hero myths, that even redemption does not erase the past or undo what has been done, that Heracles carried the memory of his family's death with him through all 12 labors and into whatever immortal existence followed his apotheosis, that the wound remained even after the blood guilt had been cleansed, that some things cannot be fixed or forgotten but can only be integrated into a self that is large enough and strong enough to contain them alongside everything else that makes up a complete identity. This realistic acknowledgement of permanent consequences makes the redemption more meaningful rather than less, suggests that forgiveness is not about erasing culpability but about finding ways to continue living and growing despite carrying scars that will never completely heal. For those who hear this story as they drift toward sleep, the legend of Heracles offers both comfort and challenge, both inspiration and warning. It comforts by suggesting that even the worst mistakes can be addressed through sustained effort, that redemption is possible for those willing to work for it, that divine heritage and exceptional capability do not exempt one from human struggles, but rather create obligations to use those gifts in service of worthwhile purposes. But it also challenges by insisting that such redemption is neither easy nor guaranteed, that it requires genuine transformation rather than merely going through prescribed motions, that the path involves real suffering and real growth rather than simply completing a checklist of tasks and declaring oneself reformed. The image of Heracles bearing the sky while Atlas retrieved the golden apples serves as perhaps the most powerful metaphor in the entire cycle of stories, capturing in a single moment the essence of what the labors represented and what they demanded. To hold up the heavens, even temporarily, is to experience directly the weight of cosmic responsibility. To understand viscerally what it costs to maintain order and structure. To feel in one's own muscles and bones the crushing pressure of obligations that cannot be set down or shared or escaped. That Heracles endured this burden, held it for however long was necessary despite the agony it caused, and then returned it to the one whose eternal duty it was to bear, demonstrates both the capacity for temporary heroism and the wisdom to recognize what burdens are ours to carry and what weights belong to others. As the story concludes and sleep approaches, the final image is not of struggle or suffering, but of stars wheeling overhead in their eternal patterns, of constellations that tell stories to those who know how to read them, of light that has traveled across impossible distances to reach eyes that can perceive it and minds that can derive meaning from patterns in the darkness. The hero who walked between mortal and divine, who suffered and struggled and ultimately transcended, exists now in multiple forms simultaneously. As historical figure transformed through countless retellings into legendary status, as constellation marking patterns in the night sky, as inspiration for those who face their own labors and seek their own redemptions, as reminder that strength comes in many forms and that the truest strength is often found not in muscles that can strangle lions, but in souls that refuse to surrender to despair even when every reason exists to give up hope. The night deepens around you as these thoughts and images drift through consciousness. The boundary between waking and sleeping, growing thin and permeable, the story of Heracles blending with your own dreams and memories and aspirations, his journey resonating with your own struggles in ways that are deeply personal, even while remaining universal, his achievement suggesting possibilities for your own transformation, even while acknowledging the difficulties that such growth necessarily entails. The 12 labors recede into the comfortable distance of myth and legend, their specific details becoming less important than the patterns they reveal, the lessons they teach, the hope they offer to anyone who faces challenges that seem impossible and who wonders whether perseverance has any meaning when success seems so distant and uncertain. Sleep comes gently, not with the abruptness of consciousness ending, but with the gradual transition into dreams where time flows differently, and where the rules that govern waking life can be suspended or transformed. Where Heracles might still be pursuing the Cyrenaean hind through endless forests or bearing the sky while Atlas journeys to gardens that exist at the edge of the world. Where the labors continue in eternal present tense because in dreams and stories and the collective memory of humanity, they have never truly ended but repeat themselves in variations that speak to each generation's particular concerns and challenges and hopes. The stars continue their dance, indifferent to human dreams and human suffering, bearing witness to all that happens below but passing no judgment, offering no comfort except their presence and their patterns. Their reliability in the midst of chaos, their distant light that reaches across voids to touch worlds they will never directly know. Among those stars, the constellation of Heracles maintains its position, club raised and lion skin draped across shoulders that once bore the weight of the sky itself. Eternal reminder that heroism is possible even for those who have fallen furthest, that redemption can be earned through sustained effort even when the path is long and difficult, that strength of soul matters more than strength of body, and that the journey toward becoming better, toward earning forgiveness and finding peace is worth undertaking even when success is not guaranteed and the price is higher than anyone should have to pay. Rest now, as the hero rested after his final labor was complete, Ikit, as the pyre's flames transformed mortal into immortal, as suffering gave way to peace and service gave way to transcendence. As all the accumulated weight of 12 labors and countless miles and years of persistence finally resolved into the simple, profound truth that the journey matters more than the destination, that who we become through our struggles defines us more than what we achieve, that the strength to continue when continuation seems impossible is the truest heroism, and that even the longest night eventually gives way to dawn. Even the hardest journey eventually reaches its end. Even the heaviest burdens can be borne if we simply refuse to surrender, one step at a time, one breath at a time, one moment at a time, until finally, mercifully, gently, the struggle ends and peace arrives like sleep after a long day. Like stars appearing in the darkening sky, like coming home after wandering far and finding that despite everything that has changed, some essential truth remains constant. Waiting patiently for our return, welcoming us back to rest and restoration and the quiet certainty that we have done enough. We have traveled far enough. We have earned our peace. And now, finally, we can rest.